Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to Durham City Hall, the committee room. It's good to see everyone here. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Mayor Williams.
I'm here.
Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
I'm here.
Councilmember Baker.
Here.
Councilmember Caballero.
Here.
Councilmember Cook.
Here.
Councilmember Freeman received an excused absence Monday evening. And Councilmember Rist.
I'm here.
Thank you.
All right, I'm going to lead by example and request if you have announcements, let's try and be brief. We have a rather dense agenda today. I will not be sharing announcements today. All right, I'll start to my left. Councilmember. All right, Mr. Baker.
Yeah, unfortunately, I have to leave in an hour and a half, so I'll be out of here around 2:30 and drive to Atlanta.
You're going to miss the fun stuff.
No, other than good afternoon, everyone. Good to see you.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for being here, staff as well. Just two quick things. I want to thank everyone who voted on Tuesday. It was a big part of our democracy is voting in the primary. Hope you'll do the same in the general election coming up. Thanks for being engaged in our democracy. Second thing is, this is actually a big one. I'm going to request an absence from the October 23rd work session. My first son is getting married. So, yeah, big moment, yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you, yeah.
And where is he getting married?
Near Los Angeles.
Okay, cool.
California, so, yeah. Long trip, but it'll be.
Yeah. I'll be actually joining you after the work session. I'll be in Los Angeles. All right. Mayor Pro Tem.
Good afternoon, everyone. No announcements.
Thank you. All right, let's get to work.
Do we need a vote, or is that like, do we need a vote on that? Or?
Oh, yeah, actually, because it's the next meeting.
I'll make the motion.
Thank you.
Excused absence.
It's been moved and probably seconded to provide an excused absence for Councilmember Rist. All in favor? Aye. All opposed?
Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you. Congratulations to the family.
Big moment, yeah.
Yeah. All right. Hold up 1 second. All right, there we go. All right, we'll now go to the manager for priority items.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor Pro Tem, members of council, good to be with you this afternoon. We do have a very full agenda. Excited to put a number of important projects before you. The following are my priority items. For agenda item number 9, the Durham Rail Trail Project Design Update and Professional Services Contract Amendment with the John R. McAdams Company Incorporated. There is a presentation that will be made during today's work session. For agenda item number 15, the amended and restated loan agreement with Self-Help Ventures Fund, Durham Affordable Housing Loan Fund. Revisions have been made to attachment number 1 to further explain differences between the current and proposed terms for the loan agreement. For agenda item number 16, that's the contract with Coram Houses LLC for administration of the Affordable Accessory Dwelling Unit ADU Loan Pilot Program. There is a presentation that will be made today. And then finally, for agenda item number 26, Citizen Matters, a response memo from the police department is in your packet. Those are my priority items.
Thank you. Mr. Attorney.
Good afternoon, Mayor Williams and Mayor Pro Tem Middleton and council members. Senior Deputy City Attorney Fred Lamar sitting in for the City Attorney Kim Rayberg. I do have a priority item. However, before I bring that up, I'd like to, as a matter of professional privilege, introduce a new attorney to our office, and that is Kendall Carter. If you could stand up. So. She's the newest member of the city attorney's office. She's an associate city attorney, and she started September 22nd. Kendall grew up in Richmond, Virginia, attended college at William & Mary, where she majored in history and minored in English. She has prior experience in the legal field as a paralegal and legal assistant working for law firms in Washington, D.C. For a period of about 4 years before. And subsequent to that, she attended Wake Forest University Law School. So after graduating from law school, she sat for the North Carolina bar and spent the past year clerking for 2 judges on the Circuit Court of the City of Virginia. The City of Richmond in Virginia. Kendall and her husband and dog, Finch, that's what it says, are excited to return to North Carolina, and we're thrilled to have her as a colleague. Thank you. And as to the priority item that we have, it's rare that we do have a contract priority item, but in this case, we do have item number 6, which is the Justice Matters contract for $250,000. We've been asked by Justice Matters to have that approved as soon as possible because of their, they've lost different funding sources, and they would appreciate the contract being in place as soon as possible so that they can start invoicing, thank you, the city. So I'm going to ask that if you, to have the rules suspended and for you to vote on that item. That's all I have.
Thank you. And we can address that now. I'll entertain a motion to suspend the rules.
So, second?
It's been moved and probably seconded to suspend the rules. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right. Need to, what number was that?
6.
I'll now entertain a motion to authorize the city manager to execute the fiscal year 26 grant agreement for the Immigration Legal Defense Project with Justice Matters Incorporated in an amount not to exceed $250,000.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and probably seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Mr.
Thank
Mayor,
you.
as is my custom, I just want to note for the record, I do have a family member that works for this organization. However, no financial benefit accrues to my personal household. Just want to let that be known. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you, colleagues, for just standing on our values, despite the political climate out of Washington. All right. Did that conclude your priority items, Mr. Attorney?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you very much.
Thank you, and welcome, Kendall. Durham looks good on you. All right, and Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have the Board, Committee, Commission, and Task Force report. The Mayor's Hispanic Latino Committee appointment. Council has nominated Angie M. Santiago. For the Participatory Budgeting Steering Committee appointment, the at-large category, Council has nominated Danny R. Love. For the Durham Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Commission appointment, the at-large category is Kayla Keels, and the NCCU liaison is Nathan B. Dixon. The Durham Convention and Visitors Bureau Discover Durham mayoral appointment is Crystal E. Taylor. And then finally, the Durham Convention and Visitors Bureau Discover Durham Joint City-County Representative appointment is John V. Brown Jr., and this will also be brought to the Joint City-County next week.
Okay, just a quick question about that. Is that our process to approve here and then present to the Joint City County? Or is it, because he's been voted on twice?
Right, actually, Ashley, do you want to? Okay, yeah, I'll defer to Ashley Adams about this question.
Hi, Ashley.
Hello, Mayor Williams, Mayor Pro Tem Middleton, and the council members and staff. I'm Ashley from the City Clerk's office. We had to bring it up before you guys, before county could swear him in. So we had to vote first. Well, y'all had to vote first for John Brown Denny to come before the meeting, in the meeting when they meet.
Okay. So he is a joint city-county appointee? All right. So we just talked about this in procedures, I believe. Okay.
Okay.
I was a little confused. We just had our procedures meeting where we talked about trying to prevent folks from being on the same board appointed by two different bodies.
Yeah.
But then in this case, if it is a joint, it's a joint city-county appointee.
Yeah, we had to have your decision before going to the meeting for them to decide.
It's an interesting process because if the joint city-county board decides not to approve, it's like what happens? But, all right, got it.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
That's the end of my report, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. All right. At this time, I'll read the consent agenda. Item number 1, Mayor's Hispanic Latino Committee appointment. Item number 2, Durham Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Commission appointments. Number 3, Durham Convention and Visitors Bureau mayoral appointment. Durham Convention and Visitors Bureau, Discover Durham, Joint City-County Representative appointment. Number 5, Participatory Budgeting Steering Committee appointments. Number 6, Fiscal Year 25 Just, right, we did. I'm just saying, in number 6, it says fiscal year 25, and then in the actual motion, it says fiscal year 26. Is that accurate?
It would be FY '26.
So I'm sorry, could you repeat?
Well, yeah, as I'm reading the
Yes, I see the
item,
motion.
the motion is for fiscal year 26. We're suspending the rules for them to start invoicing now, but in the description of the item is fiscal year 25.
Right, and I think the motion is for, it states as for 26. So I think that it should, it doesn't matter that the title is incorrect.
Okay,
It's really the motion
is
that's
what matters.
relevant.
And we're in
is what
fiscal
is
year
ready
2025, 2026.
Right.
Mr. Mayor, the grant agreement itself also references FY '25.
So we're in fiscal year 25, 26 right now. So would it matter where the authorization lies?
So if we, well, it appears, and I don't know because I haven't looked at the contract and noticed its discrepancy in the motion, but it would appear that the motion language has a clerical error, and it should read FY '25. I'm just going to confirm that with Mr. Hernandez. Should that be 20?
It should be 26.
It is supposed to be 26?
Supposed to be 26,
Okay.
yes.
So we are good then.
Yeah, the motion is correct.
And then but the contract itself?
The term of the contract outlines the fiscal year 26 in the term section, so it is correct in that section.
We apologize for the error, but I feel confident we can execute the contract per direction. And I would note, per conversation the attorney and I had this morning, that since you amended my contracting authority Monday night, we chose to leave this item on the agenda, but it is within my contracting authority. So as long as this discussion makes it clear that council intends to approve it either through the motion or either through my authority, we can move forward on this item.
Let's move.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Number 7, approval of the biophilic resolution. Number 8, approval. We're good? We're good?
I'm good, yeah, unless,
Okay.
yeah.
That's number 7. You know what? Let me pause, colleagues. I did not look at my signups. I'm so sorry. Could you, Middleton, can you let me know which?
You got 3 speakers for 7.
All right, so number 7 has been pulled. Number 8, approval of, make sure I don't miss any of those this one. Number 8, approval of ordinance revision to Chapter 10, Article 6, Housing Code, Section 10 through 241. And that item's been pulled.
Okay.
No, I just need to make sure those numbers, I know which numbers are. So Middleton's looking over on those. Number 9, Durham Rail Trail. Durham Rail Trail Project Design Update and Professional Services Contract Amendment with the John R. McAdams Company Incorporated. It's a presentation. Number 10, third amendment to Project Management Consulting Services Contract with Turner and Townsend Heery, LLC.
I pulled that one.
Pull out, yeah.
Number 10, yep, number 10.
Chelsea and Carl.
Number 11, rooftop PV, pre-assessment and design build contracts with Renew Energy Solutions, LLC. Number 12, First Amendment to contract for citywide window washing services. Number 13, resolution providing approval of Page Road Apartments and the financing thereof with multifamily housing revenue bonds.
I pulled that one.
Number 14, ordinance prohibiting wildlife feeding. It's been pulled. All right, number 15. Number 9 has a card. Number 9 is pulled as well, colleagues. Oh, it's a presentation. It's a presentation, sorry.
There's a speaker for it, too.
All right. Number 13, resolution providing, no, sorry. Number 15, amended and restated loan agreement with Self-Help Ventures Fund, Durham Affordable Housing Loan Fund.
Pull that one too, please.
15. Number 16, contract with Coram Houses LLC to administer the Affordable Accessory Dwelling Unit, ADU Loan Pilot Program. Presentation. Number 17, First Amendment to the Central Square Solutions and Support Agreement. Number 18, Amendment Number 1 to the Professional Engineering Services Contract with CDM Smith Incorporated for Lead and Copper Roll Program Management. Number 19, Contract Amendment 1 to the service contract with ADS Environmental Services LLC for sanitary sewer flow and rainfall monitoring, comprehensive service and maintenance. And on the more presentations, presentation on the Durham to Roxboro Rail Trail Plan, Central Durham Bus Rapid Transit Project Feasibility, Cliff Street partial street closings. This is the public hearings that are coming up. Consolidated zoning map change, Ravenstone Commercial. Consolidated annexation, Wake Olive. Consolidated zoning map change, 1607 East Cornwallis Road. Well, it's going to be a long night. And number 26, we have a citizens matter, Johanan Asefa. All right, that is our consent agenda with items.
Mr. Mayor, I have items 7, 8, 10, 13, 14, and 15 pulled. Mr. Manager, do you concur?
I do, with presentations for 9, 16, 20, and 21.
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm going to address citizens matters first. Okay, sounds good. Welcome. System. Yeah.
Good afternoon. My name is Johanna.
One moment. Yes, 3 minutes.
Yeah.
You have the content correct?
Yeah, we submitted it to.
All right, good. I need to just read something ahead of time.
Sure.
All right. Before we proceed, a brief content warning. The next item includes audio of gunfire. Some viewers may find this disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised. Welcome. You have 3 minutes.
No, after. Thank you. All right. Thank you. My name is Johanan. I'm originally from Ethiopia. And when I was a child, my country was going through a civil war. And I have vivid memories of hiding in my parents' basement, terrified as the sounds of gunfire echoed through our streets. As an adult, I was lucky enough to immigrate to the US and benefit from the peace that this country provides. However, over the past few months, the sounds of gunfire have become a disturbing part of my life. I never imagined that I would relive the trauma of war in the United States, but that is what Durham has become for me and my neighbors. A place where our streets don't feel safe, and even being inside your own home doesn't guarantee safety since bullets are going through people's houses. Civilians in my neighborhood are being shot and killed. Now, I understand that gun violence is neither a new or unique problem to the Bull City. I also know that this is a complicated and systemic issue, but luckily, it's not an intractable problem. How do I know this? Because cities like Baltimore and Birmingham, which are known for their high rates of gun violence, are now seeing historic declines in homicide rates. And this is a result of the intentional local policies that these cities have implemented that are focused on violence prevention and community intervention. These cities are not placing the entire burden of preventing violence on their law enforcement agencies. Rather, they're taking a holistic approach. So I respectfully ask the city, not the police department, but the city, how many lives must be lost in Durham before the city adopts a comprehensive program that goes beyond policing? I also ask, how long will the city allow the sounds of gunfire to dominate our streets as if we were in a war zone? And as you hear the sounds of these drive-by shootings that we're experiencing on a weekly basis, I ask you all what you would do if this was happening in front of your homes. Thank you.
Saturday, 11:25 a.m. Sunday, 6:40 p.m. Monday, 1:36 a.m. Sunday, 5:26 p.m.
Thank you. Next, I have Danielle Hennis. Is there are you Danielle?
Yes, I am.
Welcome. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Danielle. Thank you for allowing our neighborhood to speak today about the gun violence that our community is currently experiencing. We're asking the city to create a comprehensive gun violence intervention program. In the past few months, the sounds of gunshots that you just heard have been the soundtrack of our days, evenings, and what wakes us up in the middle of the night. The other night, gunshots exploded outside of our bedroom window, forcing us to roll out of bed, cower on the floor, and pray that none of the bullets went through our walls. That shooting led to one young man losing his life, and unfortunately, he is just one of too many. This year, 130 people were shot in Durham. That means someone is being shot in Durham every other day. Nearly 3 people a month die from those shootings. In our immediate neighborhood, we've had 7 shootings in 7 weeks. And with the amount of bullets fired, it's honestly miraculous that more people haven't accidentally been shot in the crossfire. According to Everytown, which is a gun safety organization, Durham is the 3rd most dangerous city in North Carolina. This year, Durham's homicide rate has increased by 18%. But more startling is within our own district, where the homicide rate has doubled from last year to this year. The #1 most dangerous city in North Carolina is Greensboro. Their homicide rate this year, on the other hand, has gone down by 3%. This means that if the trend continues, Durham will likely become the 2nd most dangerous city in North Carolina, since our homicide rate is increasing and Greensboro's is decreasing. How is it that the most violent city in North Carolina has a decreasing homicide rate? I don't know, but I assume it has to do with the fact that they still have a community violence intervention program that they are funding. And I find it incomprehensible that Durham does not. As previously mentioned, this is a complex and difficult issue, but it's not impossible, unless, of course, as a city, we continue doing nothing. With the increasing numbers of homicides this year in District 1, we have surpassed the total number of homicides for the entire year of 2024 in the first 8 months of this year. We cannot wait a year or 2 for this to change. We cannot solely depend on the police. We need the city to step up. We need you to care about your citizens' lives. We need you to care enough to create safe cities where neighbors can talk in the street without having to take cover behind a car when another car pulls up and a masked man comes out with a gun. We need you to care about every neighborhood in Durham, regardless of their zip code. Caring does not mean that you feel bad or that you feel sympathy for us. Caring means that you create and implement policies and programs to decrease gun and gang violence. Caring means that you address and acknowledge the systemic problems. And caring means that you take action now. Thank you.
Thank you. Isaac King.
Mayor Williams and esteemed members of the City Council, thank you for allowing us the opportunity to speak today on behalf of our neighbors. My name is Isaac King, and I'm part of a group of almost 50 neighbors that have come together, unfortunately, out of fear. I'm here to voice an urgent concern: the rise of gang activity and gun violence in the area surrounding my East Durham home. I run or bicycle on the streets and greenways of Durham on a daily basis, often after dark and sometimes at midnight. I feel safe utilizing public spaces across the entire city. Yet now, in the street in front of my own home, the violence has escalated to the point where, for the first time in my 3.5 years here, I feel genuinely unsafe in the city I love. Experiencing repeated gun violence within a block or two of my residence has been profoundly unnerving and demands an immediate and comprehensive multi-department response. Getting out of bed at midnight to the sounds of gunshots, seeing a masked individual with a gun coming out of my neighbor's yard, and standing over a dead body and an illegally modified Glock handgun until the police arrive is not something that anyone should have to experience. We're not asking for increased police patrols alone. We are demanding the allocation of resources for violence and intervention programs, dedicated youth outreach, and community-based intervention strategies that address the root causes of this issue. As I've mentioned, I spend significant time on Durham streets and have witnessed a clear and undeniable difference in road quality, sidewalks, and infrastructure repairs between historically Black neighborhoods and more affluent, predominantly white areas. This inequality reflects a painful history. The effects of redlining persist in our city's current resource allocation. Durham's recent development has not equally benefited all residents. Your leadership is needed now to ensure that growth is inclusive, safe, and equitable. Despite being a well-educated, well-informed, and well-meaning group of constituents, we have sincerely struggled to find meaningful resources and assistance from the city to deal with this dangerous problem. While we appreciate the great support from Captain Cloninger of Precinct 1, relying solely on police response is insufficient when we continue to experience shootings and most recently a homicide. I want you to imagine getting out of bed in the middle of the night to gunshots, walking outside to find your neighbor in his yard, checking for a pulse on a gunshot victim. Then, after the police arrive, returning to your porch with the wife of that neighbor because after rushing home from her night shift, she was denied entry to her home to check on her husband and comfort him because of the crime scene. What actions would you individually take? What resources would you as a group provide to one of your fellow council members if they were in such a scenario? We are asking for what I imagine would be a timely and comprehensive response in that scenario for our own neighborhood. We are demanding the equal protection and service that all tax-paying residents of Durham deserve. We call on the council and the city manager to respond to our group of 50 concerned neighbors with a specific and measurable plan to address both the public safety crisis and the infrastructure inequalities.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry for going over.
You're fine. Vikima Prada, welcome. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, member of the City Council. I live in Chaffee Hill for 9 years. As my son started getting older, we wanted to raise our 2 years old in a multicultural community, so we moved to Durham a year ago. I never imagined that our biggest concern would become my little boy's safety. After moving in, we faced a tough first week, learning that someone has been found dead just 3 doors from our house. No longer after, we started hearing gunshots nearby at night. Witnessing this event made me realize how close danger can be. And suddenly, gunfire feels like an everyday part of our life. These days, I feel overwhelmed with worry. I haven't slept well over 4 months after often waking up in the middle of the night to check on my baby after hearing gunshots every day. Crazy during the day, even during the day, in the middle of the day, my son is playing outside in a backyard and gunshots start over again. Everyone walking near our home now feels like a threat. Everything feels scary. Some days I want to live for my family's safety. This is not a life we imagine, and I truly believe we all deserve a safety community. I wanted to give my son a bright future filling with hope and security. I also realized that I'm not alone in this feeling. After going door by door to get to know my neighbors better, even every single person has expressed the same fear. We are all afraid to leave our houses, to play outside on our porch, to visit neighbors, to even walk around our neighborhood. I wish we could focus on park or development, but I'm unable to do nothing when I feel like my life is in risk. We urgently need your support and solution to address this gun violence and drug organized trafficking issue in our community. You need to implement programs to deal with gunshot pronto, por favor. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Evan Lane, welcome. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, honorable city council members. This is my first time speaking at a council meeting, so please bear with me. I'm typically not one to speak out in a public setting, but I find sometimes there are things important enough to push yourself out of your comfort zone. My priority is safety. That's not by choice. That's by necessity of the reality we find ourselves in. Over the past year, within one block of our house, we have experienced an average of 2 to 3 shootings a month, sometimes 2 to 3 in the same week. And I'm talking people en masse jumping out of cars with modified semi-automatics and firing down a street, drive-by shootings where the houses shot back, sometimes catching other houses in the crossfire, my own house included. Kids live in these houses and play outside in the yards, my own home included. When we moved to the area, we didn't know the neighbors for quite some time. We've discovered that's because they are afraid to come out of their houses. I don't take long showers anymore, and I get dressed quickly so I can be ready and respond quickly if there's another shooting. When I'm sick, I don't take NyQuil or any medications at night because one time I did and there was a homicide on the next block up. It's terrifying to wake up to that news, frantically grabbing at my phone to check the baby monitor to make sure stray bullets didn't go into the room where my son is sleeping. This is our reality. And it's the silent majority in our area that live with that fear. We would love to spend time talking about parks, beautification, and development, but when people are crippled by fear, when your residents that you represent are crippled by fear, then you are not spending your time on what is important to your people. I've lived in the Triangle almost 20 years, most of that in Durham, some of that in downtown Raleigh. I've experienced my share of crime and frightening situations. In those times, it was my trust in the system that gave me confidence to overcome that fear. We have to believe that the systems in place will bring justice, will right the wrongs, protect the innocent, and will take steps necessary to prevent the crimes from reoccurring. The hope that we all need is to trust that tomorrow will be better than today. Today, the system is broken in Durham. The offenders know this and have learned to use it. We need to know that offenders will face prosecution, that justice will be served, but also that the city has a system in place for reintegration so that their only option is not to continue to the cycle of violence and crime. We need programs that directly address gun violence in Durham. I understand much of the violence and crime has been ongoing for some time, but today, you are a city council member, and I ask you what you will do. We are the residents of Durham. We are watching to see which of you choose to make our communities safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Those are all of the speakers on that item. I will say that we do have a memo that gives an update from the police department. I will say that, continue to call 911, but that model, that's not going to solve your issue. We do have, I would actually employ all of you to tune in to our next joint city-county meeting, which is next Thursday, where we're talking about this very specific thing, which is a very holistic plan between the city and the county. I was just on a call yesterday with the Violence Reduction Center out of University of Virginia. Yep, and so I've made it very clear in the past, this is my top priority, and everyone on this council, I believe, has agreed that we have a plan. We can entertain that. So that work has been done. It moves incredibly slow, unfortunately. There are lots of moving parts that we have to bring, lots of bodies we have to bring together, but it has been worked on. The fact that you're living through this every day is a nightmare, and I know that there is some elevated monitoring going on in the neighborhood, but please make sure you call 911 every single time, and I just pray I pray it stops. I do, and I hope that we can catch them, and consequences will be carried out. Thank you. That's my next item. And thanks for coming today. Takes a lot of courage. Yeah, pulled items. Number 7. All right. All right. First pulled item is number 7.
No, number 7.
No. Oh, I'm actually, one moment. Yeah, I do have 7. And these are virtual, right? All right. I have number 7. That's the first one. And I have virtual speakers. All right, the first one I have No, I'm sorry. I actually have another citizens matter. John Talmadge, can you hear me? He locked off. Okay. All right, now to number 7, and I'll start virtually. This is the biophilic resolution. Bonner, Brooks Bonner, can you hear me? Brooks Bonner, can you hear me? See them logged in. Okay. Julie DeBlanc. Julie, can you hear me?
I can hear you, yes.
Welcome, welcome. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I just want to, my name is Julie DeBlanc and I'm a Durham resident. And I just wanted to wholeheartedly support the biophilic resolution for the city of Durham and thank Member Rees for proposing it. I do believe that all residents should have access to natural areas within the city and around. Particularly now is the time when we've got so much development coming. This is the time to use the existing tree canopy study that's ongoing and to plant new trees. But in order to use that, we must get out and secure some other areas before the development gets there. Water pollution, my understanding is the sediment is the leading cause of pollution in our water, and I do think that our stream buffers and protecting our native riparian along the streams and rivers is going to improve that water quality. And then a shout out briefly to Keep Durham Beautiful, New Hope Bird Alliance and Rewild, who is already successfully engaging the community members in the removal of invasive species in Durham parks. And this will clean the parks of this ecological pollution and should extend the life of the canopy and the natural areas within the city that many of our citizens use. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us and your remarks. Next, I have Barbara Driscoll.
Can you hear me?
I sure can. Welcome. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I'm Barbara Driscoll. I am with New Hope Bird Alliance, and we full-heartedly support the resolution put forward to support staff in ensuring Durham joins the Biophilic City Network. This is an excellent opportunity for staff to learn about nature-based solutions for many urban problems. Biophilic cities are healthier and create a sense of community where nature is part of the community. Integrating nature into our everyday lives creates healthier communities and improves biodiversity in our urban areas. Natureful cities increase opportunities to increase tourism, urban greenery, and significantly decreases costs related to managing stormwater and air quality, and buildings located around nature are more highly valued. So we really support this and feel like it will move Durham to a higher level as far as being a more sustainable city. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Those are all the speakers I have for item number 7. I'll now move to item number 8, and I'll start online. Item number 8 is approval of the ordinance revision to Chapter 10, Article 6, Housing Code, Section 10-241, and I'll start online. Jean Money? Okay. Jean, can you hear me?
Mr. Mayor, she's not in the queue.
All right. Howard Lentz? Howard, can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you so much. Trying to get rid of an echo. I think I got it. My name's Howard Lentz. I'm happy to send these remarks in writing. To be clear, I'm speaking on my own behalf and not on behalf of any current or former employer. I've worked on hundreds of cases and as an attorney for tenants in Charlotte. Scores of those had abatement or habitability issues. Charlotte, Pineville, and Pittsboro all have ordinances identical or nearly identical to the one proposed here. I don't know whether the city governments have invoked the law themselves in charging documents, but I've seen both represented tenants and unrepresented tenants use it to enforce their rights, and it works. Here's how it's used in civil cases. A tenant can sue their landlords either by filing a lawsuit or by filing claims if their landlord sues them. That includes cases saying that the landlord hasn't been maintaining the property, perhaps even leaving it dangerous, and the tenant can say that their landlord has been overcharging them. The ordinance makes it so you can distinguish between mere defects and contract obligations on one hand and conditions that leave the home imminently dangerous on the other. And it streamlines arguments because you don't have to argue about the value of a problem. And again, that's because we can recognize that landlords shouldn't be able to charge anything to keep a tenant in a dangerous home. It is one thing for, say, a refrigerator not to work. It is another to leave someone in a home where they can, for instance, freeze to death or they don't have running water. And it incentivizes landlords to maintain their property in safe conditions. I have filed cases with those kinds of claims, and I've seen tenants file those cases successfully without attorneys. Magistrates and judges have agreed that the rental value was zero because the ordinance says you can't charge someone rent while you are leaving them in a home where they can freeze to death. And winning those cases has effects on other cases that have been filed, and it helps those settle in some cases. And in some cases, it just has a broader effect even where there isn't a lawsuit, because again, it is incentivizing landlords broadly. It encourages landlords to take those obligations seriously. And I've seen cases, for instance, eviction cases, where some landlords have just dropped their eviction lawsuits when they've realized that tenants are talking about habitability issues.
Mr. Lentz, thank you so much for your comments today, sir. We appreciate. Mr. Lentz, that's your time. Thank you, sir. At this time, we're going to ask for Sharitha Dash, if you'll make her hearable. Sharitha, can you hear me? Sharitha Dash, can you hear me?
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, I don't see Sharitha in the queue.
Okay. That exhausts all the speakers I have on the list that wanted to speak on this item. I'll bring it back now. If you see Sharitha. We have some. Okay, we have some in-house. All right, I just got handed the cards. Forgive me. All right, at this time, we're going to welcome our friends and neighbors who are in chamber with us. Erin Young, Cynthia Hoskins, Ken Chitna, and Marinella Marzano. If y'all will come in order. Thank you for being with us. You'll each have 3 minutes. Push that button if you don't mind.
Good afternoon, Mayor Williams and members of the council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak about updates to the Housing Code on behalf of the Triangle Tenants Union, as well as the Tenants Association for my own rental community here in Durham. To the point, no one in my family owns their home. We have been renters for my entire life. When I was young, we ran into habitability issues in our homes. And it's a very helpless feeling to watch your parents struggle to provide a safe home for you. We had no recourse at the time. Today, we are going to be hearing from Durham tenants, our own neighbors, affected by unsafe housing conditions and retaliatory and uncooperative management. Gentrification is the constant antagonist of cities with deep cultural roots and history. It has many more tools than tenants do, one of which is forcing us out with unlivable conditions so that renovations can be made and the unit can be rented out at a rate that most Durham residents just can't afford. The Chamber of Commerce says that nearly half of all renters in Durham are rent burdened. That's 30% or more of their income being used to pay rent. Within that, a quarter of all Durham residents are severely rent burdened, and that's 50% or more of their income. These issues cross racial lines, as housing often does. Black communities in Durham are more likely to rent, more likely to be cost burdened, and more likely to be evicted. This council last month voted to protect city workers from unlawful search by ICE. And in its resolution, the city said that the city has historically pursued equity and safety for all residents. And I think that's fantastic to protect the residents of Durham and city workers. But given that interest in protecting immigrants and Latinx communities, we can acknowledge that they are also disproportionately affected by housing issues. Yet they're one of our most at-risk populations, especially given the current climate, which has already been mentioned in this meeting. Durham owes its legacy to this melting pot of communities that made it what it is. We should aim to be better than cities where the people who work there can't afford to live there. We know what they are. A lot of them are on the West Coast. And the proposed subcategory F would give renters a vital tool to keep themselves and their families safe, healthy, and living in dignity. The Partnership for a Healthy Durham, which the City of Durham...
Thank you so much for being with us at your time. I appreciate you.
Good afternoon, City Council. My name is Maria Nela Marzano, and I am here today to speak on behalf of the immigrant and refugee community. I work very close with both communities, and as you may know, many of them do not feel safe to be here and to share their own testimonies. Today, I'm going to talk about the case of Maria's family, which I personally have talked to her several times, and I have seen the pictures and videos. In December 2024, Maria and her husband signed a lease for what they hoped would be their first safe home in Durham. From the very beginning, the home had serious structural and maintenance problems. Both internal and external ceilings were leaking every time it rained. The porch ceiling was tilted, giving the impression it would collapse at any moment. Inside the floor between the bathroom and adjoining room was sunken, and the doors could not close properly because of the damage. In the living room, water poured in through the window, and she had to place a plastic bucket to collect the water every time it rained. Maria lived in constant fear for the safety of her children. She wouldn't allow her daughters to play in the front or back of the house, afraid that part of the ceiling or porch might fall. Instead of a home that offered peace and dignity, it became a source of anxiety, safety, and health concerns. But the case of Maria is not the only one. Through the listening sessions at my church, I have also listened many other cases in which immigrants have mentioned about similar issues concerning their homes. But to my surprise, I have also learned that among the immigrant community, these issues are not even reported. When I asked the reason why is that they don't report these issues, among others, they have mentioned 3: language barriers, fear of legal status, and simply just give up and say nothing and live with it. So as we have learned, marginalized and vulnerable communities are silent with regards to abuse and injustice regarding this very important issue. That is why I believe that an ordinance will improve Durham affordable housing by improving the quality of housing and levels of maintenance, the duration. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much for being with us. Good afternoon, sir. Thank you for being with us. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mayor and members of the council, for the opportunity to speak here today. My name is Ken Shia. I am the Director of Justice, Peace, and Integrity of Creation at Immaculate Conception Catholic Church, which is a large multicultural parish located in downtown Durham, served by Franciscan friars. We are one of 4 Catholic churches in Durham, but I know what I am sharing here with you today will resonate deeply with countless churches, synagogues, houses of worship, and other intermediary institutions that have been on the front lines, walking side by side with our immigrant, refugee, and asylum-seeking communities. My purpose in speaking here with you is to ensure that you are acutely aware of the very real suffering immigrants and refugees are experiencing here in Durham. Yet, one of the largest injustices that they are experiencing can be addressed if we attend to the material conditions of their homes. This housing ordinance, which protects tenants, does not take place in a vacuum. As trusted public servants, I want to share with you what our churches, synagogues, and houses of worship are dealing with every day as more and more people come to us because they have nowhere else to go. As this burden of support continues to fall on us, we often do not have the staff or financial resources to adequately address the overwhelming need, especially when interacting with landlords on the tenant's behalf, addressing language barriers, abuse, or the enormous lack of resources. This is a pervasive problem of fundamental human rights and represents a major breakdown in systematic justice. So what is happening? Well, let me be very concrete. Our churches are inundated with stories of burdens and struggles the tenants face, from roaches, bed bugs, infested carpets, rotted flooring and ceilings, other structural damages from broken toilets and unsanitary conditions. They are often forced to use stoves to warm their water or even their apartments. They have no functioning HVACs, so no heat for heating units or air conditionings. Often when the friars and others come to their homes, the children are outside because of the extreme heat. Trash may not be picked up for months from the large bins. Landlords violating lease agreements from small things of only giving them a week to renew instead of 30 days. They may tow their cars at random, even though they are legally parked. No safety or security, windows unsealed, the list goes on and on. I leave you essentially to make sure that you're painfully aware of this because these tenants are dead to rights. Whenever they try to mention anything, they are told that the landlords will alert ICE and that will flag something in the system. So the danger gets worse and worse every day. So I ask you to bear witness to this so Durham is a city where even the most poor and vulnerable are protected. Thank you.
Thank you for being with us. And as our next speaker comes, I'm going to invite Italo Medallias to prepare himself, Donna Batista, and then Emily Wilkes. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mayor, councilmen, women. My name is Cynthia Hoskins, and I'm a resident at Willard Street, and I do know Ashton Place. I have in my hand 8 complaints from maintenance from the time I moved in. I moved in July the 1st, 2021. I was told it was a senior citizen building, disabled senior citizen building. But when I moved in there a year later, they changed everything, never told us anything, never gave us no letters. This building is changing to an open building. We've had gang members fighting, breaking into apartments. And your maintenance, when you come home, you got maintenance in your apartment for no reason. Why is that? This has been going on ever since I've been there. I've caught 2 of the maintenance men in my apartment for no reason. Yes, I changed my locks. And I only leave my house until after 5 o'clock because I don't want anybody in my house going through anything in my house. I have a lot of people in Ashton Place and Willard Street have things missing out of their apartment because maintenance is in and out. Now, when you come home, you got maintenance sitting in your house, drinking your beer and your tequila, and you coming home from work. What's this telling you? That's something I never thought that would happen. Now I'm living at Willard Street. It's not safe. It's not clean. And you have the maintenance man has threatened me several times. And I will not be accepting that again. He has cussed me out. He has bammed on my door. He bammed on my door so hard that I fell out the bed. I'm going to the doctor now for my left hip. There's a lot of people in that building are very scared. And I'm not scared. I'm not scared of nobody in that building. I'm not scared of the management. I've been there 5 years. I've had 2 eviction notices for no reason. I had to pay out. I got an eviction notice for 17 something, then 28 something. I gave them, I think, about $1,200, and I told them I'm not giving them any more money. I have Section 8. I pay my rent. I pay anybody rent in the building that need help. That's what I will do. I will help anyone. I pay $50 extra on my rent. And anybody in that building that need help, they come and knock on my door. If anybody in that building is scared, they knock on my door. You got people living in the storage area, and they come in. You got people coming in constantly. Your management, well, let me say how I can put this. We done had about 27, 28 of them. And the whole time they've been there, it's been money missing. So tell me how we gonna cover that. Okay, I'm good.
Thank you so much for being here.
All right, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council, good to see everybody again. I'm sure you're all sick of me at this point. But today I just want to talk a little bit about a memo. I don't know if you all received it yesterday in your emails. Should be timestamped around 6 a.m. And this is mostly a counter memo to the September memo that the city attorney's office provided about the ordinance revision. And in that memo, what we attempt to do is just kind of provide some counterpoints to what the city attorney said, that this ordinance might not be legally sound. We believe the opposite. After having looked at some case law and having looked at all of these arguments, there are 2 main buckets of arguments that were provided in the city attorney's memo. One was around authority. The other was around enforcement. The authority side has 2 portions of it. It has preemption and interference with private contracts. So hitting on both of those, the city attorney mentioned that this ordinance might not be legal because the state has preempted the field around landlord-tenant law. We pulled up some cases, and under the case King versus Town of Chapel Hill, it lays out very clearly what the test for field preemption is. And it states that there needs to be an intent to provide a complete and integrated regulatory scheme to the exclusion of local regulation. So the Landlord-Tenant Act incorporates your ability today to be able to pass housing ordinance and housing standards. So by definition, it cannot be field preempted. So field preemption is not an issue here. Secondly, it goes into the interference of private contracts. There's 2 issues here. Interference of private contracts would be we are interfering with the civil idea of a contract. So by definition, this ordinance, which makes it a misdemeanor to collect rent, when somebody's breaking housing code, it's already taking place when a contract is already formed. So there's no issue with contract formation. It's not interfering with rent at all because, as we've already talked about for like an hour last time, it doesn't actually help tenants to be able to withhold rent. This is just a remedy similar to a nuisance abatement, right? So it's not modifying any terms. It's not asking people to not pay or collect rent. It's making it unlawful to collect rent. And we can go into that a little bit later if there's an issue there. And it's not terminating the contract. So there is no interference with private contracts at all. Now, the city attorney's memo also says, let's just say that we hold that this is an interference with private contracts. The city attorney's memo says that generally, localities cannot interfere with economic liberties. But generally also means that there are some cases in which it can. And the King case does give us the standard for that. And it must be a rational basis review. So the ordinance that you pass has to be rationally related to welfare. So If y'all give me some more time later on, we can keep going on it. But
Thank you.
y'all have the memo. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being with us.
Good afternoon. Leaders of Durham and citizens of Durham, my name is Donna Batista. I was here at the last work session. Some of you may remember me and the email that I sent to you. I want to speak for others as well as myself, and the most important, or the number one issue that would tie in really well with this, JFK has $18 million of Durham's money in its renovation project. Millennia never paid any work for any work that was done. The contractor who has had the renovations under his responsibility all this time, he paid all employees of his company. They couldn't keep any housekeeping staff because they wouldn't pay them. We've had one maintenance person. The very serious issue that I didn't get a chance to address last time was fire safety. We live in a 7-story building. There is no electronic connection between our building and the fire station, which is less than 2 miles down the road. I happened to meet the fire chief shortly before he retired in February, and he showed me in a notebook, he had half a dozen pages with single-space incidents, all involving trips to JFK for no reason. Because if there is a fire at JFK, if me or somebody else doesn't call 911, they don't know about it. If you want to talk about gang activity, ever since I've lived there 3.5 years, and we've had maybe 15, less than 20 crackheads. With the closing of McDougal Terrace, we've got 40-something crackheads, and we have gang activity that we never had there before. The plumbing problem is very serious. We have mold from the 7th floor down to the 1st floor. Brand new apartments, newly renovated apartments, are having to be newlier renovated because of the mold. You can't escape it. Building management regarding the fire, they were told by the fire department to put a sign on the front door that says fire watch. When I asked what they meant by that, I was told that someone on staff would stay there overnight. In the event of a fire, they would go to all 7 floors, knock on all 170 apartment doors to tell them there was a fire and they should evacuate. That's not going to happen. I want to know what the city of Durham plans to do about the responsibility that you have. You've got $18 million. We, the taxpayers, have $18 million played into this. Since I'm running out of time and you won't let me have 3 minutes of the people who weren't here, I will say I give you a wide open, warm invitation to come see me at JFK Towers. I'll be happy to show you all 4 floors. Thank you for your time. Let's beat Pittsburgh and Charlotte, okay?
Thank you so much for being with us. Good afternoon. Thank you for being with us. You have 3 minutes.
Great. Hello, my name is Emily Wilkes. I'm the Associate Pastor for Public Witness at Trinity Avenue Presbyterian Church, and I have the singular honor of being one of Donna Batista's pastors. Donna has been an all-star volunteer with our church's emergency assistance ministry, providing rent and utility assistance for folks in Durham. So she's not only living in the conditions that she just described, but she's also on the front lines of listening and providing care and support to people who are in Durham who are in similarly uninhabitable situations. And she can be the first to tell you that it is not just JFK Towers. There are thousands of Durham residents who are living in undignified housing conditions throughout Durham. The situation is urgent and it is necessary to act as soon as possible. A few weeks ago, members of this body urged Council Members Cook and Baker to use their common sense when shutting down their questions about a 300-acre parcel of land to be developed. And so I similarly urge all of you who feel compelled to hide behind preemption to use your common sense. And if Charlotte is capable of enacting this ordinance, so are we. You may feel overwhelmed by the different possible interpretations of the law, but if you are to err on the side of compassion, err on the side of protecting the most vulnerable people in Durham. And my fervent prayer is that the buck, in fact, does stop here. Please do everything in your power to protect vulnerable residents in Durham. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being with us. I think I've exhausted all of the cards for our neighbors that are here with us. Did Sharitha Dash ever come back on, Madam Clerk? All right.
All right, Mr. Mayor, you're back at the dais. I'll yield the gavel to you if you want, and we're gonna.
Brenda Solomon?
I'm sorry, I didn't see your card. You have 3 minutes.
Which one is this? Number 9? Number 8?
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council.
Good afternoon. Pull that mic a little down to you so we can hear you, okay? Thank you.
Okay.
You got it.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I want to speak on the code enforcement, housing code enforcement. Right now, where I'm living is really unsafe. I had the city out there, I had the housing authority out there, and nothing seemed to be done about it. I guess my landlord solution was, to try to evict me, but I have none of my electrical outlets is safe. I got mold coming up through the floors. Refrigerator that smells like oil or something's leaking. Stove not working. And like I said, I guess my landlord decision or his solution is just to evict me. And I'm trying to figure out, I called the city, called the housing authority, who do I turn to next? Next, being out on the street. So, I just feel like, the city needs to do more to enforce these landlords, to fix these places up like they're supposed to be. So, thank you.
Thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Mayor, I'll yield back.
Yeah,
for
thank
our
you.
discussion.
Mr. Manager, we've been talking about JFK Towers as well as other properties like this for a while. And what I don't want to be misleading to the public. And is there a way you can just express what we have done? Because I know we had addressed this before, and regarding fines and regarding oversight, where are we on this?
I don't have recently updated information about interactions with JFK Tower, as obviously our Housing and Neighborhood Services Department handles housing quality code complaints. Our fire department responds to fire complaints. I haven't received recent updates of concerns. That is not to say that there aren't concerns. They just haven't elevated to my office. I'd be happy at the direction of council to ask our departments to report back on recent concerns or complaints, and I'll be happy to share that with council.
Yeah, I think the last time we got an update, Manager Page was still here. It is really easy to come to the mic and say council is, responsible for this or responsible for that, or you need to do this, do that. I want to make sure that our residents can come to us and say, hey, this is our outcry, but I want to make sure that we also aren't under-delivering if there's more we can do. The last time we got the update, I think we had fined as much as we could legally fine, and it was becoming a state issue. I can't remember what it was, but I remember vaguely hearing an update of what staff had done. We had exhausted many of our options. I don't know, Mr. Lamar, and I hate to throw you all on the spot. Like, if you know off the top of your head or remember vaguely what we talked about last time.
I do not.
Okay, that's fine. So I'm going to ask that we get an update on all of the options we have that can be addressed. And I want to ensure that we have exhausted, if not already exhausted, everything that we can do. Because I want to be practical about it, and I want to make sure that we've exhausted everything that we can do. And I don't want to mislead folks to think that we can do more. We're just sitting on our hands and not doing it.
I'm confident assuring council that prior issues with JFK Towers and public concerns about JFK Towers have placed the staff in as proactive a position as we feel legally empowered to do, such that complaints at JFK Towers are never deprioritized in any way. But as far as a detailed update of whether or not there have been recent concerns that we've responded to, I'll need more time to produce that information.
Thank you. Yeah, take your time. Yeah. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Yeah.
Thank you. I just want to speak on this really quickly. Thank the folks who came out about the ordinance. I think that was actually an excellent segue into the conversation of this ordinance.
Can I say one
which
thing
is
just real quick about that, about JFK Tower? So for this update, how can we communicate that back to the residents and folks who've spoken here today? I think it's important because I think we, as you said, Mr. Mayor, we've talked about this before. Staff have taken action, but we need an update on that. So I'd like to make sure we do communicate this so folks have full visibility on what has happened and what we can still do.
Yeah, and I have to go back over there myself. I don't want to take it personally, but I want to make sure we have a digital footprint so we can provide that to residents as well. Yeah.
Follow up on JFK before we get to the things.
Okay, good.
I just also want to remind folks that is neither a city-maintained, run, or Durham Housing Authority property, because I think sometimes that there's a little bit of, not that the residents don't know that, I know y'all know, I'm speaking to the public here, that it is through code enforcement versus if it's DHA or something that the city has subsidy in, there are different kind of mechanisms. And with this property in particular, we are more limited in that way. So I just want to provide that context for both. It has come up before, and I look forward to what city staff bring back as far as complaints from residents there and what we've done. But I just wanted to add that qualifying information.
Thanks for highlighting that. Councilmember Cook.
But again, I haven't heard an answer to how will we communicate this back to residents? Will this be via manager's newsletter? I just want to know how we're going to do that.
Yeah, so my preference is to consult with staff before I answer that question. I'd like to understand more clearly from them what connections we may have to either resident associations within JFK Towers, and then we're happy to take direction from council if you'd like to see it in more public communications from the city, or if you want that feedback targeted towards residents of JFK Towers, but short of talking to our various departments about what existing relationships they have or connections, I wouldn't want to try and come up with a comprehensive plan here on the spot, but I'm happy to respond to council with what that plan looks like and seek your feedback and guidance on that.
Yeah, appreciate that. Appreciate your need to communicate with staff. Yeah, if we could be either, if that's a communique that goes out to residents or the community, please copy us on that, or just at least kind of let us know so we have some visibility so we know what the answer has been to folks. Appreciate that.
Councilmember.
Thank you. So yes, as I was saying, this is it's a good pathway into the ordinance and the importance of this ordinance. JFK Towers, as Councilmember Caballero said correctly, is neither a city property nor a DHA property. This ordinance is meant to address properties that we do not have distinct control over, and to help tenants that are in those vulnerable positions. We know things that are going on at certain properties. There are many other properties where things are going on that we might not hear as loudly up here on this dais. But believe me, many of these advocates, you heard from a couple of folks who are in faith-based organizations, they hear it. I'm an eviction defense lawyer, I hear it, I've seen it. And so these issues exist across the city. And this is something that would allow for tenants who are in the most vulnerable positions to have a little bit more negotiation power. And I also want to talk about, you heard quite a lot of maintenance issues that were brought forth today. Again, just I think that's the tip of the iceberg. But I want to reiterate too something that kind of came up last time and just want to say it again. What ends up happening when people have habitability issues that are this severe is that they have to spend money outside their homes in order to get their basic needs met. They have to go to hotels. They have to take showers elsewhere. They have to join memberships at places to be able to do the basic things that they should be able to do in their housing, in their homes. And what happens when they have to spend all of that extra money, and almost half of them are already rent burdened, they miss their rent payments the next month, right? And this is what we're talking about. It's not just a reactionary thing. This is also a preventative thing. And when you heard people talk about landlords using habitability as a gentrification tool, that's exactly what's going on. People can allow this to go on and on and on until folks are forced to leave because they are unsafe or they miss their payments and they end up in eviction court. They can use these habitability issues to ensure that those folks who they don't want are out and they can get residents that they want in. This is not going to be attacking all of the landlords in Durham, but the few that are using this as a tool to get folks out, this is who we're talking about. And these are your most vulnerable tenants. It's your folks who are not documented. It's your folks that are rent burdened. It's your folks that are the most vulnerable, and this is what this ordinance is here to protect. So I want to speak again, just thank all of these folks who came out from their days. I know that it is really nerve-wracking to come speak in front of City Council. Thank you for doing that. And again, just say that I hope that y'all will consider supporting this ordinance.
Colleagues, any, could you did you have a response or any commentary?
Well, yeah, I would like to just mention that with regard to the presentation by the North Carolina Tenants Union and this, there's apparently a memorandum of law. I've just seen it, and so our office hasn't reviewed it. I don't think that it would be constructive necessarily to for us to prepare a reply brief based on our opinion. I think what the city attorney's office has done is has given its opinion about the proposed ordinance that's already out there being used by limited jurisdictions. We talked the last time about whether or not those jurisdictions actually actively enforce that ordinance. We provided you all with our analysis of our opinion regarding the city's authority to enforce that same language. In response to that, there's a memo in your package where Deputy City Attorney Sophia Hernandez prepared alternate language in cooperation or in concert with the neighborhood services folks on an alternative ordinance that does reference the issue of rent payment, but it's not a direct bar as the ordinance proposed by Councilmember Cook, and that's out there right now. And we feel that if the council wants to move forward with some language that gives tenants the ability to make an argument with regard to obligation to pay rent or not pay rent, or to make it so that it is unlawful for a landlord to charge rent if they are also allowing the occupancy of a residence that has been deemed to be unsafe or inhabitable. That's our preferred approach instead of doing it directly. So, I'll ask the council if you're interested in us providing a legal response or reply to this this memorandum of law. I don't think that'd be constructive because you're not a judge, you're not a court, and I think until this specific issue of what precisely can a municipality regulate with regard to the landlord-tenant contract relationship actually is directly adjudicated before the appropriate court, I think we're just going to be disagreeing among attorneys, and that probably is not constructive. But I think the city attorney's office would at least like you to consider the alternate language that we came up with in the hopes that will address some of the issues raised, but would also be, in our opinion, easier ordinance to defend if it were challenged.
So, question. So here's my desire. I would like tenants to have support if they are living in an unsafe condition, right? I also am not a fan of governing in symbolism. I don't want to put something out there just to say, oh, look what we did, and it has no enforcement. So how close can we get to providing some protections for our tenants and I know we have the memo, but I'd like to have it verbalized. How close can we get to that? And it is something that is enforceable, that could be beneficial to support tenants. And I'm not in the business of trying to weaponize anything, but I do want to make sure that folks have resources that can support them. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think what might be constructive is if I can ask Deputy City Attorney Sofia Hernandez to come up and explain the operation of the draft ordinance that she came up with alongside Neighborhood Services, and that might help. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Sophia Hernandez, Deputy City Attorney. I hope you've had a chance to look at my memo. I have not had the luxury of being able to look at the memo that was discussed earlier today, and certainly would like to review it. As I presented in my memo, I do think that there are things that the city can currently do, such as amend the emergency repair section of the housing code, which would allow us the authority to move more quickly to ask the property owner to remediate the issue within a 72-hour period, and if they don't, for us to move more quickly to address those conditions. And so that enumerated list of conditions was in consultation with what has been put forward, with what Charlotte has, but obviously in close communication with our housing code administrator based on the concerns that they're seeing. That gets cited on a somewhat more frequent basis that we would like to move quickly on. So there's also some suggestions there about creating a pool of contractors that we could readily access. And I will say that from the legal perspective, those are things that we can do. I would look to the administration to think about capacity and staff time and those things. So I don't want to speak on their behalf about those logistics, right? I'm talking about what can we legally do? And those are things we can do to more quickly alleviate these conditions, such as inoperable heat in the winter and inoperable AC in the summer, or lack of potable running water, or inoperable sanitary facilities. So the first part of the memo addresses the things that I think that are square within our authority to do, that I think would advance some of these goals to better protect tenants. And then as Senior Deputy Fred Lamar has indicated, if council really does want to move forward with some sort of rent prohibition, we have drafted an alternative that we think gets there, that kind of nestle the legal strategy is nuanced, and I think probably something best discussed in closed session, but something that we feel the city attorney's office is, if we are challenged, would be more defensible, but I think gets you to the goals that you want, which is including saying landlords, if these conditions are present, that creates an uninhabitable dwelling, and you can't occupy uninhabitable dwellings. Therefore, you can't get the benefits of an occupancy of a dwelling, meaning charging rent. So that's the basic thinking, let's say, about why we have proposed the alternative. Of course, the city attorney's office is happy to support whatever the council decides.
I'm going to come to you. I can appreciate you supporting what the council decides. But the first sentence says, and I just want to state clearly, I do not want to set us up to be sued, knowing that that is what we're walking into. So I'm looking for an alternative that keeps us within the legal boundaries. And so that's what I'm looking for. All right, go ahead. And I only say that because someone came up earlier and said that, I don't know what the comment was, but I don't do symbolism. I don't want to lead people down a road and then we end up all screwed, and the taxpayers have to pay for that too. So, go ahead.
Thank you. I appreciate everybody's work on this. A couple of things. So this 72-hour period, I guess I would like a timeline, because to me it's about, I hear people's point around it gives tenants a tool that they don't have, that puts pressure on landlords. my reading of it, at least, and I'm not an attorney, would be that the thing that the city attorney's office is proposing also does that, and potentially in a much quicker timeline, because 72 hours is faster than you're going to be able to get to in court. But I would love to hear from folks about that. I mean, that's just my understanding. It's, you get fines from the city if you don't do these things because we now have proof that this, you have an uninhabitable place, and my expectation would be you're a tenant, you've been fighting with your landlord, you have to go find an attorney, they have to take you, you know, it's a longer process. So if the point is to alleviate quickly, that seems to be the better mechanism to get there. If we then also need to do additional ordinances around it, I think fine, whatever, we can talk about that, but it doesn't seem, regardless of the ordinance, it seems like we should do that regardless, right? So the list of the, like in our enforcement code, essentially, what we can discuss and argue about the ordinances, right? Like which one should we go and which one should we not? But it seems like there's two things right now. There's the list of things that are going to get you in trouble with code enforcement that we can fine you on, and to shorten the time period you have time to fix it. And whether or not, whichever ordinance we decide to move forward with or not, that part of it may take longer, right? What I don't want to happen is that we have something in front of us that at least could go more quickly, but maybe I'm missing something, so.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Councilmember Cook, for bringing this issue forward, and for the folks who've presented here and shared their concerns. Everyone in this council shares your concerns about the quality of our rental housing in Durham, and especially those that are uninhabitable or unfit or unhealthy or unsafe. Yeah, so I think it feels like we're in the middle of this kind of legal battle, you know, and so I think we're looking to the city attorney's office and other experts to help us through this. I agree with Councilmember Caballero. It seems like either way, I mean, you've said we could either change the minimum housing code or do this other ordinance, whether it's the ordinance that's been proposed by residents of Councilmember Cook or the one that you've modified. But it seems like at a minimum, we should add the list of items in the minimum housing code, right, under emergency repairs. That seems like an obvious thing. But then there's this question about, like, if we're going to do a resolution, which one should it be? And so, like, I know Councilmember Cook may have some suggestions here, but we got two dueling resolutions, right? Or I'm sorry, ordinances, yeah. And so I just need some help on, you know, these are late-breaking memos, the one that's come from the community, the other chance to review. I don't know whether Councilmember Cook has reviewed the language for this new ordinance. So, like, I think, I mean, in some ways, we as a council, we sit up here and we are kind of the parents for this community, keeping all our children happy, right? So can we do something here that keeps everyone happy, that we all can agree on? And that's what I want to find, that sort of thread, that needle. And I think, to me, like, I'd rather not like rush this thing. I want to make sure we get this right and make sure that all the legal minds are together and can actually figure out something that we can all agree on.
If I may respond, I just want to make clear the city attorney's office is not necessarily countering or not countering. We are based on our research as municipal lawyers. You know, we have indicated that we're worried about preemption and these things. Of course, what has been pointed out by Councilmember Caballero, amending the existing emergency repair section and adding enumerated specific conditions is within the authority, and certainly based on the concerns that we have heard over the last couple of years, and certainly at the work session, which is why we brought that forward and thought that it would be nestled well in that section, because then again, it would advance the code enforcement process, as well as potentially give you an avenue for identifying those conditions for rent prohibition, if again, that's the will of the council. So I just want to clarify that.
Yeah,
Thank
and just
you.
one more question also.
Of course.
I appreciate that. So as the mayor stated, I know you're concerned about authority and preemption and enforcement, but just help me understand. So in the ordinance that's in the memo we have, this ordinance with rent prohibition, the one that you've drafted, you all feel comfortable with that if we were to adopt that? Can you explain that?
Sure.
Given your concerns about enforcement,
So
authority preemption?
the memo is divided into two pieces. The first piece is what we think the city council has authority to do, and that is potentially to implement some additional enforcement mechanisms to enumerate case conditions in the emergency repair section. The second section indicates that if council wants to incorporate a rent prohibition, we wanted to restate our concerns about preemption and then say, you as policymakers can of course move forward. And if you do move forward, this is the way we suggest you do it. Because again, for legal strategy reasons, we think it is more defensible.
Thank you.
You want to go to her first?
Oh, sorry. So can we, I'm just going to say this and it's unpopular. You know, I'm not going to, and I said this at my last one, when we were doing tax relief, right? There was a lot of conversation on what we had the authority to do and not have the authority to do. That literally was years. So I'm not going to be pressed, sorry, I'm not, to make a decision on ordinance language. We have had many conversations in the city where there's lots of interpretation of attorneys, and it took a minute, and we got there. What I do see here is the list that we could go ahead and add to the code enforcement piece, or the whatever, that part of it, the long list. And so I guess what I'm saying is I want that to move forward. I think that that feels very, very doable and smart. And we've had to add capacity to code enforcement. When this came around, I think in 2022, we didn't have enough bilingual staff. I don't know if that's still an issue. We had to add some language access components and additional staffing to come on like weekends and things like that. So that was kind of the response in that moment. If we need to continue to add capacity to code enforcement, yes. So I guess what I want to make sure that I don't know where I am on the ordinance languages, or language, right? I think that is now, there's basically two dueling ordinances. That to me is this piece. What we can do and move even more quickly is the part that seems to me to get folks in a quicker timeline to have an issue resolved. And so regardless of where we land on ordinance, I want to make sure that that part moves forward. And that I just want to make that really, really clear. I don't know where I'm going to land on the ordinance. We can put it on GBA for the next meeting, but that's where I'm at as an individual council member, is the part that lists what you can get in trouble for very clearly. And if we can get it down to 48 hours instead of 72 hours, I'm happy with that. Whatever we can push on that makes sense to me, and we should move that as quickly as possible. The ordinance language piece, this has happened before. Welcome to North Carolina. I can name many, many times on council where we've had to really deliberate. And I think there was the question on whether the schools could build affordable housing on their land, right? Like there's lots of issues that we've had to kind of really delve into legally to say, do we have the authority? Does this entity have the authority? And that's the nature of being in North Carolina, unfortunately.
Yeah, and, well, go ahead, Councilwoman Cook. I was just gonna say, I have not, I know it came in at 6 a.m. I have not had a chance to read the other ordinance that came in. I'm really interested in I'm really interested in reading that as well. Like I've always said, I went to law school on YouTube. So it takes me a little longer to interpret these things. But what I would like is for you all to take a look at it and get us to a point where our tenants can have more protections that keeps us from, someone said earlier, don't hide behind preemption. Preemption is a real thing. And I think it's very irresponsible if we do not acknowledge that. But I do think we have to also push the envelope and try and get to a point where, you know, we have to fight this systemic, I guess you could say, the ability to easily have access to oppression, systemic oppression in the world we live in, right? And in North Carolina. But I'm not going to ignore that we do live in North Carolina, and we have several cases where we've been our decisions have been overthrown. When I say we, I mean the council before us. So I don't want to do this symbolically and then get down the road and then the taxpayers have to pay millions in attorney fees. And Because we're getting sued because we just did something because we said we did it. I want to get it right the first time. I would like for you all to take a look at that. I know you said it may not be constructive. I think it'll be constructive for you all to look at it and have an interpretation as it's compared to the ordinance that you all presented. And then I'd like to hear what that looks like and sounds like.
Can I just, so I'm clear on what you're asking is when you say look at that, and you refer to an ordinance, do you mean?
I'm sorry, there was a memo that came.
I'm sorry, do you mean the legal arguments that were mentioned today in the memo that we received today from the affordable, from the
tenants union?
Correct, because it's referencing case law.
So you would ask, would we look at it, analyze it, provide you our legal opinion about it? We'd be happy to do that when we, Sophia.
But I want to kind of split this up, like that translation, refer this back to staff, allow you to analyze both, yours versus what I'm hearing. That is referencing case law, and I have not been able to read through it. As Councilmember Caballero said, I don't want to rush and make a decision and then make a mistake and get it wrong. There are some things we can do immediately that I'm interested in as well. So does that make sense?
I think so. I may follow up with some additional questions, but.
Okay. Yeah, Councilmember.
I want to be really clear that when y'all say there are things we can do right now, those are not things we can do right now. They said earlier that they have not gone to staff. We already have they said earlier that they have not gone to staff to see about capability to do these enforcements. Am I correct?
There have been base level conversations between the attorney's office and staff. We have not evaluated our capacity to implement the alternatives.
Yeah.
We understand the legality of implementing the alternatives. The capacity to do so is an entirely different matter.
Yeah, so I want to be really clear. We have an emergency ordinance already, and we have a 72-hour waiting period. And I don't know who else of you has sat on this board, but I go to these board meetings, and I also was familiar with this board for many years because I send my tenants there all the time. You have to get an emergency hearing. It means enough board members have to sit down to make a decision. And then there is a 72-hour period in which they tell the landlords that or the owners of the property that they have to fix it. And then the city has to contract out to do the repairs. And then and that's city money that they have to use to do the repairs. And then once those repairs are done, they can put a lien on the property if it's ever sold to recoup the costs at a later date. That might be 1 year down the line and might be never, okay? And so what we're talking about here is first of all, it's not that fast. I'm not opposed to adding these on here, I wanna say. I really am not opposed to this because I think it's important that people get their things done, repaired quickly. So I'm not opposed to it, but I wanna be really clear that it is not just something that we could really easily do. And we don't know the cost of doing it, and it would be costly for us to do it. And it does not get to the heart of this ordinance, which is the valuation piece. So we're talking about getting the things repaired. Again, I think that's really important. People want their things repaired, and they want that done in a quick manner. And so to be able to get it done by the city in an emergency repair timeline probably is quicker than any way that you could force it through the courts. But again, it costs the city money. But it does not affect the valuation piece, which is that we are determining ahead of time that it is $0 for your rent if you are in one of these inhabitable conditions. And I also want to say that it is interesting to me that I read it. I went through it very in depth last night. It's a slightly different list. I think that I have some issues with the things that are and aren't included in the list, the way that the attorney's office has written it. And I do also find that it's interesting that we're going to talk about more easily defendable when this is not a novel ordinance. We have it on the books, and it has been on the books for over a decade in Charlotte and for several years in Pittsburgh, and it has never been challenged. And so why would we change that we know hasn't been challenged, make it something different in our code that doesn't actually do exactly the same thing, and then say that we feel safer? I also want to say that, of course, the city attorney's role is to be risk averse. That is their role. I mean, I know that y'all hate that, being the office of the no. I know that we don't like that, but that is their role. They are meant to be risk averse. And so they're going to present the most risk averse thing to us. And so the question is, will we be bold? And do we think that Durham residents deserve the same things that Pittsboro and Charlotte residents already have? It's already there. It's not novel. They already have that. Do we think that it is worth taking an action, taking a stand, and ensuring that Durham has the same rights that people in Charlotte have? That's the question before us.
Gotcha. What I don't want to do is I don't want to oversimplify this, right? And I can appreciate, while frustrating, I can appreciate our city attorney's office being risk averse. I agree with you. But I also know that we've paid millions for cases that happened before I was even born. You were born, anybody else on this council was born. There have been other cases where we paid millions and millions. We did the city attorney's evaluation this morning and I celebrated not even reaching $1 million. So I want to make sure that we are crossing every T and dotting every I. I think we all want the same outcome. And as a matter of fact, I know we want the same outcome. This is not a competition of who cares the most. It's a matter of being responsible because that's what we're elected to do. So I think we're all saying the same thing for the most part. It's just a matter of making sure we get it right the first time. Mr. Manager, I have a question. Has there, considering Charlotte and Pittsburgh, and I stepped out at the beginning of the conversation, has there been any conversation with those administrations and how they have handled this? And to Councilmember Cook, to your point, they haven't been challenged in 10 years. Noted. That 15, 16 years. If they ever get challenged and if it doesn't stand, then they go back and retroactively look and say, dang, should we have done something different? We don't know that. So I want to make sure, since we are doing it, that we're getting it right the first time. And I hope that you and anyone else would appreciate trying to make sure that we are doing the due diligence for our residents, that we're not setting them up later to have to pay a lot more in case we do get challenged. So we are discussing it now to try and get it right. I wanted the manager to answer that question, because I don't know if you all discussed it earlier, but if there are two administrations that have this on the books, how is it?
I want to be clear that we did check with both of those governments on the question of enforceability. So the question of whether or not the municipalities played a role in enforcing the ordinance, and both municipalities have responded that they do not play an enforcement role with the prohibition that you're considering. The city of Charlotte is aware that it exists, but the staff that ACM Wallace spoke with said they do not. They said they do occasionally deal with confusion on the part of residents who believe that the city has an enforcement role and that that's an observation they could make. I spoke with the town manager of Pittsboro. He was unaware. He's been in the office for several years. He is unaware that this prohibition is in the Code of Ordinances in Pittsboro, and he had no other comment. So to be clear, that is both administrations speaking to their role in enforcing the ordinance. They would not be speaking to whether or not the ordinance itself has been challenged or questioned unless that is something I missed in art. So that's a summary of what we heard from both of those.
Good, and that's helpful. And I'm coming over. Councilmember Cook, that's on the enforcement side. We're looking for a designation to support in case there is this condition to happen. Is that right?
I don't think I understand your question. Say it again.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think the enforceability came up at the last work session. It's basically just an extra tool for tenants in court. That's what this is. That it's not really, and my understanding, I am not an attorney on YouTube or anywhere else, is that from a tenant attorney perspective, it is an additional tool that allows them to get something from landlords that they wouldn't be able to get otherwise.
Right, so it's a designation of status of their conditions, basically. That's how I interpret it.
I don't, yeah, sure, but, so that was brave, that was from the city attorney's office last time, and that was essentially one of the reasons that they were, basically, if I'm remembering correctly, Madam Attorney Rayberg at the time said, in general, our approach is we do not put ordinances down that we cannot enforce. That is just a legal, philosophical approach as to one of the reasons that they were not, their analysis did not, when they looked at the original ordinance, which is why the language now is a little bit different, because they're like, this is something that is there, that can be enforced. And so essentially has more teeth at the end of the day.
Okay. Middleton. Reese?
So one question and then a sort of comment. So understood from the manager that these two cities do not enforce that, but it is a tool that folks can use, right? So I guess my question for Attorney Hernandez is, do you, in your opinion, with the ordinance for rent prohibition that you've drafted in the memo, could we enforce that?
Yes. So the option of nestling those enumerated conditions in the existing emergency repair section, and I do want to note that the emergency repair authority is also in our charter, so it comes from the General Assembly. So again, a bit more bolstered there. So that's why our suggestion was, okay, if we do want to take more action to address these conditions, we would suggest putting it in the existing emergency repair section. So that was part of our thinking for that change from the previously proposed ordinance.
Doing that, and then, but in addition, then still also having this ordinance that you did draft that would complement that.
Right. So let's say you have the ordinance and it has section A, B, C, D, right? Okay, so we're proposing in B titled emergency repairs, let's add the specifics. And then in existing section G that already says it's unlawful for a landlord to occupy a dwelling that is considered uninhabitable, referencing those enumerated conditions, it's unlawful to occupy, for the landlord to occupy, for a tenant to occupy, and to collect rent for occupancy. And that collecting rent from occupancy is the language we added to fulfill the potential intent of council to try to have a rent prohibition. And we felt that the language of saying you cannot charge rent for occupancy is similar to it is unlawful to charge rent, but again, it's based on it is unsafe to occupy an uninhabitable dwelling. And we can say that based on public safety principles. It is different to say you cannot charge rent for unsafe dwellings.
Gotcha, yeah. And then, so I guess my comment is, I think the advantage we have here is that we are a deliberative body, right? We're not a court of law. And what it feels like here a little bit is we've got like these competing legal arguments back and forth, one or the other. It seems to me, and I'd recommend to the mayor, it seems to me that what we've not done is have city attorney, Councilmember Cook, the tenants union sit down together and work this out, figure out what language they're all going to agree on. To me, that seems more effective than sort of this kind of back and forth kind of legal arguments, sort of one versus the other. Can we not do that? So that's my recommendation.
Well, that's sort of where I was headed with it, referring it back to the attorney's office to take a look at but maybe it would be even more
with
so
the
if you all
recommendation
sat
of-
down together and talked about it.
Yeah.
I just want to get it right. It sounds like we're getting really close based on what, yes.
If I may, Mayor, I just want to object a little bit to this dueling, competing
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
characterization. We are not competing or dueling with anyone. We have done an analysis that we think is, founded in the law and in our research. But again, you are the policy decision makers. And so us sitting down with other individuals for us to decide the language, I don't know that that's appropriate. We've proposed some language. You've heard alternatives. I don't want to put us in a position to say, this is what you all should do.
Let me do this. You all should not do that. I take that back. I will convene a committee. Councilmember Cook, I'm going to ask you, would you be interested in working with this committee?
I feel like I've been really generous with time and also opportunity for council members to discuss with me. I sent you this memo several weeks before our first work session that we talked about it. So it's now been in your email box for almost 3 months at this time. No one has reached out to me. This is not something I feel like we can wait on. People are literally dying from this stuff. This isn't a question to me. So I'm happy to sit down and talk with folks. I would like it to continue to be on the meeting and happy to put it on GBA. I want to point out that a couple of issues with the ordinance that and I also want to say, this is literally we are up here to deliberate, and sometimes it's going to be on things that we don't know as much about. I have to sit up here and deliberate on transportation, which is something that I had never done before I got on this council, right? I mean, this is part of our work, and I'm not trying to be any kind of way about it, but like sometimes we are going to have to deliberate on legal heavy issues. And so I think that we are doing a good job of deliberating, but I do also think that the community deserves a decision on this as it's been presented. I want to add to your statement earlier about it just being a tool for tenants. This is also a tool that is helpful for the city. It incentivizes landlords to make repairs faster. It saves us the cost of having to do those repairs for them. And I want to push back a little bit against how it's written in the city attorney's ordinance, because there has to be a finding there of who's responsible, landlord or tenant, when we've got a list in our ordinance and the one that has been drafted by the students and has been looked over by many advocates in the community and is being used in 2 major municipalities that just lists the things that are uninhabitable and dangerous in that moment. So for me, given the lack of response up until this moment, I don't feel comfortable pushing it out again. I think that it should be voted on, and I'm happy to put it on GBA. And if we want to take a vote and then we want to rework it later on, that's totally fine. But at this moment, the ordinance as it sits is the strongest. It's not novel again, as I said. It hasn't been challenged, and I would like for it to be heard.
I understand, and with all due respect, you're right. This is a deliberative body, and the time of the council does not function solely on your clock, and I mean that respectfully. I'm inviting you to be amongst a committee to work to get this right. You can choose to do that or not. And this is a deliberative body, and if your colleagues are not ready, then the body's not ready. And I want to make sure we get it right. It doesn't matter how long it's been in anyone's inbox. So I trust me, I've been really frustrated about how long things have taken. It's been years, and we're still talking about gun violence, and we've yet to do it. We've taken action against, but we haven't taken action for. So I totally get that. So with that being said, I do want to pass it over to Councilmember Baker because he has to go. Okay.
Yeah, thank you. I also support putting it on GBA. I think we all want to and care about being good stewards of the city and city resources, being responsible when it comes to the law. And yes, preemption is real. Preemption is something that we need to be worried about and thinking about. There are laws on the books, rent control, explicitly prohibited. I'm an urban planning consultant, and so I work in a lot of different municipalities mostly across the South, but definitely across North Carolina. I've worked in a lot of different municipalities, and city attorneys' offices in each of these municipalities determine the legality of things differently. Some of them think certain things are legal while they think those same things are illegal in other places. So there are different ways of interpreting the law that are interpreted differently in different places. There are also policies that are interpreted the same, but are acted upon differently in different places. And so at a certain point, it does just come to a decision about how to move forward on something. I don't want this. I like the language that has been drafted by the city attorney's office around emergency repairs. I also think that to move forward cautiously, we want to understand our staff resources and being able to use that. But I also think that this is an important tool for tenants. And so I don't want this to go away. I want us to, get folks comfortable with it and then move forward when people are comfortable with it. So that's what I'll say. Thank you.
And I totally agree with everything you just said. I think that's we're all saying the same thing, and I want to keep that at the forefront. And I think Councilmember Baker, you just articulated it very well. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'm not an attorney and I'm not a planner, but I am a product of public housing. And I remember the conditions we had to battle against and how tough it was sometimes to get folk to respond. So I'm extremely grateful for the passion that Councilmember Cook. I wish we had people this passionate when I was growing up in public housing around these issues. So I want to say that publicly. I don't want to oversell Charlotte, but I don't want to undersell it either because it does exist. And somebody there saw some value in having it on the books, even if they weren't going to enforce it. I think that it hasn't been challenged because it hasn't been enforced. I think the outcome would be different if Charlotte actually tried to enforce it. But with that said, the specter of it still exists in Charlotte. So the question becomes, what did our friends in Charlotte and Pittsburgh see in the value of even raising the specter? And if there's any, if value's been derived from it, and one of the questions I have is, does your alternative language in the ordinance, does that in any way do violence to the specter that the one that Councilmember Cook, in other words, does it minimize, if it's on the books as we have proposed it with an enforceable component, does it also still cross that threshold where landlords are now kind of on notice, or it still has that tool value to folk who go to court? If the proposed language meets that test of being a tool and still goes beyond it with enforceability, then that seems to me a superior position to be in. If it does violence to that or minimizes whatever that effect of the tool is, then I think we should look at the one that Councilmember Cook has proposed. I also want to say, with respect, the fact that another memo was submitted to us, by definition implies continued consideration. Regardless of how we talk to each other outside, this is the moment when we're called together, we declare quorum, that we have this deliberative process. And anyone that has brought something additional for us to consider, I don't think should be surprised if we can't give it full treatment. I mean, you submitted it for treatment. And if this is the place where we treat things, then I don't think we should view wanting an opportunity to actually digest it and integrate it as kicking the can. I mean, you brought it to us. And in order to, one lawyer up here, the rest of us aren't. So to read it and digest it in this context and then act on it in this context, I think by definition, you want us to read it and consider it. But even with that aside, the fact that Charlotte has it, whether they enforce it or not, suggests to me that some folks saw some value in it. Some of fellow electeds saw some value in it. And as if there's a value in it, if we're going to do like Charlotte and not enforce it, I'm one of those folk who I don't like passing laws just for the sake of passing laws. Yeah, but we're also living in a time where folk are ignoring laws that already exist. And we're seeing that, writ large on our national stage. So I say all that to say, I'm comfortable with it being on GBA and going forward. I'm also comfortable with further discussion. I mean, if I have to vote, I'm no stranger to putting forward controversial positions that I'm impatient about, which folk don't seem to take it up quickly, though. So I appreciate Councilmember Cook's passion around this issue, and I appreciate, thinking that something will save people's lives and having to continually talk about it. So I understand that pathos, if you will, around it. But I think each of my colleagues are onto something. I think the mayor's onto something in terms of crafting language that we can all agree upon. But I also, if we have to move forward on it, I'm comfortable with moving forward with it on GBA. I think that if we're going to put ourselves in league with Charlotte, and if it provides some type of tool, I don't know what successes folk in Charlotte have had using it. I don't know what the outcomes have had. But insofar as it exists, coupled with Councilmember Cook's passion around this and my own experience, having grown up in public housing, I can live with it being on GBA. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Sounds good. For the sake of time, I'm okay with it going on GBA as well. I do want to spend some time in pulling these documents together and getting it right. But I won't rush to do something by chance, but I will put in the effort to make sure we can do it right. I think that's only fair to everyone. And again, it's 7 people on this council, and I want us to really be able to respect that. So I want to be pushed by Councilmember Cook. I want to be cautious by the people we pay a salary to advise us on. I do agree with Councilmember Cook. You all are very risk averse. I know you don't like that, but it's your job to do that, to keep us out of jail, keep us from being, sued to crap. So I appreciate that. And we as policy makers, our nickname is chance takers, But I want to make sure we can get it right. And I just want to make sure that I'm providing space for all of us to endure that.
So just to be clear, so the motion that would go forward at this point looks like the GBA would be the motion to add the new subcategory as proposed by Councilwoman Cook. That's the motion that would be on GBA.
Not necessarily.
That's what's in the memo as well.
Well, we would deliberate it there and determine, because I'm actually looking at the alternative, and I also want to read the memo that was given. I'm just not prepared to move forward right now. I mean, well, we're not voting on it right now, but I'm not prepared. I really want some time to be able to compare the language and speak with the attorney's office on it.
So I'm still unclear. So what will be on GBA?
I think on GBA would be 2 motions for 2 different resolutions. That would be my understanding, but maybe I'm incorrect, right? Not ordinances, sorry, for 2 different ordinances.
Now to give us some time. Yeah.
Councilmember Cook, the proposed, in your assessment, the proposed language from the city attorney's office, the alternative, does that do any violence to the tool thing that your language, does it in any way minimize it being a tool that tenants can use?
I do worry that it does. So for a couple of reasons. The first is that the list of items is slightly different. It's not vastly different, but it is slightly different. And some of the things that are included or not included, I think, are important to distinguish between. And then the other piece
isn't that a simple fix? We just sort of we get those to agree?
I don't know. But my understanding is that they worked with the code enforcement officers, and that was the list that y'all came up with. I mean, it doesn't feel like a huge deal, but I'm just noting the fact that those are discrepancies there. There are some issues within the way that it's written. I want to say, first of all, too, that we haven't talked about the getting rid of part, because that's not related to what we're discussing here. So you see on the amended ordinance that's written in the attorney's memo on the last page that there's a lot of crossed out lines. That's not relevant actually to anything that we're talking about. They were just gonna amend it while we were talking about it, was sort of the thought process. So this actually follows a recent Senate bill that took out some of the teeth from NIS or from local governments using our inspectors. So the crossing out is not relevant. So it's actually just the part that's added in with the underlines. You interrupt me if I'm saying anything incorrect. So I do think that there might be some issues with putting it here. Putting the including collecting rent for occupancy into this section about permission to occupy. I do think that it doesn't have the same strength as having an entire section on its own. And then I said this earlier, but there's also a question of like who is responsible in this, because if there's going to have to be a hearing and a landlord is going to have to show that they did not keep this up, then there also might be a finding that a tenant contributed or didn't contribute, and it might take away from the ability to say that the valuation is zero. So I do think that there are issues the way that this is included. You want to respond?
If I can, Councilmember
Yes.
Cook. So as far as the enumerated conditions being slightly different, I want to make clear that that was from staff that do this work. And so this is not the city attorney's office saying, these are the conditions we think. We trust staff, the ones who see, thousands of these cases a year, and based on the Durham housing stock, to have created a list that they feel meets those standards in light of what's in the statute and like what was in Charlotte. And so I just want to make clear that I'm not advocating for, whether a chimney flew this way or that way is an imminently dangerous condition, because I don't have that subject matter expert, but we did consult with Housing Code Administrator Clarence Harris, who is here, and it was the list that came from the staff that do this work. So that, as far as the conditions and the differences, that's where that came from. And then as far as, remind me of your
That's second okay. point. I don't think I did a good job explaining it, so I want to say it a little bit better. The issue for me is the unlawful to occupy language that's already in there. And so what I don't want to happen is that there to be a finding that it is unlawful to occupy and for us to have people being constructively evicted from their housing based on this language, right? So if part of the enforcement mechanism here is like, no one should be living in this house, like that to me is not written in my ordinance, and for a very important reason, because a lot of people, if they could move, they would move, right? Like, this is a question that I always get in court. It's like, if your habitability is so bad, why didn't you just move? If people could move, they would move. They would move their kids out of like mold infested places, right? So a lot of people like don't have the ability to move. There is some statutory language, if you prove your case, that a landlord then can be responsible for recouping you for putting you up in a hotel or something otherwise. But the language in this makes me leery that people are going to be displaced, or that there might be some question about who's responsible for who to go where and the costs of those things. And so this language makes me feel anxious.
Which brings us back to withholding rent, but still staying in the place, right?
Right. And the operative part is that you're not allowed to withhold rent. The landlord is not allowed to collect it.
And therein lies the rub of my question. If we mimic Charlotte, who does not enforce, and then we have language from our own attorneys, which is enforceable but may result in displacement, I think struggling to make the best decision for our people is where we are. And I find compelling, I mean, I found your whole argument compelling about giving folk a tool. And to the mayor's point about it not being symbolic, when I hear that there's something, we can give you a tool that's actually enforceable as well, beyond symbolism, then how do we do that without bringing further harm? But it seems that the one that would be enforceable, Councilmember Cook suggests that it could result in harm, but it gets us back to symbolism where and I guess that's what would be best for our folk. And if symbolism at this point is the best we can do, providing a tool, raising the specter at least that something may happen to you as a landlord. And again, I don't know how the efficacy of this. I don't know any results in Charlotte. I think I asked last time, I think it was an attorney spoke to one case that had happened in Charlotte where, and I wasn't clear as to whether or not the person won or, but even with that aside, that's why I say I don't want to oversell what's happened. But if there's some power we can give to our folk via this, then I certainly would come down on it. But, to the mayor's point, if it's just going to be symbolic, then we should say that and not. We should manage expectations. And if we're going to enforce and do, but it's going to do harm, then that's another discussion. You were going to say something, council member? I'll yield. I'm sorry, I thought you were.
Councilmember Caballero.
Well, I think
If I could clarify, the city attorney's office did not add language about the unlawful occupancy. That already exists in our code. That already is unlawful. So that's not an addition on the city attorney's part. That is not the proposed ordinance that we're putting forward. That's not language we added. So I just wanted to clarify that.
And we do not enforce that. An important piece.
So we have something we don't enforce?
Yeah, well, I mean, and then I said that earlier too, right? We levy those fines and we never collect them, right? We have lots of things that we don't enforce all throughout this statute, actually. So.
Okay, but my understanding was the unlawful to occupy, the reason that you were raising it was because it was in the draft ordinance that city attorney's office put, but it's not? Because
They
it's tied
actually
to-
just copied and pasted the ordinance as it's currently written. And then the part that you see underlined, they've added, and the part that you see crossed out, they're suggesting to take away. So everything in that ordinance is already in existence. So their suggestion is to change the language of the existing ordinance as opposed to adding a
Including
new
collecting rent.
ordinance.
Right.
So theirs, I guess, would be a motion to amend an ordinance, and mine would be a
Not
motion for a new ordinance.
Okay, thank you.
So we're back to Mayor, can you not bring folks together to sort of, this feels like wordsmithing, right? Like, can we not get together and figure out some language we all can agree on? My question.
If I may, just in addition, you're correct, Councilman Cook, with regard to the redlining or blacklining that's shown for the section 10-241. However, added to the ordinance would be what's shown on 2 pages before that is section D2 under the emergency repairs. All of that is new. And so that would be, they go together because one references the other. So just wanted to clarify that point.
Yeah, thank you for saying that. And I meant to ask that question earlier. So if we added them into, y'all's suggestion is to add them into emergency repairs, and then we would then be on the hook for potentially having an emergency meeting, following that emergency protocol, and then potentially fixing those issues. We would get both with this automatically. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and so I already see the manager's mic is on, so I'm just going to
I
let
just
the
want to be clear,
manager speak.
as the council member has clearly stated before, and I appreciate her bringing it up, the program that we have, the only emergency repairs that we have enforced under the ordinance have been heating related. Those are done at the city's expense. There is the ability to levy a lien that only is repaid. So essentially, this is a budget line item that is currently not budgeted. The discussion about the city remediating additional expenses would need significant staff analysis and likely an injection of new resources. So I appreciate the council member putting that on the table, and I just want to make it clear that that is not, because these are alternatives proposed in the attorney's memo, this has not been referred to the staff for a full analysis, and we would appreciate that opportunity if that's the direction council would like to go.
It seemed, okay, so 2 things. When we, and this is not a tangent, I promise, when we adopted our tax relief program, the model was Charlotte. Did we take Charlotte's and just put it in Durham, or did we have to tailor it to Durham?
I think we tailored it, pretty sure.
That's a question.
Yeah.
I'm pretty certain we did do some tailoring.
Okay. It seems like between what I'm hearing from city manager here around staff, and I think, and I appreciate all the advocacy. People come with us for ideas from all, we have a very engaged community. And our job as electeds is to, siphon through things. I appreciate Councilmember Cook's bringing this forward. But then the other side of this is to me, it seems like potentially the win would be figuring out some compromise between the amended ordinance and the new ordinance. I appreciate that the list that's listed there in the city attorney's memo is relevant to Durham. It's based on our experts here. It's not, that matters to me. Like, I'm gonna trust the folks who are out in the field looking at code enforcement and what their list is. Like, that makes sense to me, because those are the folks who see the stuff all the time. The additional part of that, though, is that while the city attorney's office has given their opinion on the legality of things, we have not done the job of what would it actually take to make this enforceable on either side, right? Like, to me, the point is not to, I get that in court this is important, but the more important part for me is, did the thing get fixed, and are people living in this or not, right? And to Councilmember Cook's point, yes, like, we know that folks can't afford to move. They would have moved if they could afford to move. The reason they're leaning on their landlord to fix a thing is because that's the rent that they can afford. So I want to make sure that whatever we do is actually useful, right? On the city side too, as far as why, I mean, we have code enforcement and we have a lot of authority there and we need to utilize it. So I understand the urgency of it. I mean, obviously there's an urgency. This is the third time that this has been brought forward as far as tenants, you know, organizing and advocating for changes since I've been on council. Clearly, there's urgency. And we've had to tailor things accordingly each round. So I'm fine with it being on GBA, but it's gonna be a long night. That's all I'm saying.
I just want to ask the manager, I think you were, in terms of budget, I want to make sure you completed your thought on that. So you said so we essentially pay for this, and then what we can do is we put a lien on the property, which we then can recoup at what point?
So I prefer Housing and Neighborhood Services describe in detail how we enforce. So there were two different elements of that program, as I understand it. One is citing the emergency repair. Another is taking action to have a contractor remediate the repair. Those are two different things. Mr. Harris is available, and I'd ask him to talk in a little bit more detail about those factors. And feel free to correct me if I got any of that wrong.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Council, City Manager. No, that was correct. When we perform emergency repair conditions, we remediate the violations and more so repair heating systems. What that consists of, we actually contract out those services. Once we contract out those services and the repairs have been implemented, we actually lien the property and invoice the property owner. We make the property owner aware of the conditions. We do communicate or collaborate with landlords and help as an effort to expedite conditions, but the property owner is held liable for the invoice or the conditions of repair. Once the property is liened, we do work with finance department for potential tax foreclosure processes. So those are the activities that take place for recouping the funds.
Just so I understand, so you invoice the landlord?
We invoice the property owner.
Property owner.
Correct.
And so if they don't pay you in a reasonable amount of time, then you put a lien on or do you?
We place a lien on the property immediately after the repairs have been implemented. So the invoice and the lien process takes place simultaneously.
And then once assuming they pay then the lien is taken off?
That's correct.
Otherwise it remains on there?
Correct.
And then our only recourse with a lien would be ultimately we'd have to wait till the property either forecloses or sells or whatever.
That's correct.
So it is a sort of cash flow thing. We got to front the cash and then hope we get either paid back or with a lien.
Yes, and while I have not done a deep dive on this, my understanding is the vast majority of those invoices are not collected. Liens are filed, but there has not been tax foreclosure pursued. So in practicality, as it exists now, and again, I haven't done a deep dive, in practicality, this is a budget line item that the city would need to forward fund if a substantial expansion of repairs, and there may be staff resources necessary as well.
All right. Are we all good?
So again, the item on GBA, what are we gonna, is it to be determined what we'll be actually voting on GBA? So we'll make that clear.
was just want to clarify that the language the city attorney's office came up with as an alternative is not officially on the GBA. It's not officially an item before you. It's something that we put forward for your consideration. But right now, the only item that's on the agenda is Councilmember Cook's provision.
We can make or can we make adjustments that night if we say, all right, we just want the alternative? We would have to vote the proposed one down and then vote that up, or how does that process work?
I mean, that's per your rules. It's my understanding that that would have to be proposed and there'd have to be some consensus among the council to do that. Whether or not you need to wait a cycle or not.
And that's why I was asking, because it's in the work session today. It's in this agenda today. So we shouldn't have to wait. If we can come to a consensus in our next meeting, right before that, then, I mean, the information, if we're going to talk about the proposed ordinance versus the alternative, they're both on this agenda and we have seen both of them in this meeting. We can determine which one we want that night.
I don't think.
Unless there's a difference in language.
I don't, and correct me if I'm wrong, Attorney Lamar, what I think that ordinance was, this is a potential option for alternative language. At the last work session, we asked the attorney's office to provide that, and they've provided it, but they haven't done the work with staff to determine what it would cost, how it would be enforced. It's not like a ready-to-go ordinance, not in the way that the research has already been done on the ordinance that's in front of us. So it's not technically on the agenda, and I don't know that it's ready or would be ready in 2 weeks to be on the agenda. This ordinance that is on the agenda we've been working on it for over a year. So the research has been done, people have been just talked to, and we have kind of understand the mechanisms that would be needed to enforce it. So
I can appreciate that. Again, I mean, I don't know who the people are when you're saying the people, you know, and I know that there are good people and they've done a lot of work, but once we pass this and make it ordinance, it's law.
Right, I understand that. I think what I'm saying is that I think that we put this on GBA and we either say yes or no, but I don't think the other ordinance it's not been brought before us in a work session as a formal ordinance, and I don't think it's ready to come before us at a council meeting.
Which is why I was saying, refer back to staff and get it right, rather than having it voted down, and we know what signals that send. I prefer refer it back to staff, get it right, and then we actually have a single ordinance that we all agree on, and then we actually make a vote.
Yeah. And my counter to that again is that when you say sitting down, I have been meeting with the attorney's office about this for a long time. The students at Riverside have a whole email chain going back and forth with the attorney's office. Work has been done by tenants unions over years on this ordinance. So the work has been put into this ordinance. We had already agreed to have it heard today. I would ask that it stay on GBA as it is. If it's not what we want to move forward on, given the information that you've received from the community and from the city attorney's office and whoever, then we vote no, and we write something different. But I think we've done the work to put it on. Y'all have given us a thumbs up to have it. We've got all these folks who've come out and speak on it, and I'm prepared to move it forward.
I mean, I know you are, but I again, just because there's people that have spoken on it doesn't mean, okay, now we have to move it forward. So you want it on GBA, I'm saying let's send it back to staff, get it right, and on the next cycle, we put it forward. Because I want the same thing you want out of this. I just want to make sure that we are crossing all our T's and dotting all of our I's.
Just a point of procedural clarification. I mean, insofar as the staff's alternative language has appeared in this work session, it's well within our purview if we wanted to choose between each one or amend the language. That's what the work session's for. No, I get it. But I mean, if it's a point of we haven't done enough due diligence, I certainly understand that argument, but it's no violation of procedure if we wanted to, you know, substitute or change the language of it. I just want to be clear. Not that I'm saying that we should do that, but I'm just simply saying from a procedural point of view, there's no violation. We're well within our purview to, you know, adopt what we want or put dueling ones forward or so, yeah.
Yeah, just from the rules standpoint, we actually just changed the rules to eliminate our rules that allowed introducing an item and then voting on it the night of. However, that doesn't prohibit us from suspending the rules and introducing something and voting on it. Robert's Rules of Procedure. So.
Well, we're in a work session, not Monday night.
No. Yeah, I'm just speaking to Monday night.
Right, and we charged the staff to come back today at this work session. So anything we're seeing today relative to this item was charged at a previous work session. So we're well within, yeah.
I guess it's on GBA. Right. This, right. This ordinance with the possibility of making amendments to it. Yep. All right. I'm tired. Thank you, Mr. Baker. We'll see you next time. Okay. Let's move on. We still have 4 presentations. Oh, and more pulled up.
10, 13, 14,
Gosh.
15.
Come on, which one's next?
10,
No, you have
Number 9?
unless you want to do the presentations in.
No, let's do the pulled items first. And then,
There is a speaker on item 9 if you want to consider that.
oh. I thought number 9 was a presentation.
It is. It is.
So I'll acknowledge the speaker then. Yeah, the speaker at the presentation.
So, yeah, I had pulled 10, I think, along with Councilmember Riss, so.
All right, so number 10.
Okay.
Lee, I'm coming to you.
Okay. Sorry, I'm pulling up my notes. Okay. So, this is the second amendment we've seen in not very long. And it has been, we increased by $2 million on August the 18th. This increase is another over $1 million. That's almost half of the entire contract, or we've increased it by like 40% by this time. I want to understand, I guess, why we're seeing that large of an amendment, and I also, like, within the context of it being project delivery, which isn't specified. So I feel like we normally hear about consulting work because we have like really specified things that we might not have like expertise on in staff. And I read in the memo that there was a lot of staff turnover. I also noted that the memo was almost identical to the one that we saw in August. So I'm just a little bit confused about why we're seeing this again so very soon with the same language and another humongous amount. Why I guess we can't be on track with our staff, or what's going on with staffing that's creating this need. A multi-part question, and if I was in a courtroom, someone would have said, compound question, objection, but sorry.
Thank you for your question. Can I just add my question to yours so I put them all in the bin? Yeah. So
just make it work. Go ahead.
Yeah. Not to pile on. So right. So we agree with Councilmember Cook. We heard this one recently, something like this. We hear that General Services is managing over 100 projects worth over $350 million, right? And we hear the concerns about, or what you've said about staff turnover and so forth. So we keep adding capacity by consultants to do this project management work. I guess my question would be either for you and General Services or for the manager, is at some point, is this the most efficient way to do this work, right? Because there's also, so it seems like we've got project management capacity that we've built in General Services to serve other agencies or other departments across the city, like transportation, like DPR. Is maybe there a more efficient way to do this where we locate project managers in departments, not in General Services, so they can be closer to the work and do the work more efficiently? That's a question. I don't know the answer, but I'm asking the question.
Henry Prosperi, General Services. Thank you for your questions. So I think it's less about the dollar value than it is about the staff capacity. We have 5 full-time staff members in our department and our division. So we do have 100 projects. Typically, project managers manage about 10 projects apiece. So we think it's a thoughtful strategy to efficiently deliver these trail projects, which we know there's a lot of emphasis on. So it's less about the price, Councilmember Cook, than it is about the strategy to efficiently deliver these projects, given our current workload and our current in-staff capabilities. We also try to marry up the projects with staff's experience level. And so we're also, the portfolio is not static. We're constantly taking on new projects throughout the year. We've had a lot of maintenance replacement projects that we've gotten. We've also had the storm, the Chantal. We've had a lot of deferred maintenance projects that come into the division from that process. So we're really trying to marry up the projects with our current staff experience. And so we believe this is a thoughtful strategy to efficiently deliver these trail projects. It's generally, this is a 5-year contract with Turner Townsend and Heery. It's a service agreement that we went through a purchasing cooperative agreement to get them on board. Typically, the life cycle of projects is well over 5 years, so we believe this is the most efficient strategy to deliver these based on a lot of the recent conversation that we've had, specifically on trails, right?
And so, I mean, I guess to follow up on my questions, it's like, we just saw this huge increase like a month and a half ago. Why did we not know a month and a half ago that we were going to need an additional $1 million? Like, are we expecting to see this increase come every 2 months? Like, I hear what you're saying, but I'm struggling because it's also a huge expenditure.
Yeah, and I can appreciate that. And I think really just to be candid, this is definitely a new strategy. I mean, we are constantly looking at our existing portfolio, the number of projects we have. We hear from discussions and feedback with City Council that we want to efficiently deliver these projects. And we think this is the most thoughtful strategy to efficiently deliver them. I can't say with what frequency we'll be coming back with these amendments. Just given, again, the current portfolio, this is a good pivot based on our current staff capacity and experience level to get these trail projects delivered.
Is there, at a certain point, it becomes less economical to have a consultant than it does to hire staff. Can you just talk a little bit about the balance of those two things and what y'all have discussed around that?
It's always a balance. I think that we're constantly looking for new strategies to retain and hire new project managers. And I think really having this service agreement gives us the ability to pivot much quicker than it would be to trying to go out and recruit staff. I think from my perspective, I mean, we would prefer to have staff within our division, but we've had difficulties maintaining staff and also recruiting new staff. So I can appreciate what you're saying. As far as like hiring new staff, that would be, I think, the ideal situation. And I think, we have to just collectively discuss those strategies and how we can accomplish bringing people in-house and still getting this portfolio delivered.
Yeah,
can
I just finish my statement, which is, and I'll turn it over to you, but I don't feel comfortable with this. It's just, given that we had like literally no change from the last memo. I mean, it's like literally identical word from word, like the paragraphs are identical. I hear you saying that there's a new strategy. It just I'm having a bit of discomfort about it. I don't feel like I have enough information to sort of like make a determination on that. And then I hear you say that there might be further amendments that are coming forward. And I don't know if the manager is making some hand motions, so someone else might want to speak on it. I'm feeling uncomfortable about this, and especially that if we like sort of keep approving these amendments, that we're just like gonna keep getting them in these, frankly, like they're large amounts of money. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so my question is, I don't think my question has been answered about, would it be more efficient? We hear that other departments like Parks and Rec or Transportation have to work with General Services to get project management capacity. Would it not be more efficient to embed a project manager at DPR, at Transportation, to be closer to the work so they don't have to negotiate with General Services to get the project manager? So is that something that's been considered?
Good afternoon, Gina Probst, Deputy City Manager. I want to put a little bit of context around the cost and the strategy. Public school systems use a very similar process where they will have contract services as well as in-house staff. So universities and other local municipalities. Water management is using contract services and project management services, as well as public works to help deliver our streets and sidewalks projects. So there's a in-house staff and contract services. Also,
Water management and
public works.
Environmental.
in-house and contract services to manage projects. I meant to say
But not
environmental
every
street
department
services.
does. Not a,
Well, these are the delivery departments that have project managers delivering projects.
what about like transportation?
Transportation doesn't typically deliver, they come to general services or environmental street services, deliver the street project or the sidewalk project. They get the funding, they do the early design, and then it goes to a delivery department to execute with a project manager. But I wanted to say, this is, if we look at the value of the portfolio that we're delivering for different departments, it's around $232 million, I believe, with Turner Townsend, and that's about 3.45% of the overall project budget. So when we look at the value proposition, I wanted to put it in that perspective, that the cost to the city is 3% of the overall value to pay for services to help our projects move quicker and faster. Let's see. I think you had another question about being embedded. So the project managers are embedded in our department, and they deliver for other departments.
But what if they were in other departments and delivered for those departments?
Pardon?
What if they were in other departments?
I don't know that it changes where you sit, doesn't change what you do.
Right, but if one department's got to negotiate with general services to get that capacity versus just having the person in there on the org chart.
So let me take a shot at that. So I think the administration is responsible for delivering the projects, and ultimately I'm accountable for where we put those resources and how we do it. I think there's an efficiency that we gain by having departments deliver like projects. And so frequently DPR, general services, other departments who use general services to deliver projects are building facilities, they're building vertical amenities, and so we have put those in a department. There's no magic to it, but I don't think the challenges that council has given voice to around project delivery change substantially from department to department. Ultimately, if there are new resources, that's really the difference. It's not where we put them, it's just that there are new resources. So additional project managers, what we have to respond to is the reality that in a very competitive construction market, the city has struggled to maintain and fill the vacancies and keep consistently in project managers, much like we have in other key positions across the city, where we, with each of those positions, implement strategies to try and add the capacity to deliver projects or deliver services at the behest of the council. This is a recommendation that we bring forward because the council has been very clear on a strong emphasis and desire to move projects more quickly, frequently to the point, I believe, not to put a point on it, but I think council has said, what could we do to deliver projects more quickly? And this is the answer to that. I will say that over the last 6 weeks to 8 weeks, Deputy City Manager Probst and myself have had in-depth discussions about every single component of our project delivery process, in-house, external, and those conversations are going to continue. Those resource conversations are going to continue. This additional contract is a direct result of some of those conversations and conversations this council has had within the last 6 weeks about what is the best strategy to keep these projects moving forward. I do want to make clear, I think Gina made a very important point. This is a fraction of the total size of these projects, and that is usually how project delivery resources are presented. So one thing I will take back from this conversation is I'm not sure that we presented that context to you as effectively as we could have in this item, but in the course of many projects, when we bring the capital project forward, it includes a contract for project delivery resources embedded in the project. So we bring you a project that's a $20 or $30 million project, and we say, and X% of that project will be for project delivery. In this case, because we are spreading these resources over many projects, you are just seeing an item that is a standalone item, and you're reacting to the sticker shock, and I understand that, and I agree that's a context question. But as far as this being a dramatic escalation, it is not. It was a retooling of our approach for the existing portfolio of projects that the council has seen and wants delivered quickly. and us bringing you our strongest and most, I think, thoughtful recommendation on how to do that more quickly. You do not have to approve this item, and we will rely on staff resources at that time. I believe that we will be more challenged under that scenario to deliver these projects on the timeline you present. I also do not think that this represents a cost escalation to these projects. It is using the resources in the CIP that we have available. So, this is not taking away from something else, but it is prioritizing our resources here because we know we can acquire these project management resources immediately through this contract versus a recruitment and retention strategy that is going to take longer to implement. So again, I want to make it clear that council does not have to approve this, but we believe this is responsive to direction we've received. And approving this will not in any way lessen the intensity of our conversation to review our current project delivery practices and to build as much in-house capacity as possible to deliver projects as quickly as possible. That is a clear priority from the council, and one that, while it will take a little time, it is one that is proceeding alongside our efforts to deliver the projects that are in the pipeline.
Councilmember Cook and then Councilmember Caballero.
I just want to be really clear about a statement you just made, because the alternatives that is listed in our memo says council could elect not to approve the proposed amendment. If the amendment is not approved, it will not be possible to advance timely all the projects for which City Council has approved funding.
I believe that is consistent with my comment that we will not be at timely. Timely being the key word in that conversation. We will keep all of the projects in the portfolio. I think they will compete more for staff resources, and that will make it more challenging to deliver those in a timely fashion. We will continue to work on all of the projects. We will need to prioritize the time without the contract resources.
Okay, and when y'all make these decisions, I'm assuming that this happens somewhere in the world that I'm not watching, but like there is a cost analysis of like timeliness as compared to what the amendment is going to cost. Like we're going to get it a week earlier for $7 million, I assume is not going to be valuable to us, but like there is some threshold where the time is valuable, and like how is that balanced, and how is that decision made? Do we have like a matrix? Am I saying words that make sense? Y'all are looking at me like I'm not saying words that make sense.
You're saying words that make sense.
Okay, great.
You are saying me, or I think that I can say we do not have a per se matrix. I think I can say generally that the time, if we had a vacancy and the time to, fill a vacancy could take up to 6 months. So what is the value of 6 months on a project that's not being delivered is the outcome of a project not progressing because you don't have a resource to lead that endeavor. So I think it's more about the cascading impacts when you don't have folks that are actively leading on these projects all at the same time. So if you have more projects than for a project manager that's capable, then you have a delivery and capacity problem. So something you can't do it all at the same time. I mean, you have to right size. So so I don't have a matrix, but I can just tell you that that's the cascading impacts when you're not delivering.
Thank you. I don't have a particular question on the item. I appreciate what staff said. It makes sense to me, especially if you all are feeling pressure from us, which you have, to deliver things more quickly. I think what would be helpful, and I've raised it before, is when we get to this in the CIP with budget, and this is one of the reasons that I was very keen on increasing contract authority, is walk us through a process, right? Because we just see money. And so I think it would be helpful, and that's not here, but it would be helpful for us to, pick a project, I don't actually care which one, and teach us how you all do it, so that we have an idea on our end, because all we're just seeing is like, oh, this is another millions of dollars, and then we get the email about why are you raising my property taxes. So I think that's the part that I think would be helpful, especially as their elections are happening. There will be new folks with new questions potentially, right? So from y'all's perspective, you're here for decades. So I understand why you're like, but I think that would be helpful, and in general, just having a deeper CIP conversation versus just the chart with the tons of projects that cost a lot of money.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I think it's a good conversation. I appreciate what the manager said, your explanation for why this is here. I note that we do have on the agenda today, like Durham to Roxboro Rail Trail, the Durham Rail Trail, BRT. These are all big priorities that we are urging you to move faster on. And so I think to the manager's comments, yeah, we'll just hold you accountable, you and the staff, for delivering those on time or even faster as we've asked, and go from there.
I want to, as a resident and as a citizen of Durham, I'm grateful to have council members in your fiduciary capacity to ask these type of questions and to safeguard our treasures. I'm comfortable with the item, and I remember I used to talk about all the time, why we needed to contract folk to cut the grass and the right of ways around the city and the internal capacity. And governments outsource stuff all the time. We hire consultants and extra capacity all the time for folk. Sometimes, because some of these projects are cyclical, it's actually less expensive to outsource than to have somebody with benefits and a full salary during a down period, just sitting around cashing a check. And oftentimes when you add those numbers up, we've spent more on having capacity in-house during low seasons when you compare it to what we spend on outsourcing stuff. So I think, and also we did ask you to be, to lean into getting these projects done. I think our personal homes are kind of instructive, how we run our households. I mean, if you don't have grandma to take care of the kids, you outsource childcare. You pay for somebody to take care of your kids. My neighbor across the street has all this stuff for his yard, but I'm not buying an aerating machine. I'm gonna bring somebody in when I need that. But I'm not gonna pay for one to just sit idle, for however many months out of the year. So, I guess we could do our taxes, all of us, but oftentimes we'll outsource that and pay professionals to come in and do that. So I think, keeping it in context, and when you also look at the entire budget of these projects, as you said, relative to what we're spending to get these projects managed, relative to what we would have spent on being fully staffed up, paying benefits and all that stuff, I think it works out. So, I had to learn the lesson about the importance of leveraging. As a government, we don't make anything. We just collect money and so smartly using our money to deliver projects for our citizens and residents. And I know hiring outside, we hired consultants when we did our pay adjustment study. I mean, you can run down the list of things we've done in the government, how many checks we've cut to outside sources, without hiring internally to do those things. So I have full confidence in this management team and how we've delivered over the years, and we're constantly in the black, and we're one of the best run cities in the country. So I'm comfortable with this item, with appreciation to my colleagues, and I want them to keep asking these kind of questions. But I think in a larger context, this item makes a lot of sense. So thank you.
All right. Yeah, go ahead.
I just want to piggyback and say that I too would love to see the numbers. So that's just to add, just some breakdown at some point would be really helpful for us making those discernment. I know council member said it, and I just want to add my 2 cents to that.
Thank you, colleagues. Mr. Mayor, I think number 13 is
Thank you.
Yeah, that's me
All right.
also.
Resolution providing approval of Page Road apartments and the financing thereof with multifamily housing revenue bonds. Call.
It was us both. Do you want to start on this one?
Which one's it?
13.
This is the bond one. I'm happy to start. It's up to you.
I just had to give I have a comment. Do you have a question? I have a comment on it.
I have a question, but it might be a DHA question, but if you want to come up and try and answer it, I assume they're online somewhere.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Matthew Walker of the Housing and Neighborhood Services Department, and I'm here to respond to questions that have been raised. I believe there's some folks online.
Okay,
also.
well, I'm going to run down my list of questions, Mr. Walker, and you can tell me what you think. I am curious about the public hearing notice requirements. I think that's going to be a DHA question. And then I'm also curious about how we secure these bonds.
Okay, so my understanding is there's a term called TEFRA, that is the Tax Equity and Financial Responsibility Act, that approval of these bonds is wrapped into that law. So as part of the process, the housing authority that's issuing the bonds has to come to the city and request that a resolution be passed to approve the bonds and the project.
And so we are just approving or not approving, but I assume that the security is, I think I read that it was like collection of payment, like rents. Is that true?
The mechanics of the bonds, you would probably want to talk to the housing authority.
Okay. I'm
Yeah,
pointing
exactly.
up to the ether of.
Yeah, so no, the housing authority issues the bonds.
Right.
And the bonds are, so it's not a general obligation, it's a bond that's secured by the payments,
By the payments of the.
rental payments, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
a common tool of
Okay.
multifamily housing revenue bonds,
Do
yeah.
you want the housing authority to answer my questions about the notice stuff, or do you want to make your statement first?
The housing authority have to answer that.
Okay.
yeah.
Hello, ether. Someone?
Do we know who's representing the housing authority today? Is there
Should
anyone
be
online
Eric
from the Durham
Christel.
Housing Authority?
Eric Pastel at the Banks Law Firm. Yeah.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. Hey.
I'm out of the ether.
Okay, great. Thank you so much for coming live.
No problem.
Can you talk to me about the notice requirements? I'm sure that y'all are following the requirements, but I'm just curious how much flexibility you have with them, because what I saw was that it was put one time into the Herald Sun on a Wednesday, which I don't think anyone reads, which might also speak for why no one showed up at the hearing. So I was just wondering if you could speak to the notices.
Recording stopped.
Yes.
You'll be offline, so.
Yes. The requirement is that there's a public notice at least 7 days before the public hearing.
So there's no requirement on how y'all do that notice?
It should be in the paper of general circulation.
What, could you repeat that?
It should be in the newspaper.
It has to be in the newspaper?
It does not have to be, but that, as a matter of practice, it's published in the newspaper. It can be, I think I'm sort of hearing your question, it can be posted on DHA's website, which I'm not sure whether it is, but if that's something that the council is interested in DHA doing and they're not, that can happen.
And is the newspaper, is there like an enumerated list of places for the notice to go and the newspaper is listed, or has this just been the practice?
It's practice. It's not a requirement that there be an enumerated list.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. Yeah, I mean, for me, as I'm looking at this, not that I think that there's any issue with it, but it does bring me pause, and I know how old school these notice rules are, because we do them in court all the time, and I know that we have city functions that give notice too. But a Wednesday in the Herald Sun is just like not going to get anybody in the door. So for me, it would be great if you don't have restrictions on that, for y'all to be thinking about other methods of giving notice that might actually get to constituents. So that was the comment that I had. Thank you.
I have less of a concern about the public notice. I think, to me, this is a really, I'm glad this is on the agenda, and I think I'm glad this has got some attention, because I think we've been getting a lot of emails about affordable housing, concern about that, and I think this is one way we do affordable housing that doesn't get a lot of attention, right? This is not city subsidies, I understand, right, Mr. Manager? This is about housing tax credits. It's about multifamily housing revenue bonds issued by DHA that result in 160 units of affordable housing at 60% AMI. Again, without city subsidies. So we have many tools to build affordable housing, right? We've got the Forever Home Bond, right? That's one tool. We've got 505 we talk about a lot, where we own land, right? We got proffers from developers we talk about a lot. And these are all different tools. I just want folks out there to know, these are all the tools we're employing to build affordable housing. It's kind of like what Councilmember Caballero in your housing task force report. There's multiple ways we do this. I think we sometimes argue about one or two, but the point is, like, we're doing a lot to build affordable housing. So I appreciate your work on this one. It's a great project, and thank you for leading this.
You're welcome.
What's next?
Item 14.
All right. This is ordinance prohibiting wildlife feeding. Oh, boy. And
That's some
I would like to say that it's unfortunate that it took an entire city ordinance proposal for me to see my old neighbors, but it's good to see you guys. All right. No, let's start with wait, was it, it's a presentation, right? No, it was a poll.
presentation.
Yeah. So,
Nope. Available for comment.
all right, so there was no council member that pulled this, so there are no questions. You're available to answer questions, correct? Yes. All right, so we have quite a few speakers here. Yeah. I'm going to start online. Mas Soto, are you? Can you hear me? Hey, good to see you again. Let me come back to you, okay? Elizabeth Van Voorhees.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, welcome. You have 3 minutes.
Okay. So good afternoon, Mayor Williams and City Council members. I'm here to oppose the proposed ordinance that would prevent feeding wildlife in Durham. I understand this ordinance started as a neighborhood dispute, and I've read the memo on the issue that was written to City Council, which I believe is excellent but incomplete. The ordinance would actually inadvertently harm several species of animals, one of which is feral cats. The city definition of wildlife versus domesticated animals is currently unclear or vague, such that it is possible that the proposed ordinance may prevent the feeding of feral cats, which would make trap, neuter, and release programs impossible to implement. Many studies have demonstrated that trap, neuter, and release programs help stabilize and then reduce feral cat populations. If this ordinance were passed and the definition of
Elizabeth, are you there?
wildlife or not, cat population prohibition of feeding. The ordinance also ignores ecological relationships that may harm wildlife. Many migratory birds and urban wildlife species depend on supplemental feeding during migration, drought, and food shortages caused by habitat loss. By restricting such activities across the city, this ordinance threatens their survival and threatens the fragile web of biodiversity that remains within city limits. So I'm here today to ask the City Council to oppose this scientifically misinformed ordinance. I applaud the biophilic resolution, which honors the innate human tendency to connect with nature, and I note that this proposed ordinance is inconsistent with that resolution. Durham has built a reputation as an environmentally progressive and compassionate city that values coexistence and community partnership. I do not perceive Durham to be a municipality that succumbs to the unfettered habitat destruction without provision for our community's most vulnerable creatures, especially not to satisfy the requests of neighbors who have been unable or unwilling to resolve their own interpersonal disputes. In fact, I believe that Durham deeply values biodiversity and that it is inconsistent with our values to criminalize our citizen conservationists, our wildlife rescue teams, our feral cat colony managers, and our children who simply delight in feeding wildlife in their backyards. That's all I've got. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you. Next, I have Hannah Gibson. Can you hear me? You see her online.
Hello, can you hear me?
Welcome, Hannah. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Hannah Gibson. I'm an attorney with a background in animal law, a citizen scientist, and a backyard conservationist. I'm here today as a citizen to speak up for the animals of Durham and for the residents who care for and about those animals. I strongly oppose the proposed ordinance for the following reasons. This ordinance is an extreme response to an isolated dispute in one neighborhood among individuals who are apparently incapable of practicing tolerance in an increasingly intolerant society. This is not a scientifically credible or evidence-based policy decision. This ordinance is unprecedented among municipalities. Only 2 other North Carolina communities have criminalized wildlife feeding, and both did so to deter dangerous wildlife such as bears, which pose legitimate safety risks. A third jurisdiction uses its ordinance solely for educational outreach, not prosecution. Durham, where bears are not a concern, would thus become the first municipality in the state to criminalize the feeding of harmless backyard birds and small mammals, a move that conflates compassion with crime. This ordinance criminalizes ordinary, benign human behavior. It would become a misdemeanor to engage in simple, harmless acts like maintaining attractive bird feeders, providing seed for small wildlife, or setting out water during extreme heat or drought. A violation occurs the moment the city deems wildlife attracted. It effectively punishes residents for being environmentally engaged. This ordinance is objectively unenforceable and inherently discriminatory. To determine whether a feeder qualifies for exemption, the city would need to find that it was intended for specific bird orders, a task that is both factually and legally untenable. No resident can control which birds visit a feeder, and every feeder attracts multiple species. This ordinance punishes compassion and community service by defining wildlife as, quote, non-domesticated animals, which is ambiguous at best. The ordinance could include feral cats and dogs, criminalizing those who feed or care for them. Furthermore, volunteer caretakers who set up feeding stations to trap injured or abandoned wildlife or other animals for rescue or veterinary care would be committing a criminal offense. Likewise, licensed wildlife rehabilitators, students, and scientists engaged in legitimate educational or research activities are not excluded and could be prosecuted for their work. This proposal would therefore criminalize the very people who serve the public and protect wildlife. Durham is building a reputation as an environmentally progressive and compassionate city that values coexistence and community partnership. This unprecedented, scientifically flawed, and morally regressive ordinance betrays those values and sends a chilling message that caring for wildlife is a crime. Thank you.
Perfect timing. Thank you. All right, I'll move to in person, and Maz, I'll start with you. Welcome, you have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Masato, and I lived in Trotter Ridge for 18 years. On behalf of my neighbors, I'm urging the council to adopt an ordinance that prohibits the feeding of wildlife in residential areas. For years, with the consequences of one neighbor who regularly leaves full of peanuts, fruits, and even eggs for wild animals. While this may come from a place of care, it is both ill-advised for the protection of the animals themselves and deeply damaging to the community. Feeding wildlife disrupts natural behaviors, makes animals dependent on humans, and drives populations far beyond what the environment can sustain. The fact isn't confined to our yard. It creates a blast radius of harm across our neighborhood. Squirrels multiplying, nesting in attics, chewing through car wires, and leaving families with thousands of dollars of damage. We've done everything possible to resolve this peacefully. We spoke directly with the neighbor, filed reports to city departments, and even consulted wildlife organizations. But ultimately, we were told there was nothing they could do because Durham has no ordinance preventing this kind of feeding. That gap left all of us without remedies. It's clear our neighbor finds comfort and purpose in caring for animals, and I want to acknowledge that instinct because it comes from a place of compassion. But when that compassion produces destructive consequences for an entire neighborhood, another truth must also be recognized. It causes harm, and it must be addressed. We recommend a fair escalating system of consequences, much like animal control already uses. First offense, a warning and education. Second offense, a fine to reflect the seriousness. Third offense, a double fine to deter repeat violations. Other communities, like Hillsborough, have already adopted ordinances with sensible exceptions for backyard birds and pollinators, a reasonable and effective model Durham should follow. This ordinance isn't just about managing wildlife, it's about keeping the peace. When there are no clear rules, frustration grows and situations can spiral in ways no one wants. Laws aren't there to control people, they're there to set healthy boundaries so one person's freedom doesn't come at everyone else's expense. And that's why we're looking to you, our city council, to draw the line that keeps peace and fairness intact in the city. This is not about punishment, it's about protection for our homes, our health, and our ability to live peacefully in our own community. Without clear rules, it's the neighbors, disgruntled tax-paying voters, who are left to shoulder the costs. On behalf of the families of Trotter Ridge, I respectfully ask you to move forward with adopting a strong, enforceable ordinance. Thank you for your time and your commitment to the residents of Durham.
Thank you so much. It's good to see you. Stephen Harris.
Thank you. My name is Stephen Harris. I appreciate this opportunity before the mayor and the council and the staff members here. Just to give a brief recap, 21 years in Trotter Ridge, native of Durham. You can't remember where you're going unless you remember your history. Wildlife in Durham has changed over the years when it was called upon by the police department to remove a bear that was in the city limits. Durham is growing. We are now encroaching into wildlife areas. In the Trotter Ridge subdivision, we are along the New Hope corridor. This is a state wildlife game land. There are waterfowl impoundments throughout the Durham City area. They are along the Little River by Trayburn. They are in southwest Durham. These are areas of which there is adequate resources for wildlife to be. I have enough oak trees in my neighborhood to supply every squirrel in Durham with food for the next 5 years, I do believe. We are having an enormous amount of damage to our properties. It's hard to budget when we're going day to day. You're getting ready to send a kid off to college, but you've got to do a $2,000 car repair because the squirrels have taken over. And now it's not just squirrels. There's been times when I could not even go into my backyard and have a cup of coffee because if there was a murder of 25 crows roosting in my yard, getting ready to go down to the neighborhood buffet. We're here to recap with you because we have tried to talk with one individual and we looked at other resources to go to. We're caught in a quagmire here that we are trapped between the state wildlife laws deferred to jurisdictions of the cities because they do not have the resources to enforce the wildlife laws. The North Carolina Wildlife Commission says, do not feed wildlife. Do not encourage them to become dependent upon human use. The Durham County ASPCA is currently working with the Durham Animal Control Office on how to handle the issue of feral cats. You have to have a license to trap feral cats to do the trap, vaccinate, neuter, and release program. And they have guidelines that they're working out to resolve this problem. Right now, we have no other recourse but to come before you and ask for this ordinance. I would encourage that it has to be something that you educate first and then follow the guidelines of the Durham County Animal Control, that it is a progressive fine for each violation. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I have Kaya Manson. Quickly, Kaya, I have you signed up twice. Did you? 3 and 5. Okay. No worries, no worries.
Sorry, I apologize.
No
Yeah. Okay, excuse me. Mayor Williams and the city council members, my name is Kaya Manson. I live in Trotter Ridge. I'm here to comment on the wildlife feeding ban and not on whether feeding is good or bad. But I do have to correct a couple of items of misinformation. It's been reported that I have over 20 feeders or troughs. Reporters have been coming to my house and looking for these troughs, and they've left because I don't have them. A reporter published my full name, location, and description of my house, basically inviting people to take a look. So now that I'm notorious, I'm just going to take a few seconds to say what I believe is true. I don't have troughs. Those hold like 150 gallons of livestock feed, so it's colorful, but it's not actually accurate. I have 2 platform feeders currently, and they don't have peanuts. They have tree nut bird foods. And to my recollection, no neighbor has ever had a conversation with me, not one where they were not extremely angry first. And so I invite anyone to come over and speak with me. Now, with respect to the ban, I don't believe it serves the public good. It creates crimes where no public danger exists, and it diverts resources from the real needs of residents. Excuse me. The squirrel conflict that initiated the ban involves a few people in one neighborhood, and I'm not denigrating anyone's concerns. I'm only saying that an isolated conflict shouldn't restrict the property rights of 300,000 residents who have no stake in that conflict. If the ban passes, I'm concerned about some overly broad and confusing provisions, but actually the former speakers said it so much better than I could. I felt that the reasonable expected standard of an attractant really didn't provide good enough guidance to residents on what they may or may not do. There was no exclusion for trap-neuter release, which is protected under county ordinance, but the county ordinance doesn't address the feeding of it. It's more about the licensing and, and so forth. So I really think there has to be an exemption for that if, in fact, you support the county's decision. The 5-foot height for the bird feeders, I think, is really not effective for squirrels. They can shimmy up poles, and there are better deterrent standards. There's just some confusion about feeding of coliforms, which are permitted, but they're actually ground feeders. There's a provision permitting invertebrate, I'm sorry, I've been sitting there so long, pollinators, but hummingbirds should also be excluded. They're really important, and am I done? Oh, okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kaya. Next, I have Lee Mortimer. And after Lee is Devin Schwartz.
Thank you, members of the council, for giving us a chance to express our concern about this. My name is Lee Mortimer. My wife and I live at 3116 Livingstone Place in the Trotter Ridge neighborhood. We're about 5 doors from where the squirrel feeding is taking place. Regarding the reported property damage from squirrels, one of our 2 cars kept 1 car in our garage, which as far as I know, has not had any chewing damage to its wiring. But because ours is a 1-car garage, the other car stayed on the street. A man who does yard work in our neighborhood had been eyeing our car and asking me to sell it to him, which I did about 15 months ago. He's had to make some repairs on it, and when I recently asked, he did confirm that some of the wiring had been chewed up and needed to be repaired. As far as bird feeders are concerned, we have a bird feeder that is easily suspended from an iron pole from our deck, and from there on a wire, and we just refill the feeder. And we've never seen a squirrel anywhere near it because they can't possibly get into it. So there certainly are ways that a bird feeder can be set up to be used only by birds. Just one other quick note. I had hoped to make a statement about number 9, the rail trail, and I regret that you passed over that, but
it's coming back. It's a presentation. It's coming back.
Thank you.
Welcome, Devin.
My name is Devin Swihart. I am speaking both for myself and my partner, Ren. We have resided in Trotter Ridge since July of 2016, and like many of our neighbors, we have been subjected to numerous instances of property damage resulting from a severe overpopulation and concentration of wildlife, most notably squirrels. And this is all localized within a specific...
Could you hold on one second?
Yeah.
We're getting some, it's going out. We can replace or either replace the mic. Thank you.
Anyway, as I was saying, the localized radius is all surrounding one specific home that is a few doors down from our own. And this home does have a significant variety and number of feeders present. The damage resulting from the attracted wildlife has reached a total of approximately $10,000 for us specifically. We have had damage to multiple vehicles. Wiring harnesses have been chewed. One was so bad we had to get it towed off of our property to get repaired. We had to have our entire chimney rebuilt, and we have also had additional property damage to various things around the yard. But Durham prides itself on being a home to some of the nation's brightest people who champion science. And the accepted scientific facts on this matter are very clearly and effectively communicated by our state wildlife experts. The North Carolina Wildlife Resources Commission advises against the feeding of wildlife for the following reasons. It increases the chances of disease transmission to wildlife, people, and pets. It can create unintended conflicts with humans. It can degrade surrounding native habitat, and feeding can lead to unhealthy animal and foraging habits. So instead, they recommend providing native species that can provide food and shelter for these animals so that they can safely be appreciated and coexist within our communities. Our household loves animals, especially wildlife. We enjoy the presence in their neighborhood, as I'm sure most of our neighbors do. However, the feeding problem has introduced a situation that not only is a significant cost to us, but to our animal neighbors as well. Because squirrels seem to pose the most obvious concern, we have seen an unnatural presence in other species as well, including deer, fox, bird species. We have actually had our dog attacked multiple times by deer within our own yard. We have also had to routinely clean crow droppings off of our mailbox in order to maintain sanitary conditions for ourselves and our postal workers. We've also noticed a distribution of peanuts all throughout the neighborhood, which is of concern for some of our neighbors who have severe peanut allergies, and there is the concern that they may unknowingly come into contact with them. We have not seen any real recourse on how to handle this, and so unfortunately we have had to resort to trapping squirrels within the guidelines set by North Carolina state law, something we take no pleasure in doing. We would much rather peacefully exist together.
Thank you. All my speakers. All right, thank you so much. Okay, I have number 22 pulled. This is a public hearing for Monday night, but it's just one speaker. I'll hear it. Oh, did you pull it? Number 22? Okay, go ahead.
No, I wanted to talk about the ordinance.
Oh, I'm
just had
sorry.
some
Yeah, I'm
questions
sorry. I
about
just
it.
moved on. Okay, the wildlife feeding ordinance. Go ahead.
Sorry. Okay, thanks. I have a couple questions for Deputy Attorney. And my memory might be incorrect, but I thought we had discussed specifically about having an educational piece as opposed to criminalizing. But the way that the ordinance is written, it seems like we have added a misdemeanor in there, and I don't recall that that was what we had talked about last time. I was wondering if you could speak to that decision.
I believe there was discussion about having an educational piece. I don't know why it's not reflected in the ordinance, or if that would be handled outside of the ordinance with regard to, how the administration might enforce the ordinance if we're adopted. I'll defer to City Manager.
I'll answer briefly, and if there's more detail, we can ask Housing and Neighborhood Services. Essentially, I think when you talk about treating an enforcement issue as educational first, that is deferring to the discretion of staff. There is nothing to educate on if there isn't first a prohibition written into the ordinance. And when you write a prohibition into the ordinance, it comes with an enforcement tool. It is generally within the discretion of staff. I would argue that most code violations we try to deal with first without threatening enforcement and using an educational process, but writing the ordinance to simply be stopped at education, to the best of my knowledge, has no enforceability, and therefore there is no real stick. Only, there is only the opportunity to enforce. Carmisha, or if you want to add to that, but that's essentially how we approach most property code enforcement issues.
Okay, that makes sense to me, but is there not an educational piece written? I mean, there's no educational piece written into this at all. And I would imagine that some of our ordinances do have like specific steps. That's not fully discretionary on all implementation, but I could be wrong.
Clarence Harris, Code Administrator. Currently, we do not have educational pieces written into the city ordinance. We would work in the attorney's office to write standard operating procedures and practices, speaking towards educational material first, actually implementation.
I'm sorry, can you, yeah, I know that I can hear you both ways, but could you just say that again? Because I couldn't follow. You're good.
All right, yes. So yes, currently the ordinances, the way they're written, there are no educational materials depicting in the ordinance. But we would work closely with the city attorney's office to write procedures and practices in place to first seek educational before actually implementing any type of code enforcement action. So initially when we do an investigation, staff will be prepared to share educational materials with property owners.
Is it standard practice not to have that part written in? I mean, I'm just thinking about like, what if the department changes over? You can stay forever, but like, what if the department changes over and that's not the practice of the department moving forward? Like, is there no process of having that language in an ordinance to ensure that that's actually the first step that's taken?
Can I defer to?
Who else can we hand this off to?
Hello again.
Hello.
Sophia Hernandez, Deputy City Attorney. At this point, I am not aware that that educational piece exists in any of our ordinances. I can't say that I have them all memorized back and forward. But for example, in the housing code section or the weedy lot section regarding trees and debris and those steps aren't. It's as City Manager Ferguson has said, it's policy, it's how we approach it. But having that sort of built in sort of already gives folks then like a one-off.
Yeah.
So it's just generally when you're trying to write something for enforcement, you don't write that in there. Or at least that's how we've handled it in the city.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. My next question is there a possibility of exempting trapping for feral cats? Yes.
If I can respond to that, and by the way, I would concur with both what City Manager Ferguson stated about the operation of our ordinances and when an educational piece comes in. And after Monday night, when that first speaker came in and talked about the TNVR program in the county ordinances, I do agree that as written right now, the city wildlife prohibition of feeding wildlife would conflict with that and would not allow a TNVR program. So I've included an exemption to that if you want to go forward. That's what we would recommend, is to go ahead and include an exemption to that. With regard to, there were some statements about the concern about whether or not certain birds would be feeding birds would also be problematic, but we created an exclusion for that as well. That's not to say that the exclusion is comprehensive or complete. Say this is an example of where the city attorney's office has not been risk averse in drafting their ordinances. So, but that being said, in reviewing the one other addition I wanted to make or note is in reviewing the county ordinances under animal nuisance. It's my reading of the county ordinance that the feeding of wildlife such that there is a wildlife nuisance created would be a violation of county ordinances. I've inquired to the county attorney's office regarding my interpretation or our interpretation of their ordinance, and they didn't refute the interpretation. I think y'all I just think the council should be aware of that, at least that we have, the city attorney's office has looked at other existing ordinances in place that appear could in fact cover this issue, specifically in that it makes it unlawful for an animal to engage in a nuisance activity that's defined by the county ordinance, and that nuisance activity is caused by an animal that's either domestic or wild, that damages personal or persons or personal property, threatens the safety of individuals, the public, interferes with ordinary use, enjoyment of private or public property. It goes on and gives a list of some examples. And then a person is in violation of this ordinance if they willfully or intentionally cause an animal to be a public nuisance. So anyway, I think that it's important for the council to be aware of what's out there in light of the challenge of crafting the appropriate prohibition of feeding wildlife, as we have attempted to do, and we've added the one exception you mentioned, Councilmember Cook, and I think that's all I have to say on that.
The exception you're talking about is the third one, the animal control officer, veterinarian, peace officer, city employee.
It does not appear.
I don't see
it. It does not appear. Yeah.
Okay, great.
Let me, if I can, I can read it to you. So it would be, I inserted an exclusion between Romanet 3. So it would be under paragraph C, exclusions. It'd be a new. It would be Romanet 4.
Okay.
And it says the ordinance does not apply to persons or activities associated with trap, neuter, vaccinate, release, TNVR programs that promote humanely trapping, sterilizing, vaccinating for rabies and FVRCP, feline viral. Can't say that. That next word, rhino, something.
Yes.
Those different viruses, ear tipping, and returning community cats to their original location or an alternative location where they will be welcome. So that language is largely out of the county exception.
Thank you. That does help me answer that question. So they can be neutered and they can be made not sick, which I love. Okay. The last part that you were just talking about, the intentionally or willfully causing an animal to be a public nuisance, is that going to be a shift in a definition?
No, that is in the county.
Right.
The
And
county
so
ordinance.
were you suggesting any change to ours or?
No.
No. Okay. And so would ours contradict that definition at some point?
No, I don't believe there would be a direct, they would, what I'm suggesting is the two would be potentially regulating similar activities or making it a violation of similar activities. The only exception would be that the county ordinance, as I read it, does not specifically talk about what is the willful thing, what is the thing that you're doing that's creating the nuisance. It's not built in that specifically the feeding of wildlife could be that.
Create. Okay, I understand.
But it can be read into the ordinance as written right now, that would be one of the, all you have to do as a person is create the animal nuisance.
I understand. Okay. And
Whatever
then
that might be.
My last question is that this says that it's a misdemeanor. And this might be a question for you actually, but I mean, there's a slew of misdemeanors in North Carolina, and this is extremely not specific. What kind of misdemeanor are we talking about?
Before.
Or maybe it's an attorney
Actually, if I
question.
could go ahead and make it, in the reference, if in our ordinances where there's not a specific fine or fee, whenever there's a misdemeanor penalty, the section 1-9 of the code defines general penalties. And misdemeanor penalty is defined whenever in any ordinance, any act is made or declared to be a misdemeanor, or the failure to do any act is made or declared to be a misdemeanor. Each separate violation of such provision shall be a Class 3 misdemeanor, for which the maximum fine shall be $50. So that applies in this case, as does in any other section of the ordinance that doesn't specify a fine, but says it will be a misdemeanor.
And then the idea in that, the 1-9 that you just read is that each violation then could incur a separate misdemeanor. And then the misdemeanor also, does it attach like a normal criminal charge? Or is that just for the purposes of this
It's not intended.
ordinance? It's just for the purposes of our enforcement. So
That's correct.
it's just giving us permission to levy a $50 fee.
That's correct.
And it doesn't like put a misdemeanor on your criminal
No.
record or anything like
No.
that? No adjudication that has to happen. Okay, those are all my questions. Thank you so very much.
All right, Councilman Caballero.
Thank you. I have a question really quickly. Is it possible, I hear what folks are saying, and I get it, like it seems that, this came up, to me, it's similar to the bow hunting. There was a clear neighborhood problem, there was limitations, had a conversation on, does it make sense to do a citywide thing, and how does that impact everyone when it's very localized? And so my question is if there's just a way to add to the city code, kind of the same place that we do like overgrown grass, weeds, things like that, is there not a way we could just add this into that list of like it being a nuisance? And that it would be treated the same way if you like your grass is too long or whatever, any of those, whatever, it's like section 26-183. Property conditions deemed to be a public nuisance.
That's a good question. I mean, I assume that there would have to be some description of the activity, though, to make it fall under that category. And that's the effort that was made here to say, we're talking about feeding of wildlife and what that looks like, what are the exclusions? So I'm not quite sure what would be just added to modify this kind of behavior.
Yeah, I mean, that's the question. I don't know. I'm just saying so that we don't have an ordinance in the same way that is, I'll just say it. I mean, I know we'll probably move this forward. We'll have a similar conversation as we did around the bow hunting. I think that it's similar enough to that. Do we really want to make a citywide ordinance for a very localized problem? And so then what is it that we can do? Because it's real what folks are experiencing, the damage is real. And so there has to be a mechanism of enforcement, back to that word enforcement, that the city has clear authority to do. And we already have a department that does code enforcement that is already out. If you have a couch on your porch or whatever else, we have a long list of things that we have said, you can't do that. And if you do, we're gonna fine you. Maybe we'll do some education, obviously first, that could kind of be in the middle of an ordinance and just having neighbors not have a clear response, which is reasonable to me. Thanks, that's all.
Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. With as far as the educational piece, when we've passed, I mean, my experience with laws is the educational piece was, don't do this or you're going to jail. Or don't do this, or you're going to pay the money. That when we've done gun buybacks or needle kind of distribution that did not have a punitive piece to it, we had the educational component to those type of programs. But once it crossed the threshold of law, ordinance is, here's the line. If you cross this line, here's what's going to happen to you. Be educated. If we're looking for discretionary kind of when we're going to relax and when we're going to enforce it, I think that's a different conversation. And the fact that we're talking about the educational piece, trying to build the educational piece into the law, I think to me speaks to really the tension of this, what we really think the appropriate response is to this matter. So a couple of questions. Does Trotter Ridge have an HOA? No? maybe y'all should have one. And maybe one should be, and I don't want to make light of it, but as I said at our last meeting, we have a very localized issue. And it seems to me to bring the full weight and imprimatur of the government in the form of a all-encompassing, all-reaching law for the city, pretty big escalation for this matter. Our HOAs and all kind of our business threatening to charge and stuff. So that may be something, we may want to talk about education. Maybe an HOA might be a place to start. Secondly, so we're talking about exempting cats and birds, but squirrels are the enemy. Squirrels, deer, but you can feed cats, you can feed birds. Well, the cats that have been TNRV cats, those cats are okay to feed, but regular cats just wandering around the neighborhood. I'm just trying to understand which animals are okay and which animals would be on the list that you could not, and how do we, determine that? And thirdly, why is the state ordinance not sufficient enough to address this? I mean, the county ordinance, pardon me.
I don't know why it wouldn't be. I mean, and I did pose the question to the county attorney's office if their interpretation was the same as mine, and the initial response was, never looked at it that way. We should look into this a little bit further. So,
yeah, because if it's a county ordinance and they're having problems with enforcement, I mean, my suspicion is that there's reasons why it's not. I mean, if we just want to mimic the county and having something on the books that we're not enforcing, I don't see that that's really helpful. Again, I'm a bit reticent, not totally opposed to it, but the threshold for me is for again employing the imprimatur of our city and a sweeping citywide ordinance for what seems to be a pretty localized issue. Not to say it's not appropriate, but in our city's 200 and some odd year history, we haven't crossed that threshold yet. And if this is the incident that's going to bring us to it, I'm wondering if maybe the looking into an HOA or a neighborhood association to deal with this. But if we're going to pass this ordinance, I'd like some understanding. Like the TNRV program to me suggests that we are making these cats suitable to be around humans by neutering them, by vaccinating them. We are making them more habitable. And part of habitation is feeding them. So it seems to me by almost by definition, we are making them safer to be around humans. And when you're around humans, we tend to, we feed animals. So if those cats if it's okay for them, if it's okay for birds, because, bird feeders are part of, decor and things we do, how exhaustive is the list going to be of animals that are not, that you can't feed, besides squirrels? Is it squirrels? Is it deer? What else is it? So I'd like some more clarity on that before putting the city's imprimatur on this. And I also like to, get some clarification as to why the state, why don't y'all call the state and have them come sanction these folk? So those are questions that I have. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I don't want to.
I'm sorry, the county. I keep saying the state, the county.
Yeah, I don't belabor this one. I know we got other presentations coming up. I would just say, I appreciate the residents coming. I understand the concerns of the damage to cars and property. I also recognize the irony of, I'm the guy that brought the biophilic cities resolution earlier. We didn't get a lot to talk about, but the idea that we can have abundance, we can live in harmony with nature seems to me like something we need to, and I think one speaker referenced that. So I'm not comfortable with, I think as Mayor Pro Tem said, what it would feel like an overly broad ordinance to address really what is a localized issue. I would support the idea that Councilmember Caballero brought forward of maybe bringing this back to staff and having them add language to code enforcement. I think would be maybe a more elegant way to address this than sort of making it a ordinance with enforcement provisions. So I'd recommend we do that.
Could I ask the attorneys to comment on whether there's any distinction where this lives in the ordinance as far as the enforceability. I mean, my presumption is we wrote it, there are elements across the code that we can enforce through. Where we write it into the code doesn't change sort of the nature, but I'm deferring to you all because I think we should understand the difference.
So yes, where it lives does not make a huge difference as far as our enforcement authority. I took Council Member Caballero's point of if we already have a way that we approach other violations in Chapter 26, can't we just add this violation and approach them similarly? That's what I think I understood you saying. And that I think is a slightly different analysis than what we were charged with here of a wildlife feeding thing that we want to treat a little more gently, perhaps, than we treat other nuisances. So, and also Chapter 6, which where it's drafted is titled Animals. So we thought that there was some good synergy there. There's some other ordinances that live in that chapter that have to do with wildlife feeding and things like that. And so that's where it was drafted, but certainly if it makes more sense to put it in Chapter 26, you know, I think that, again, like City Manager Ferguson is saying, there's not a huge distinction unless you are advising that you want it to be enforced the way that already those Chapter 26 violations are enforced. Is that fair?
I would just want to make sure that staff gets clear direction from council whether or not the feeding is legal or illegal, because the location in the ordinance, I defer to the nuance of, but I think what I don't want is a lack of clarity, because staff will either be asked to treat this as it is something that is allowed or not allowed, and the discretion they use is informed by what council tells us you want to be enforced.
Can I just ask a clarifying question? So if we were to put it in with the tall weeds, it would be a greater penalty than where it, as y'all have written it right now?
So within that, there's a different timeline. And then there is, so I believe, and Clarence, you can probably help me with this. So if we put it in Chapter 26, Chapter 26 has its set timeline that it follows. This is identifying a different timeline. There's, you know, the property is posted, so that there's different mechanisms. And generally in those, in the past, we would perhaps technically pursue criminal charges. And so again, I think that the distinction was you wanted it to be wildlife and sort of separate. If you want it to be public nuisance code enforcement, then certainly it can live there.
But if it lived there, would it come with the like daily fees that accrue until the problem is fixed, as opposed to like discrete charges?
To answer your question, yes, that would come with daily fees with a cap. And also the timeline in which enforcement will be a 10-day timeline versus 48 hours.
Yeah, but that's only done by reporting, right? Like the way it works now is if a neighbor of yours is annoyed with you, you're a nuisance, you get reported. So like it would work in the same way. If this neighbor is feeding everybody in the neighborhoods and the deer and the murder crows and everything else, they're gonna get a notice on their door that's saying, hey, you're in violation. You have this much time. If you need support, we'll help you with support. But it is neighbor driven, you know? I mean, I remember got one for my trash can a few years ago. It was like, clearly one of my neighbors was annoyed with me and like, was like, stop leaving your trash can out, which I got. It was probably like in their way.
All right, do we have a resolution here? Mr. Manager, do you have what you need from us? No, we don't.
Not at all.
Are we still trying to answer the question? I'm over here with Councilmember Caballero on, I mean, it's causing property damage, and it's pretty severe. And I do think there needs to be some way it can be acknowledged. But I also think we're getting borderline to civil, civil suits. But also an entire citywide ordinance based on, what's happening in a circular street neighborhood. it may be a bit much, so, you need direction from us? Is that what you need?
This item can.
I'm a little tired, I'm sorry. I'm trying to.
This item will either move on, if
Yeah.
council settles the agenda and places us on consent, we can modify it. I know there's already been discussion of language to bring us into compliance with the county's program around feeding feral cats, or council can choose not to move this item forward. Or council can refer it back to staff with direction to explore putting it elsewhere in the ordinance. My reservations remain about whether that fundamentally really changes anything about how we enforce it, but we will bring you a more thorough analysis of that if that's council's direction. I think those are the different options at your disposal.
Right now, we don't have any response to this matter, correct?
That's correct.
So I would recommend taking it back to staff and seeing if we can locate it in the ordinance, what is it?
Chapter 26.
Yeah, chapter 26, nuisance ordinance. Because, I mean, it allows it to be utilized wherever without it being an umbrella ordinance that's unenforceable. I mean.
I am right that it is report driven. We don't drive around looking. We don't have the capacity to go around being like, hey, blah, blah, blah. It's like.
Yes. Yeah.
Code enforcement does perform proactive inspections as it relates to high grass vehicles and how property maintenance issues. In the event that these conditions are identified during these proactive inspections, it would be cited at that time.
But it's also neighbor driven as well, right?
Yes, it is.
Because literally, there's a neighborhood next door, Merriweather, where there was a car left out for a long time, and that was neighbor driven. And so I can see the proactive side of it for the sake of beautification throughout the city. But if there's something that's more active, like, cultivation of wild animals, then that could be neighbor driven. At least there's a tool to have it addressed
That's correct.
without criminalizing.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah, if we could, I'd recommend we refer back to staff. I also want to suggest, I feel like we're doing a lot of like workshopping here on our meetings, which feels like not an efficient use of our time, So I would suggest for the folks who care about this a lot, work with the staff on this thing. So when it comes to us, I think we got something that you're confident in, the staff's confident. I feel like we're just doing a lot of like the workshopping here. It feels like not efficient use of our time.
Well, so part of the request around getting more information on part of the request of increasing the manager's authorization so we can get more things on the agenda, this is what it's going to look like. We're going to get a lot of information. So when we pull a lot of items, we're gonna have these long days because we still have 4 presentations and we've lost one of the presenters already, and I need to also take a break for everyone, and also I need to ask you all if you want dinner before 5 o'clock so we can order it.
It's one thing, I think to debate issues. It's another thing to debate language in a resolution.
I
I think
totally
that kind of
agree
stuff
with
we
you.
can work
Yeah.
out with staff beforehand, so we have
totally agree
something
with
that we all are happy.
And I want to be really clear that this came from community, and I've been working with staff to bring forward something for y'all to vote on. This did not come from me. I did not originate this. So folks from the community asked for it, and I brought it in the same way that we did the bow hunting thing, and that is that. I didn't think of this. It didn't come from my brain.
Oh, because I thought you had questions about it, and I thought so that's why I was maybe confused.
Well, when you saw it attached to our agenda was the first time I saw the language attached to our agenda. When we talked about it at the last work session, what we wanted to see. And so I'm asking questions about the language because I also just saw it for the first time when we got it attached to the agenda. So
All right.
I just want to make that clear.
Sounds good.
I didn't create it. I did not create this language.
Yeah, I do want to inform that I don't think workshopping resolves the policy disagreement that I hear, and I hear a policy disagreement. I think what council is trying to do is resolve the policy disagreement through wordsmithing and respectfully no private conversations that staff have with council members individually is going to resolve the policy issue for you. So while we are always available after council has heard an initial item and directed staff to work with any particular council member, we're happy to do so. but I can't suggest that that will resolve what I hear is an inherent policy disagreement amongst members of council. So we do want to support you in that way and do as much of this work as we can offline, but this is the part we can't do for you.
Well, we just need to communicate more.
May I also commend, if we're going to refer this back to staff, may I commend to our friends and neighbors in Trotter Ridge to the person, be a good neighbor, listen to your neighbors. Secondly, perhaps look into HOA formation. Thirdly, I know there are some folk who have had squirrels chew through their wires and nobody was feeding squirrels in the neighborhood. Squirrels were just squirreling. But if you can make a case that this person has a causal link to property damage, you also may want to pursue some legal remedies on that person. I'm not saying go out and sue each other, but that may be. And also, I also want to know, have you gone to the county as well and asked for relief in this matter as well? And if they have not, yeah. Well, that I'm wondering, what are we going to do that they are not doing? So yeah. So in the meantime, while this is referred back, let's try and be kind to each other and considerate of each other's property and our rights are balanced against others' rights and privileges as well. So whatever that's worth. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
There's no HOA, but there's a listserv and a Facebook group. That's pretty active. Colleagues, we have 4 presentations. It is going to be a long day. Do you all want me to order dinner? Madam Clerk, let's do it.
As long as we are like eating and working at the same time,
Yeah, eating and working.
I would love to have some food.
Yeah. All right. Let's take a 10-minute break and we'll get right back to it.
Friends, if you'll come to order, we're back in session at 5:03. If you'll come to order. Actually, we've got one last pull item. Friends, if you'll come to order in the chamber, we're going to get started. Item number 15 was pulled by Councilmember Rist. We have one last pulled item before we get to our, where's the clerk? We have one.
No clerk, no attorneys.
Just hang on for a second for the clerk to return. Is there a deputy in here taking minutes as well? In her absence? No? We locate the clerk? All right, friends, we'll get started. Now I'm going to yield to Councilmember Rist for item number 15, amended and restated loan agreement with Self-Help Ventures Fund, Durham Affordable Housing Loan Fund.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, and I'll be very brief. This is not historic in any way, one about it being documented by the clerk. Anyway, I just want to say, first of all, I'm glad to see this is on the agenda. As you may recall, this is one of the budget priorities that I submitted in the spring to make sure we did provide additional funding to the Durham Affordable Housing Loan Fund, and I'm so glad that we had actually money in the budget we were able to shake loose to fund this. I just wanted to say, just in full disclosure, I am on the board, and I've talked to the city attorney about this. I am on the board of the Self-Help Federal Credit Union. It's a legal entity that's separate from the Self-Help Ventures Fund. The Ventures Fund is going to receive the funding from this contract for the Affordable Housing Loan Fund. I just want to clarify for everyone, and the city attorney said, it's fine, I don't need to recuse myself from the vote, but just in full disclosure to say I am a board member on a related venture that is a separate legal entity of the Self-Help Ventures Fund. So I just want to clarify that, that's all.
Okay. Thank you so much. We'll move now to our presentations. Item number 9, Durham Rail Trail Project Design Update and Professional Services Contract Amendment with the John R. McAdams Company Incorporated. This is slated to go 30 minutes. Madam Clerk, for the record.
Mayor Pro Tem, there was a speaker on it and he has left.
He did? Okay.
Yes.
All right. Thank you so much for that.
Yes.
So we'll go ahead and receive the presentation on number 9. Yeah, no. Madam Clerk, the mayor will be back. I'm assuming the gavel, obviously, for a little while.
It's a little lopsided. Good afternoon, Henry Prosperi, General Services. Are we going to project the? this thing? Can you guys see it there? Okay, I've just needed like a visual. Thanks. Okay, yeah, that's cool. Okay. Good afternoon, Henry Prosperi, General Services. Our team is here today to provide a project update for the Durham Rail Trail project. As far as the agenda, I'm going to start us off by discussing the project funding, the budget, and the schedule. We have Iona Thomas here from the McAdams Company, our design engineer, and she's going to be providing us updates on the permitting and approvals, as well as sharing some exciting design progression with us. Stephanie Miner is here, and she's going to go over the public art vision plan. We also have a couple procurement strategies, one for project delivery and for construction, which I'll discuss, and then we'll conclude the presentation with the next steps for the project. Okay, so on the project funding side, we have $45.3 million for the project. So the revenue sources are generally comprised of two major funding sources. We have capital dollars as well as a number of federal and state grants. We received capital dollars in fiscal year 17, 25, and just recently in fiscal year 26. You can see there's a number of federal and state grants, but most notably the RAISE grant that we had approved in 2021 for $9 million. We also have a $90,000 street services fund, and that's specifically for stormwater along the trail. So pretty healthy budget, $45.3 million. I can advance. Okay, so on the budget side, as far as the expenditures, we had a past expenditure of $9 million, and this funded the rail trail corridor acquisition. It also funded the master plan as well as the initial design when the project resided in the transportation department. The next four items that you see are professional services, and we have about $5.5 million in professional services. The items in bold are the items before City Council today. The first one is an amendment to McAdams' contract to add construction administration services to their contract, and we're also increasing the project contingency. And then the next one is the Turner Townsend Erie amendment that we spoke about earlier for Focus Trails project delivery, which we do have another slide. We'll talk about that a little bit later on in the presentation. This leaves us with about $25 million for construction, and then we have $6 million in owner's cost, which includes public art, any additional property acquisition, as well as any inspections and fees. Okay, so this next slide is the project timeline and the current project schedule. The first milestone that you see in the upper left is in 2018, the $34 million master plan was adopted. This is also the year that we purchased the rail trail corridor. Moving forward in 2019, the Equitable Community Engagement Blueprint was adopted, and this really set the tone for engagement for all city projects moving forward. The rail trail project was one of the first projects that utilized the engagement blueprint for how we went out and collaborated with the public. In 2021, as I mentioned, the $9 million RAISE grant was awarded. This is also the year that we gave a notice to proceed to actually begin design for the project with our design engineer, McAdams. In 2022, we began in earnest our community engagement process, and this is when staff and our consultants went back out to the public to collaborate with them. It was really a refocused engagement effort based on that engagement blueprint, and there was a lot of great design additions that came from that based on that engagement feedback. Moving forward in the timeline, in April of 23, we submitted 25% plans to NCDOT and had those approved. This is also when we began to develop enhanced project concept development. The master plan never really conceived just doing a linear trail of asphalt like the ATT trail. There was always ideas that we would enhance that with additional amenities, plazas to enliven that experience along the trail. So the red bars that you see on the timeline represent intentional design and/or cost validation periods. The first one that you see in the upper right, from October of 23 through July of 24, this is when staff was working with administration on intentional funding strategies and approvals for these additional enhancements, such as the Gateway Plaza and the additional trail amenities, which we actually brought to City Council last summer in June. So moving down to the next line in July of 24, we gave a notice to proceed to our design engineer McAdams to proceed with 65% to 100% design. The bar that you see at the top of at the bottom there was the schedule that we presented to City Council when we came last summer. So at that time, we had design intended to be completed in summer of 25, and we had bidding in early of 26. Construction was intended to go from spring of 26 through fall of 27 for a total 18-month construction duration. Now, the bar at the bottom is the schedule where we're at today. So the first line that you see there, from October 24th to January 25th, we were seeking gateway concept approvals with our internal stakeholders, with Parks and Recreation, as well as the Transportation Department. Moving forward, in April of 25, we made our 65% design submittal to NCDOT and had that approved. And then earlier this summer, from June to August of 25, we were doing cost validation of the design to make sure it was within our budget. So the vertical red line that you see there is where we're at today in October, and all the milestones to the right are where we're expecting to go after today. So we intend to make our 90% design submittal to NCDOT in March of 26. We'll be bidding about a year from now in October of 26, and bidding will progress through January of 27. Excuse me, construction will go from January of 27 through June of 28. Again, that same 18-month construction duration. You can see that there's a variance between the schedule that we presented last summer and the schedule where we're at today of about 6 to 9 months. And that's really accounted for in those intentional design and cost validation periods. The bar at the bottom is our permitting and agency approvals. And I'm going to turn it over to Iona Thomas, and she's going to expand upon that for us.
Thank you, Henry. Iona Thomas with McAdams, also Durham resident. Very happy to be here today. This is a look at all of the permitting and approvals that we need to be able to take the project out to bidding. This is color-coded. The blue are a variety of stakeholders, and then we've highlighted the railroad in red and NCDOT in yellow. We think we're well positioned to get all of the approvals in place that we need for this project. We have begun all of the coordination that was needed many, many months ago, and it is something that we are highly focused to make sure that we have everything that we need in place to get the federal funding authorization to move forward into construction. So Henry mentioned that we came to you last summer, and so I wanted to kind of give you a little refresher of the decisions that were made. At that time, we gave you a presentation about how our brother and sister cities around the country are taking linear spaces like the rail trail corridor and turning them into spaces that serve their residents, attract businesses, attract tourism. And we developed some concepts that raise the elevation of this trail to match that kind of destination and specialness that was outlined in the master plan. These concepts were also in direct response to what we heard from our public engagement throughout the project. We got a lot of very, very good, specific, actionable things that you'll see as we go through the program. So you approved last summer a package of enhancements that are elevated furnishings, seating areas, making sure that we are connecting to the LRB watershed project in a seamless way, lighting, which is something that we heard very strongly in our public input that is important, and native plantings as well. Something that we heard quite a bit about in our public engagement. We also presented the Gateway Plaza concept. This is the very small piece of land right now. It is the gravel parking lot that is overflow parking for the Amtrak station. This had been leased to NCDOT. It is a half an acre, and we developed a concept and presented that to you. We also got a lot of feedback after we presented to you from different stakeholders within the city. So I'd like to go through how we have taken what you saw in the summer of last year and turned that into a really exciting concept. So what we heard from you in council, from the community, and from the stakeholders across the city is that we needed to create a strong visual connection between this transit station and downtown. As you all are very aware of, we are cut by the railroad through downtown, and sometimes it's very difficult if you're at the transit station to know how you're going to get to Amtrak, how are you going to get to downtown. So creating this visual connection was very important. We also needed to create a safe physical connection between this transit station and the trail and downtown. There was a desire to have this flexible plaza space that we'd identified in the original concept to make it a little bit larger and make it more flexible so that it can be programmed in a lot of different ways. And then integrating the trail through this. This is a trail gateway, so we wanted to make sure that the trail was not an afterthought as it came through, and that it maintained that separated biking and walking zone, which was very important throughout the engagement period all the way back to the master plan. People really wanted a separate place for biking and walking. And then to create some gravity and attraction with this parcel. So micro retail to engage residents and visitors. And then last but not least is to thoughtfully integrate public art into the project. So I'll walk through the concept today. This is an aerial of the concept as we have it. You have Chapel Hill Street to your left. I guess that's your left too, is my left. And Main Street on your right. So you can see the blue is how the Durham Rail Trail moves through the Gateway Park and connects down to West Chapel Hill Street. The Upper Plaza was expanded, and this is also the largest stormwater infrastructure on the project. Those are all permeable pavers, so we're treating quite a bit of runoff in this, and including other green stormwater infrastructure elements along the project as well, but this is one of the larger ones. The art installation, we've identified a location and worked closely with Stephanie and her team to integrate art into the project. And because the parcel is so small, there's also a lot of grade change on the project. We use that to our advantage to make, if you will think instead of a ranch house, we have a 2-story house on this parcel. But because of that, we needed to be very thoughtful about how people move through the project. And so there's an ADA accessible connection to every element of the project, and that's what you see here in red. So that purple line connects you from where the trail connects to the park and the upper plazas, up and around across the bridge that goes over the trail, and then that connects to what we call the upper decks. This is, again, utilizing the space that's created by the micro retail on the bottom here with the lower plaza that faces the lower plaza. So we have a lot of different areas that we can program on the project. And let's take a look at what this is actually going to look like. So this is the upper plaza. That is the permeable paving stormwater treatment area there. And we're also responding to what we heard from the community, that one of the things that they wanted the most was a place that they can do people watching, meet other people, have a place to socialize. We've heard also that shade is very important, so we're creating shade. And I'll talk a little bit later about the mirrored surfaces on the shade structures, but those come into play to really activate this whole space as well. This is how that bridge that goes over the rail trail connects to the micro retail on your right and the upper plaza on your left. So in this image, you can really see how we've taken advantage not just of the horizontal space that we have, but really activating the vertical space as well. This is a look at the lawn area where the monumental piece of public art will be located. And then this is what, I kind of think of this as our front porch to the project. So this is what you'll see if you're driving or walking by on Main Street or on the Loop. And so what you see there is your micro retail, which would be concessions on your left, a small gallery space, and then an outdoor plaza with seating. So this is where you can go and get your coffee. You know, we have a lot of residents downtown. We have a lot of workers downtown, and hopefully this is also going to create a lot of tourism downtown. So this is kind of the entryway or the front porch. And then those shade structures with the mirrored platforms, one of the feedback elements that we got early on was, how do people know what is going on above the in the upper plazas? So these polished stainless steel panels allow you to look up and see that there is activity on the upper plaza, on the upper decks, and vice versa. You'll be able to look and see down. And so it creates a visual connection on the project. This is what the project looks like, kind of all put together. And I'll draw your attention to the left-hand side where we have those very tall shade structures. Those are the tallest shade structures on the project. And those do create a real visual anchor, if you will, or a waypoint for people who are going to be making their way from the transit station or the tobacco campus along Pettigrew and then on Chapel Hill to make their way. So we were not able to do a bridge or a tunnel, but we do have really strong wayfinding and orientation on the project now. In the enhancement package that you approved is also the connection to the Ellerby Watershed Project. The goal here is these are two big city projects, big investments, and we wanted to make sure that there was a seamless boundary between these projects, that it felt very intentional, and that if you're visiting this space, it feels all of one piece of cloth. The original budget did not allow for the numbers of connections that we have here. So we have two sets of stairs. And by the way, we're looking downtown. You can see the water tower there. So we have an ADA ramp, and then there's another set of stairs close to Trinity, and then this set of stairs here on the other side of the ADA ramp. This also creates views out across the Ellerby Watershed Project. So this is going to be a very important moment for people who are using the trail and visiting our city. Also in the enhancement package, this is just a snapshot. I wanted to show you how the enhancements get spread across the whole project. So we've seen the Gateway project, which is downtown, but the enhancement package touches all of the trail all the way up to Avondale. So this includes native plantings, seating areas, very thoughtful places to gather and rest and do the people watching and shade. So for orientation here, that's the Duke powerhouse, and you can see where the water tower is there. I put Crank Arm on there as an example of the businesses who are already really excited about this project. They're located right on the corner and very anxious for the project to come through. We know that the City of Durham has made a significant commitment to shifting towards renewable energy, 100% by 2050 on Durham projects. This project can be a part of that, and so we're looking for appropriate ways to use renewables in our trail lighting and park lighting and charging. I say appropriate because we do have some shaded areas that it isn't a good choice. So we're trying to be thoughtful and achieve the renewable impact, but also make sure that we're providing the safety and the comfort that the community has asked for in the lighting. In our RAISE grant application, one of the things that we had to do, there were a lot of benefits that we had to quantify, and one of those were the natural and environmental impacts. So this project, when it is complete, will take 95 million pounds of carbon emissions off the table over the next 20 years. And it's going to create a 52% increase in households that have access to a park by foot or by bike. So these are the kinds of things that this project is going to deliver on top of transportation and tourism. The design things that we are working into the project are native plantings, open space preservation, and then green stormwater infrastructure. You can see some examples of that on the right-hand side. I've already talked about the plaza at the gateway, but we'll be doing smaller green stormwater infrastructure interventions. We've been working with Sandy and her group in stormwater. They've been great partners on this project. And then, of course, the connections to the LRB Creek Trail Network. Another thing that is important to us as designers for bicycle and pedestrian projects, our users are going to lose in any interaction that they have with a vehicle. So safety is the most important thing in everything that we do and all that we design. We share that with Durham and your commitment to Vision Zero. So we have a robust safety program that's being integrated into this project. One of the things that we also heard from the community is that they wanted safe crossings. And so we have made sure that we're delivering that. Some of the ways that we're delivering that and using best practices from Vision Zero are high visibility crosswalks and making the pedestrian crossings shorter by doing bump outs and narrowed lanes. We're also, where it's appropriate, using pedestrian refuges so that if you need more time to cross the traffic lane, you can go halfway across, collect yourself, and then continue on. And then signals, making the appropriate choice for the right signals at the right locations. Those include hawk signals, rapid flash signals, and pedestrian heads. We've also been working closely with the Transportation Department, and what you see here is a pilot project that they worked on. We were having some back and forth with NCDOT on Chapel Hill Street about whether our proposed bike lanes here would preclude the bus from safely making the left-hand turn. And so what you see here is the space that we will be claiming for our bike lanes. And the Transportation Department went out and did a tactical project to prove that it works. You can see the bus making the turn there. And so we've got a really great foundation to continue talking with NCDOT to get the full bike lanes approved. Thank you for your time. I'm going to be available for questions, but then Stephanie has some stuff on public art. Did you want to, Mayor, did you?
Well, I'll wait and ask at the end.
Thanks. Good evening, everyone. Finally, we're up here. I'm Stephanie Miner. I'm a public art project manager at General Services Department. I worked closely with my team and McAdams during the development of the Durham Rail Trail Public Art Vision Plan. This vision plan provides direction for a long-term integrated public art strategy and serves as a roadmap identifying sites for art activation, placemaking, and community-based storytelling. McAdams contracted Durham-based artist and community leader Brenda Miller-Holmes to develop the public art vision plan. Brenda Miller-Holmes is known for her community-focused public art projects, including the Durham Civil Rights Mural next to the Arts Council building. Miller-Holmes drew on the community feedback gathered by McAdams to shape the approach and framework of the public art vision plan. The vision plan is guided by a unifying color and material palette. Trail artwork will use soft tones to reflect Durham's historic and natural settings, made with a combination of natural and industrial materials like steel, wood, glass, or stone that are durable, low maintenance, and suitable for outdoor use. The vision plan is anchored in 6 core principles: equity, diverse voices and stories represented throughout the trail; unified, a cohesive vision that fits Durham's natural and built environment; unique to Durham, art that reflects Durham's history, culture, and identity. Interactive, art that invites play, gathering, and participation. Sustainable, durable, natural materials, and creative rail reuse. And a destination, a trail that is more than a path, it's a place to gather and visit. The plan provides a multi-year phased strategy with implementation spread across the trail through each of the 3 phases. Phase 1 is fully funded and will be completed prior to opening day. Proportionally distributing artwork along the trail ensures every community feels represented and no area is overlooked. Additionally, staff is collaborating with the Public Works team at the South Ellerby Restoration site to create a cohesive public art experience for trail users. The West End Gateway Plaza will be home to the Stagville Memorial Project public artworks. This is the artwork that Iona identified earlier. Founded by descendants and local stakeholders, the Stagville Memorial Project is a 501c3 nonprofit seeking to honor the contributions and histories of those formerly enslaved at Stagville Plantation through public art in downtown Durham. Bringing this story into the heart of the city ensures that Durham's growth and identity acknowledge the people whose labor and migration built the region, creates a space for learning and reflection, and fosters a more inclusive understanding of our shared history. Since 2021, the city and the county have each committed $237,000 to support this project. Executive Director Vanessa Hines, along with the committee, is currently working on selecting an artist for the site, and city and county staff are providing guidance. I'll share a QR code at the end of this presentation if anybody wants to learn more about the Stagville Memorial Project. As part of the vision plan, detailed cost estimates were developed. As I mentioned, phase 1 is fully funded through CIP and will feature integrated functional artwork across the entire trail. This includes a variety of artistic benches and other elements that will ensure art is present throughout the corridor and ready for opening day. After the trail is built, phase 2 will bring the corridor to life with interactive community center features. This phase envisions sculptural works, gathering and play spaces, mosaic murals, and outdoor gallery garden, and a pocket plaza at Fuller Street. A larger plaza at this location was presented during an earlier city council meeting, but was not recommended for funding at the time. Recognizing the need for a community space and through the ingenuity of the McAdams team and staff, the Public Art Vision Plan was able to reimagine a smaller but still impactful gathering space with artistic seating, shade structures, and infrastructure for a splash pad. Phase 2 does not have dedicated funding, making future partnerships and fundraising critical to bringing these ideas to life. Phase 3 represents future public art investments and community gathering spaces that will continue to enhance the trail over time. These projects include artistic lighting, static and interactive sculptures, and artist-designed bag racks. Again, while these projects are not yet funded, they do highlight the long-term potential of the corridor and create opportunities for future partnerships and community investment. Delivering future phases of public art and trail activation presents an exciting opportunity for private funders and public-private partnerships. Institutions, developers, and businesses can play a role by sponsoring installations or adopting trail sections, helping to bring the vision to life. In addition, there is strong potential to partner with community nonprofits and foundations, local universities, and cultural organizations. Our team is collaborating with Durham Next, who is here in this committee room tonight to support us on these future activations and the opportunities. We look forward to connecting communities and celebrating Durham's identity through art. And now I'll turn it back to our project management team for closing remarks and questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. The next couple slides that we have are the procurement strategies that we talked about earlier. The first one we talked about earlier is the project delivery strategy. This is an amendment to our service contract with Turner Townsend Heery to provide dedicated project management support for the 3 trails that are listed for Durham Rail Trail, R. Kelly Bryant Bridge Trail, and Third Fork Creek Trail. So again, Turner Townsend Heery is embedded in our office, and they would be providing a dedicated team for trail delivery. This next procurement strategy is for construction. So currently, our transportation department is working to administer the federal funds from the Federal Highway Administration to the Federal Transit Authority. The RAISE grant is already being administered through the Federal Transit Authority, and we believe that there's some economy and efficiency with administering the federal funds through a singular agency. This will also give us the ability to utilize construction manager at risk, and I've listed some of the advantages there below. Construction manager at risk, it's a qualification-based selection versus a low bid, so we'll actually put out an RFQ, we'll receive proposals and score them, and we'll actually be able to interview the firms and really select the right fit for this project. Typically, construction managers also provide optimum compliance with MWBE goals. A really good example of this is over at the Durham Station project, which is currently under construction. The funds are also being administered through the FTA, and they're also using construction manager at risk. We set an 18% MWBE goal, and the construction manager achieved a 39% goal. So they typically do really well with compliance. The next item is cost surety and guaranteed maximum price. When you hire a construction manager, you're bringing them on during the design phase, and they're providing constructability reviews and cost estimates. And so there's just more cost surety, predictability with where the cost is going to be during the design phase before we actually even get to construction. So we believe that helps mitigate risks for the project. And then lastly, they're an integrated team member, providing design quality assurance because you're bringing them on during pre-construction during the design phase. Excuse me. And this is the last slide. And this is just a reiteration of the milestones that we showed earlier, all the milestones moving forward for today. The first two are in March of 26, and this is when we intend to make our 90% submittal to NCDOT, as well as our CD submittal to the Durham Planning and Development Department. We expect to have 90% DOT approval by June of 26. The next two milestones are a year from now in October. So we would be achieving our NCDOT right-of-way certification, as well as the FTA construction authorization. As I mentioned, we'd be bidding the project in a year from today in October, and bidding would go through January of 27. Construction would progress from January 27 through June of 28 for the completion of the project. So that concludes the formal presentation. At this time, our team is here to entertain any questions or discussions.
Colleagues? Go ahead.
Thank you. That was a great presentation. I have two questions. The first is, I'm just going to piggyback on what Mr. Mortimer was going to say before he had to leave because we kept him here all evening, which is that I have gotten a couple emails about the Amtrak parking, and I was wondering if they're the Amtrak parking. And I mean, I understand that we want to use. Hey, great, Sean's already coming to the podium. I understand that we want to use that space for this project, and it makes sense. I also do want to make sure that we're allowing for folks who want to use Amtrak because I want to encourage folks to be using our public transit, and that is one of our options. Not exactly, but you know what I'm talking about. So yes, could you speak to the parking lot, the access parking that we lost?
So I'm Sean Egan, Transportation Director. So there are two Amtrak lots. There's the paved lot that's part of the Amtrak station, and then there's the gravel overflow Amtrak lot that's owned by the city. Right now, both are available for Amtrak use. When this project moves forward, the gravel lot will be transformed into the park that you saw, but the portion that's currently paved will continue to be available. And then around the corner on Chapel Hill Street across from Durham Station, there's also a park and ride lot that's available for use. So right now that's only available for folks who are using Go Triangle or Go Durham buses, but Go Triangle has indicated that they want to see better utilization of that lot. So we had some discussions with them earlier this week about getting the word out about the availability of that lot that's at the corner of Duke and Chapel Hill Streets across from Durham Station, making that available for park and ride services as well.
Thank you for that, and thank you for working on that. That's awesome. My next question is, we heard a lot from this presentation that kind of was responsive to the last time that this was brought before council, but one thing that we talked about a lot in the last council conversation that I didn't hear anything from at all was about wealth recapture. And I know that we are precluded in a lot of ways from doing that, but I was wondering if there had been any further conversation, if there were any ideas about how to ensure that we're just not displacing everyone as we build this.
I don't have the answer to that.
Everyone is looking around this, everyone else. Okay, well, we don't have to go into it too deep today, but I just want to keep it on the forefront of everyone's mind. I mean, we've seen the impacts of similar trails, and though they've brought really amazing public space and safety and pedestrian walkways to those areas, we've also seen a lot of gentrification from those projects. And I do want to ensure that as we're working on this project, we're thinking about the real impacts on people who actually live in Durham, and whether we're building a place for those folks or building a place for others that we'd like to displace them with. So just want to make sure that that's on everyone's mind as we're moving through.
Yeah, and Iona Thomas again. I'm the designer. I should probably not be answering this question, but I am a student of what is happening around our country and these types of projects. And the projects that we see that successfully deal with those challenges have a policy program that they're working on. So this is designing the infrastructure side of it. And so that's, I think, a policy initiative that needs to go hand in hand with it.
Yeah, so I think the other part I want to add, so I want to affirm that that's been a regular point of discussion, both publicly and at the staff level throughout the life of this project. Without having a direct answer about a strategy that accomplishes what you're looking for, I want to commend the type of equitable engagement that went on throughout this project. This project was designed by talking very specifically and in a targeted fashion on communities along the trail, with amenities that they told us they wanted, with the types of enhancements they were looking for. I think we all acknowledge that any level of investment creates some pressure around it, and I don't want to in any way imply that we feel like we have that figured out. I think what we do feel very confident in is that this is not an improvement or a project that we feel is being driven by interests that don't represent this community. We feel like this project deeply represents the people who live in and along the rail trail, and we can speak more to that process. We have staff in the room who led those efforts, which we're very proud of. Again, that does not speak to the lack of financial pressure that it can bring, but I wanted to make sure that was something we added.
Yeah, thank you for that. Yeah, can I follow up or, yes. But my concern is to ensure that the people who have been engaged actually get to see the fruit of what they have, right? So, to that end, I mean, I feel like we bring this up every time. To that end, if there is some guidance that we could give where staff could look at a policy that's been used in other states that do have kind of similar restrictions to North Carolina, I would be interested in hearing that report along with the actual design of this. I think it's really important that we be talking about them at the same time. So that's something that I would support if colleagues, if y'all are interested in having that staff time dedicated to.
I'm not sure what you're talking about.
There are different methods of wealth recapture, or just ensuring that when we pour a bunch of money into a project, into a community, that we're not displacing the entire community due to like rising costs. And North Carolina is restricted on what we can do, but there are definitely creative solutions. And I know that you've mentioned a few of them previously. There are definitely creative solutions, and they're happening in states where there's also restrictions. So for me, it's instead of us kind of talking about it every time we get the rail trail project in front of us, like if there's something that can come up with that design presentation where we actually like put some staff resources into thinking about what policies we could implement that would ensure that the folks that are doing this engagement get to enjoy the final product.
I'm curious. I'm not following. I mean, I get what you're saying, but how do you, if I own land near something and somebody puts a trail there, then I say, oh, here's a trail, and then they hike it up, and I can't control that. How do we, can you give me an
Yeah,
example?
that is my question. And we have seen that there have been projects that have happened across other states where there has been some success in ensuring that folks get some share of the economic benefit that comes or whatever. And that is my literal question is like, is there a way that we can be looking at that?
So you're asking how can
I
we
am
do it?
asking how we would do it.
Okay,
Instead of
gotcha.
just like saying over and over, because I feel like everyone wants the same thing, but instead of saying over and over again, like, it'd be really nice if we like did displace everyone, like if we could actually like have some research that was done alongside of the development. I mean, we've got until June of 2028, which hopefully is going to be the hard deadline. And so that is my, oh, great. Come on up.
Hey, everybody. My name is Nia Rogers. I'm at McAdams, formerly of Durham. I've been working on this project since 2017. And so the questions that you're asking are not new. They have been with this project since it was in the planning phase. And I think, Leah has mentioned, there are challenges to making private property owners do what we want them to do, to make them not sell their property and redevelop it or charge higher rent. And one of the things that I noticed, so I was here when the Equitable Engagement Blueprint happened. I was one of the people who helped draft it. I was one of the staff that went out in the field knocking on doors. And one of the things we discovered is that those places where we thought we would find our low-income residents or, people who may not have been involved, is that a lot of them were already gone. And so when we talk about, I just want you to know that, like, do you know what I'm saying? Like, the train may have already left the station. But it doesn't mean we can't change things. But I just want you to know that this has been a discussion for many, many years. I think there's a lot of challenges when we look at some of the neighborhoods around this are fairly stable, like Duke Park. And I used to be in planning too, so planners, y'all throw the wrench at me if I've talked about. But for example, Duke Park, fairly stable neighborhood. Downtown is doing what it's doing. It's downtowning. Those areas of rent, the low income rental is actually not that big around this corridor. If you start to go out around a quarter mile, you'll start to reach them. But a quarter mile is a long walk for a lot of people. So I think when we think about this approach, and I'm not in planning anymore, I'm not a planner, in this case, it may that it is a very targeted approach that's needed, by someone who writes policy. Just some thoughts based on having been on the ground and knocked on the doors in every neighborhood along this trail and literally looked at the development, like literally an exercise we did was pull every development plan, every house renovation permit. So we know that this is changing faster than we can even deliver the thing.
Yeah, thank you. I didn't
Is that
realize
helpful
I didn't
information?
realize you had left, so sad to see you go.
I still work for you.
I know, I see that. We're glad to still have you. That is helpful information, but I think that at the end of the day, it's like the best time to have done it was 10 years ago, and like the second best time is today, right? But yes, I mean, I don't know what it would look like, and if we could do something that was targeted, I think that certainly there are some neighborhoods that I'm more concerned about than others, for sure. But that is just something that I want to highlight. I think we talk about it all the time, and it sounds like everyone on council is like pretty dedicated to that idea as a concept, but I do think that it would be helpful to have some policy too.
Yeah, don't do what they did at Hayti. Don't go find the lowest value land and then buy it up and take it in.
Well, I will say one of the examples that that does work is stay-in-place support for renters and for homeowners. If there's, Nia is right, a lot of this land has already changed hands, but and I believe, and I might be out over my skis here, but I think Durham already has some stay-in-place support. So I think there are policies that we can leverage to help people. Those are the kind of programs that we see on other trail projects that are helping people continue to live where they had before.
Okay. I'm going to pass over to Councilmember Caballero. I do want to say, colleagues, the food is set up in the back, and the drinks are in the mini fridge. Go.
Thank you. I just wanted
Don't all
to,
leave at once, but.
Because initially it was a group of residents who came to us specifically on this project, and that's how we got the equitable engagement blueprint. And yeah, this is not, there's only one small pocket on this corridor that is not already in neighborhoods that have wealth, quite frankly. Most of everything is through, I mean, I live around the corner from here. And until you get to the kind of start piece of it, that was one of the nice things about this project is that whereas some of the examples, I think the one in Atlanta, I always forget what it's called, is kind of like the one that's.
Beltline.
The Beltline is the one that's really brought forward as like, don't do that. That was one of the positives. And then we are 15 years into the arc of gentrification at this point. So I'm not saying that there aren't things we can do, but most of the things over there have already been sold, bought, reflipped, and flipped again. And I think our property tax values demonstrate that. Unfortunately, or for, like good and bad.
I think it's something to be conscious of, but, the trail is open to everybody. The road is open to everybody. I think it's part of Durham values, and I just want to get the thing done. I think it's pretty clear where the trail is, and let's just do it. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just to that, I appreciate Councilmember Cook raising that. And I think, and I appreciate Bo mentioning the equitable engagement piece, the sort of stuff we've done already. I do want to mention that the mayor and I are both part of the new Abundance Elected Officials Network. And one thing we talk about there is that, this is not a reason not to do this kind of project. We should do it, and we need to create more supply of good stuff. But it does give us then the right to have other problems, and this is one of them. And so I think I would sort of support the idea of further work into what kind of models there might be, given where we are now. I don't know if that means, as Councilmember Cook is suggesting, renters, tax relief we only have for homeowners. I think the models you're referencing, Councilmember Cook, are maybe more along the lines of I know we've talked about a community development IPO model. That's more around a commercial development, not a trail, but I would support additional work thinking about what the models are at this point. So appreciate you raising that. I will also say, I'm glad that Sean was here also to talk about the sort of that gravel lot. It's an impervious gravel lot. It's going to become a park with stormwater. So we're losing some parking capacity, but I think people can also take our transit to the transit center, which is right across the street, and use that to take Amtrak. So there's different options we're creating for people, which is great. Thank you for the presentation. Thanks for the update. Thanks, City Manager, for bringing this to us. I know we've talked about these major projects that we wanted to see updates on, so thank you for having the presentation come to us. Love the vision. I do agree with the mayor. Let's get this done. I do have a couple questions about money and timeline, because I think it's pretty clear we were here about a year ago. Since then, the timeline's also pushed back another year, right? So we've got to deliver this thing. We got to do it soon. I do get questions from neighbors and others about the RAISE grant and when the RAISE grant expires. Can you please explain when that RAISE grant expires so folks have that information?
Sean, I'm going to give it to Sean. So transportation is.
So I understand this is 2029, right?
So I think I'm going to let Sean, because he knows exactly.
So Sean Egan again for transportation. So we have a $9 million grant that was executed in January. So we have access to that through 2029. So the way that we will manage this is that once we get into construction, the first $9 million worth of expenses that we have, we will apply to that grant. So that will be the first reimbursement requests that we do from the federal government. And with this schedule, that should be plenty of time for us to fully draw down and close out that grant agreement well ahead of the 2029 deadline.
Okay, thank you for that. My next question is about the overall, if you go back to the budget slide there. So what we're saying is the total cost is 35, something like that.
The revenue was $45.3 million. The construction budget was $25 million.
I thought the revenue and costs kind of equaled out there.
The revenue and the expenses equal out.
Right. So say more about that. So we're saying that the current revenue we have,
$45.3 million.
right, equals the expenses.
Correct.
But what about costs?
That's included in the expenses, all the costs.
But I thought you said there's
professional-
something that's not there. It's all. Yeah, let's pull that slide up just so we can see that. So we have 45 million plus in funding. And so we're saying, the next slide, so we're saying that 45 expenses, go to the next one.
That is the next one.
So this is the budget for expenses.
Correct. Yeah, all the expenses capture the total revenue costs in professional services, construction.
So this is
other
everything,
costs.
this is all in, this is everything. We're saying this is, it's gonna cost 45.
Yes.
In total.
Yes.
And so if the cost goes above that, we won't have, like, we have 45 plus in revenues, right?
Yeah, I mean, the idea is not to go over that. I mean, that's kind of one of the reasons why we're trying to bring on the construction manager at risk, because they really are great at doing that constructability review and helping us mitigate that risk before we even start construction.
And we'll go back to the revenue side. So we have 13 million in the CIP this year. So this is the last time this is gonna appear in the CIP, correct?
Correct.
Unless there's some other costs.
Correct. I mean, we don't anticipate that.
Yeah, okay. Again, that's what we want to hold y'all to. That's good to know. There's also mention in the memo about the possibility of an additional 4 million in federal funds. That seemed a little bit unclear.
I think that's captured in the last line item on the funding there. That's the $4 million. And so I understand that, I don't know if Sean, you have better, or Bill, maybe Bill, I think actually has this one. I think the money is committed. It's just timing of it.
Bill Judge, Transportation. As part of the adoption of the state transportation plan, the STIP, they did updated cost estimates for all the projects. And as part of that, yeah, some additional funding was awarded to this project. It's captured in that, along with some other previous existing funding, but
So it shows up where? That's in that bottom line?
in that bottom line of that $4.1 million approximately. So we'll still have to get some like municipal agreements for that money to be executed and award it to the city, but it is programmed.
It is programmed in the STIP.
It's programmed in the STIP, yes.
Which is that's like, remind me, the STIP is the one that's sort of like constrained
It's the state 10-year program, but the first 5 years are the committed portion. So this is all in the committed window of the first 5 years and gets adopted every 2 years. And it was just adopted earlier on in July.
So it's committed. But it's not, we don't have the money. So
yes, it's committed. It's been programmed through the state, committed. So we will need to get updated municipal agreements, get those executed in order to access the funds.
And we would likely get that in this current fiscal year, or is that?
Yes, probably sometime in the spring, by the time the state's still updating all their projects statewide, but we anticipate requesting those updated municipal agreements.
I mean, could it be like in the sort of next fiscal year, or we are expecting it?
Well, I mean, we can access it. Yeah, it's just a matter of programming and timing with the state. Once they get all that money basically accounted for and awarded, and getting those agreements drafted.
We are expecting it. Yeah.
We are expecting it. We can't actually, they're all reimbursements, so we have to expend the money and then reimburse it anyway. So it's not like they're actually sending us the money. They're just sending us a check, not a check, but an agreement, and then we get the reimbursement check after the expenses are incurred.
Thank you. And as the memo says, I mean, essentially, if we don't get that money, we have to scale back our vision accordingly, correct?
That would, yeah, we would have to.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Colleagues, anyone else? Well, this is a transformative project. This is really, really exciting to see this. I remember the initial conversations about it. Durham doesn't have a river like Chicago and the Riverwalk in San Antonio. So this is our kind of defining river-esque project, a moment for our city. So this is really transformational, really excited about it. I appreciate Councilmember Cook's drilling and reminding us of the importance of equity. It's never excessive to talk about that in Durham, and I appreciate that. I will say that, and this has already been, I think, intoned from the very beginning. I would dare say this project probably would have been further along were it not for our engagement. This project has actually taken longer because we were so committed to the equity piece. And we spent money. We hired consultants to go out and talk to folk. I think the prominent place of Stagville in this project is a direct result of our equitable engagement to make sure that all of the voices and colors and stripes of Durham are prominently, perhaps the most prominent place along this trail. Some may argue there are others, but certainly one of the most prominent places has been left to the descendants of those that were formerly enslaved. That's because we spoke to the community. I think it's worth noting that a lot of the communities that we're concerned about, I've said this even with respect to small area plans. So we're doing some small area plans in some areas that have already, people we want to help are already gone. That's not an argument not to do them, but we did a lot of engagement along the trail. Affluent people are going to be more affluent and because of the trail but it was important for us to make sure that, to your point, Councilmember Riss, that it was accessible physically and emotionally, historically, culturally, for folk. It will elevate a city that's already in the stratosphere, I think. And this is really exciting. I'm looking forward to enjoying this as a resident and as a citizen of the city, and thank colleagues present and past who've spent a lot of time on this project. But this is a transformative project, and I'm really excited. So thank you for a great presentation, and I hope we get all that money. Yeah. That's right. Thank you. I'll yield to you, Mr. Mayor. I won't yield to me. He chewing. Colleague, you had a question? Colleagues, anybody else on the rail trail? While the mayor
just a really quick question. Bless you. The public art. I have a question about the public art. So, do you all, as part of the designing team or the planners, do you believe that we have? And this is not a gotcha or condescending question. Do you believe we really put our best foot forward with this project?
For the vision plan?
Just everything. And I'll preference why I'm asking.
Okay.
And Sean is probably going to laugh about this because one day I envisioned this tower that goes over the train track that connects the bus station and the train station. But then I see this beautiful, colorful bridge, and I'm like, yes, can we do this tonight? And then I'm thinking about, Chicago has the bean. It's like, what is the iconic piece of art that's going to make this trailhead like a landmark destination in the city that's going to be so attractive that people have to go there when they come to Durham, and it's going to just activate people downtown?
Sure. So I think that Stagville is going to be one of those moments. It's a 3-piece project. One of the pieces is going to be a monumental sculpture. Most of the funding is being put towards that sculpture. We don't know what it's going to look like yet, but I think that that's one of the opportunities for a landmark, iconic sculpture moment for the trail. We've got a couple of different opportunities across the trail that are going to be a larger scale sculpture. I can promise you it's one of my goals in the program to get our own version of the bean here in Durham one day. Not that sculpture, but something like that. So we have some really exciting CIP projects coming up with bigger budgets. As you can imagine, a sculpture like that costs a whole lot of money. But yeah, I think there's going to be some really incredible artwork across the trail, and a ton of time and thought and intention went into developing the vision plan. We have tremendous amounts of precedent images to pull from. I'm really excited about all of the art that we're going to see. And I think that, again, to your question, I think Stagville is going to be probably one of the most impressive and exciting pieces of art.
All right, I think we're on the same page because we often talk about public art, and it's like something that it's like a piece of metal that's color, and it makes no sense to the normal person, but we call it public art. And then we're restrained by budget. And to most people, once you go over a few million, it's all the same. It's just as painful. So I just don't want barriers restricting our creativity. If we're gonna go iconic, then let's go iconic. And let's put something there that's gonna really generate, I mean, Raleigh put that park in Midtown and people are still talking about it, you know? Where Cary's downtown too, you know? So I just want us to have these iconic areas that generate attention. And when people say, oh, did you go to, I mean, what do people say? You go to Chicago? Did you go to the Bean? It's a big, shiny metal bean. I don't even know what it's for, what it
It's
does.
a photo op.
But you can look at yourself in it. But it's one of those landmarks that people have to go to. And when you go there, it's thousands of people. You know, so I just want to make sure we go big. And I don't want to overcomplicate this to where it's like, well, we're trying to check every, you know, box. And that means we're reducing what we can do everywhere else.
Totally understand. Right there with you.
Good.
We're going to do our best.
Thank you. I just, you know, I'm a former teacher. You get written up when your creativity is dampened by yourself. Go big. All right, item
16.
That's item 16. Well, thank you. Thank you all for the presentation.
Thanks much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I'm going to declare that we still have quorum in the building. Call is you and I. Oh, I didn't even mean that. Quorum, quorum houses and quorum.
Use this.
Topher was here. We have quorum to talk about quorum.
Okay, good evening. Good evening. Matt Walker, again, Housing and Neighborhood Services, here tonight to talk about the Affordable Accessory Dwelling Unit ADU loan pilot. It's only about 10 minutes. It's to tell you where I am now and where we started. Forever Home Durham. There is a $95 million bond referendum approved in 2019 that is combined with another $65 million to come up with a $159 million program that we're calling Forever Home Durham. There were over 3,000 affordable units as the goal to this program, with strategies of construction, preservation, and homeownership support. So the ADU loan pilot is at this point a $1.75 million piece of a bigger $160 million program. So the question is, why ADUs? Why accessory dwelling units? Why are we doing this? I asked the question, and there's a couple of things that jump out. It's to expand affordable rental options, support intergenerational families. It's flexible, it's lower cost infill, and it advances the missing middle and anti-displacement goals. Those are some things that don't normally jump out at you when you think about a small unit in the back of a single family lot. But these things are very important. Really, they're called granny flats in other places, but ADUs will allow us to create units in a different setting for low and moderate income families. So we want to remember that the unit is going to be rented to a 80% or below family. So in Forever Home Durham, there is a loan pilot section. So this is a pilot program. What are we trying to achieve here? We believe we can create at least 20 affordable ADUs. We're going to do that by providing low-interest loans for eligible homeowners. Eligible homeowners are homeowners that are living in have property in the city of Durham now. They have to remember that they have to serve the renters that are at 80% or below. And then we're going to test and evaluate to see what we've done good, what we can improve on, and to see if this program can actually scale up. You know, I was here earlier and we talked about a 180-unit rental project. We're really making homeowners affordable housing developers, which is an opportunity, but there's a lot of resources to make a single homeowner an affordable housing landlord. They have to understand tenants, they have to understand property management, and that's one of the things that complicates this program. So when we go back and test and evaluate what we did right, what we could do better, that's a really good and needed piece of this program, the evaluation piece. So the structure. This program has $1.75 million in it. We're seeking to contract with Coram Homes to administer the loans and give support. We talked to a couple of stakeholders to see how we would structure this program. And you can imagine you could have lenders that, as they say, will lend all day. You can talk to architects, they'll build it. But to help a homeowner to get through permitting, design, talking to the bank, it's really multi-phased. So Coram, and as we put out the RFP, we wanted a contractor to administer the whole program, construction, coordinate with the contractors, work with the banks, work with the financing to get the projects through from beginning to end. So we also wanted to make sure that we had affordability covenants in these projects. We believe it's about an average of $80,000 per unit, and the homeowners will have to sign covenants so that these units are only available for low mod income families. There'll probably be efficiencies, ones or twos. One of the things is, at this point, as the program is still being created, we're working with Coram, if selected, to create a program manual so both the city and the homeowners and Coram understands how the program is going to run. So the path to selection at this point. We did a lot of research. We talked to self-help. We talked to other local stakeholders. We talked to architects about what it takes to actually build an ADU. We talked to nonprofits to kind of get an idea of how do we reach these goals. That indicated what we put in the solicitation, and from the solicitation, we actually only got one response, and that is Coram. However, we found that they had the experience and the capacity because they are one of the few firms at this point that are actually building ADUs in the city and working with, we think, the type of owners and renters that we're trying to target, the low and mod income renter. Why Coram Houses? They've shown us that they have developed 20 at this point, 20 ADUs in the city. They're actually a micro enterprise that's working with the city at this point using CDBG CV funds. They've come in, we've talked to them. They've demonstrated that they have strong contractor and community partnerships, that they've worked with low mod income homeowners that could be problematic. We're not talking about working with someone who has a $500,000 line of equity credit and can build these on their own with no help. So, and we also determined that they do have the capacity to manage this homeowner type program. It's a lot of hand holding sometimes with homeowners, and that's, you know, takes a lot of effort. It takes a lot of interpersonal skills to do that. That's why Coram Houses at this point. Here's a list of projects that they've successfully completed and the types of units that they have in their portfolio to be able to be made available to folks who want to take advantage of the program. We've structured the contract to make sure that there is a balance in oversight and accountability. We've built in regular reporting. The loan terms with the homeowners, as identified, has to be approved by the city. And when we look at the program, the metrics that we normally talk about are just units built. We think there'll be 20 units, but we also want to make sure we're tracking the affordability. We want to track the types of owners that are taking advantage of it, and to see if folks are actually satisfied that the program meets their needs. Remember, we're putting, on average, we think about $80,000 into you know, a 900, 1,200 square foot backyard unit. And then built into the program is a evaluation piece that we think is very important to see if it's scalable, if it's something that we want to expand and do again in the future. Right now, we've issued the RFP. We've selected Coram. We've bringing the item to council now. Contract execution. The first task in that will be a program manual development so that both Coram and the city are on the same page in terms of how this moves forward. Homeowner outreach, we think, is going to happen soon after that in the fall of 2025, early next year, with the first loans being executed early of 2026 and ongoing evaluation from there. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you. I have just a couple of quick questions. So you said earlier, but lots of places are willing to make the loans. It's just like connecting the process that's hard. And so I guess I'm wondering why we chose then to do the loans ourselves as opposed to just connecting with these, like making more efficient the process to access loans, because it seems like the bulk of this is actually the loan money. And so would it not be more cost effective to just like facilitate loans being received from all these folks who are really excited to make them? Why is the city fronting that money?
Well, making the loans, not easy. The difficulty is understanding whether or not the selection of this borrower fits within the program, and whether there's actually a need to lend the money to this borrower. So what we find is we're going to make available a low-interest loan to someone who wants to build affordable housing in on their lot. So lenders will do that. However, in building this unit, what we find out is that there is a lot of coordination with their contractor, with their designer, with permitting.
Right.
And that is the difficult part.
Right. And so I guess my question is, why are we not doing that part? Why would we not do that part in conjunction with like someone who would do loans, like a bank or someone else?
Oh, I'm sorry. Because when we talk to the banks, that is the piece that they're saying they're not good at. So we know that the homeowner needs services to help them design it and build it, as well as services to help them finance it. The banks say they can do the financing, but they're really not good at the design part and the permitting part.
But
and
we are
working with
also, but we are doing the loans as well, right? Because isn't that the
We'll have the form of the loan, and you can almost think of it as the administrator brokering it, making sure the loans are filled out by the homeowners, and we would then take the loan and record the loans. Does that make sense?
But we are not working with a bank, for example. So we're not facilitating a bank giving the loan out. The city is giving the loan. And I think, I'm not sure if maybe I'm not asking this question right, but like what I'm confused about is that is the bulk of the money that we're spending. And if there are banks that are willing to expend that money, and we could then do the facilitation on the outside, wouldn't we be able to do so much more? Like, wouldn't this amount just stretch so much further?
Well, the bank, no banks replied to do this program. that's one thing. If that's answering your question.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, I gotta jump in here. So like, as I said before, I'm on the board of the Self-Help Credit Union, right? So Self-Help could not be a more mission-aligned financial institution. Self-Help developed a pilot of ADU lending to see if they could develop a product. They had a hard time doing it because it was hard to pencil out for the borrowers. So there's no banks right now that'll make an ADU loan, as far as I know, right? That's the issue. So it's no banks are making ADU loans. So it's not like we could do it with a bank. So this is why we're taking on this role to sort of pilot this. But I just want to make, banks do a lot of lending, but they're not lending to ADUs.
And they're not going to lend at the interest rate we're offering.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I figured that,
That's
but
a-
I mean, it would be easier to offset an interest rate than to front the entire, like, it would be more cost effective to do that than to front the entire loan. But I get confused because he
Yeah.
said earlier that
Yeah,
the
I think
loans
it's
were
a little
really
bit confusing,
excited
yeah.
to do it, or the banks were really excited to do it.
So if, and what I mean is, in the task to build an ADU, right? The homeowner is faced with working with an architect, a designer, a contractor.
Right.
That's not insignificant amount of work. And we want to make sure that these things are successful. So when we talk to the bank to say, hey, could you do this and help folks become affordable housing developers, their focus really wasn't on the administration, the construction administration, or contractor selection, or design, or working with an architect, helping a homeowner work with an architect.
Okay.
Their expertise was in
The actual.
loan administration.
Right.
Right?
And so.
And that's only that was what we found was just a piece of what we needed to make this
Right.
successful.
Okay, and so then, once we kind of had that information, was there a conversation about having the banks do that part of the loan while we did the part for the design and all of the, like, kind of like leading the way to it?
We talked about that, and when we put out the RFP, we tried to get a consortium of folks together.
Yeah.
Put the banks together with the architects, with the designers,
Yeah.
come in together, but
Get
they
any
didn't,
banks?
they didn't respond.
Isn't that what happened with Forever Home, Durham? Like the other loans, like it was really hard to get the banks to work with the program we had in place. So in this case, we own the entire supply chain
Yes.
Right.
from beginning to end. So it just makes it easier.
Yeah, I mean, it makes it easier, but it makes it a lot more expensive, right? And so I'm like, when I'm thinking about, like, you're talking about, like, how do we expand it up in the future? And I'm like, the way that we expand it up in the future is that we don't cover the entirety of the loan, right? Because there's, like, to me, I'm like, we're not, that's a big amount of money. I mean, and I understand that it's like 80,000 per unit is not like a huge amount, but like, if we wouldn't be wanting to like gift that money, right? Like, it's a loan for a reason because we would need it back, right? Like, the investment is not good enough that like we would just pay outright for an 80% unit,
That's correct.
right? Like, we could, if we were gonna just build units, we could build things.
There were a couple of ways we thought about how you would actually build an ADU with the result of the ADU being what we're trying to accomplish. Could you lend it? Could you grant it? Do you lend it to a low-income family? And what we landed on was we will create a product where it is a low interest rate loan, 30 years to a homeowner. And as long as the homeowner rents the unit to a family at 80% or below, then we would reach our goal. That's
Yeah.
sort of how it's
Yeah.
landed now. Now, we could probably, when we talk about lessons learned, learn that if we wanted to, ramp it up more, this is what we need to do. We put in $1.75 million. That automatically limits you to a production of 20.
Right.
Now, maybe it might have been more attractive if it was a 200-unit pilot. Maybe more folks would have jumped in.
I
But
see.
at this point, with 20 units,
Yeah.
this is
Pilot, yeah.
the best. I think our best chance to be
That makes
successful.
sense.
Councilmember, what?
I'm just gonna go
I have,
around.
can I ask my other question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. I'm just curious about enforcement on the rent and like how the rents are set. I know that this is like a huge process that the Housing Authority does, and it's like very complicated. So I was just wondering like how, first of all, if y'all have any, or if there's gonna be any sort of like working with how to get those leases, like how to get the units leased up, and then how to ensure that the rents are the 80% AMI.
So we would have to work with every new landlord and explain to them the income restrictions and what we need to see in their leases and what they are now, affordable housing landlords. So we have a compliance department that does that type of training, and they'll have to train every household on what the program rules and regulations are. Yeah.
Good. All right. You, I was,
So thank you, Mr. Walker, for the presentation. First thing to just say, like, I know this is, again, one of the things we've been asking about. This was part of Forever Home. I've been asking since I got on council, where's the ADU pilot? So I'm glad we're launching it. I'm also glad, it sounds like you're proposing we work with Coram, right? I mean, Coram is completely mission aligned. I know Tova was here earlier, great partner, so I think it's a great idea.
Yes.
To Councilmember Cook's comments, like, I think the devil is in the details on this. And again, like, as a self-help board member, we've looked at this, and I know that self-help tried to make a lending product that could be scalable and had a hard time penciling it out, given the small loan size, given the sort of the low-income homeowner, or the homeowners who are gonna be supporting these. So my questions are, like, just on the details. So what's the max loan size? We said we're gonna do 20. Is the max loan size 80,000, or do we know that?
We don't know that yet. So one of the things is we're going to work on creating a program manual that will answer those questions. But if you run the numbers, we're talking about, based on unit size, you know, an efficiency, a 1-bedroom or a 2-bedroom, we're talking about between, I think it was between $75,000 and $150,000 per unit that averaged out to $80,000 per unit.
So we could go higher. It could be as high as 150, depending on the. Okay. So I look forward to you working those details out. So the lender will be the city of Durham.
Yes, yes. We will be one of the lenders.
Who's the other
So a homeowner may have their own funds. So our $80,000, we're trying to make it gap financing so that we're able to stretch it out. So the homeowner may bring some of their own funds.
Equity or debt?
Either. But we want to make sure folks aren't overburdened.
Right. But that would be like in the second mortgage on the ADU, or this would be the first position?
This, depending on the homeowner's situation.
I think it's frankly unlikely to happen, having their own. Yeah, I think that's unlikely.
Yeah. I mean, if someone
Given what we know.
If somebody has their home and they're debt-free, you would almost expect that they'd be able to borrow something towards.
Yeah.
So in most cases, it'll probably be secondary financing.
Okay. So the lender is the city of Durham, maybe some other funds there, right?
Yes.
So I know that we have a first-time home buyer down payment assistance program that's been underutilized, too clunky to use. I know we're working on trying to making that easier to use. How do we know this is not going to be a clunky process getting those loans from the city?
It's a pilot program. I don't really see it as being clunky.
Like, who's going to underwrite the loan?
That is Coram's in their scope.
Okay, they'll do the underwriting. So when Coram says we sort of like, we've reviewed the loan documents, it checks out, city, you all make the loan.
Yep, and they'll deliver the forms to us, and we'll run them by, our internal team for approval. And at that point, we would be able to approve the loan, record the loan, and then Coram would administrate building the unit.
So there's another sort of like approval process within the city.
Yes.
Yeah. So it's applied. I just encourage you to think about how we can do this in the most like streamlined way. I know this has been an issue. Timing always matters in these transactions. So I assume in this contract, there's also some management fee for Coram, right? It's not just all loan capital. There's some management fee or whatever in there.
Yeah.
And it's part of the 1.75.
Part of the 1.75, I think they've identified $150,000 as their fee.
So my last question is, and I know that Charlotte is now doing this for folks in Charlotte. I think the Charlotte program, at least in part or fully, becomes forgivable at some point. Would we consider in Durham either partial or full loan forgiveness at some point down the road? Is that something we're considering or have thought about?
Actually, I considered forgivable in the beginning. If it's forgivable, you get more uptake. More folks can take advantage of it. But after consulting with our internal team, the feeling was start with a low interest rate for 30 years. Maybe one of the lessons learned is it should be forgivable. Or in certain
so, yeah.
situations, making it forgivable might make sense.
So, no, this is good. It's a pilot. So I guess for the manager, well, I'd love to get an update on this, like 6 months, a year down the road to see how many families, if we're at 0 at a year, then sort of suggest maybe the terms. So I think it is a pilot. Let's do that, but let's make sure we have like some feedback loops so we can see how it's going.
Yeah.
So, thank you.
Can I just build off of that? What I was saying earlier about maybe the wanting to work with other lenders is that in terms of like an actual like units per dollar spent, if we make this a forgivable loan, it's actually not going to be that advantageous to us. Like we could fund more lower income units in a different manner other than doing this, right? So like that is
if we didn't make it
our return
forgivable.
on investment is not very good if this was a forgivable loan, if it was just an expenditure.
Right, but no other lenders are lending for ADUs
I understand
right
that, but what I'm saying is that the cost that it takes to build a unit of low income housing, like our return on investment for this would not be good if it was a forgivable loan. And so I'm
Well, that's sort of like, that's a
Right.
policy choice, right? But yeah.
Right, but like, yes, if we're
No,
gonna
I
make a
get-
choice on like where we're gonna put our money, if we
Yes.
can build 2 units instead of 1, like that's what we're gonna do, generally speaking. So that was kind of why I was asking that question about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So these are all things we can learn.
Is it my turn? Thank you. How many, so at certain, is it restricted to 80% AMI? For how long is it restricted to 80% AMI? The life of the loan?
For 30 years.
For 30 years,
Yeah.
okay. Is there a way to, because when we think about ADUs, and part of the reason you promote ADUs for folks is so that they can age in place, right? You move family behind, you move a nurse behind. And so at some point, we need to think about some of those folks who are getting those loans aren't going, like a 30-year loan is a long time. And so there needs to be, when we do that reassessment, not having that restriction if it's for their own care or for family that may not be at 80% area median income. Like we need to have some flexibility because you promote ADU for lots of reasons, not just for providing affordable housing. That's one good reason, but it's also to be able for folks to be able to stay in their home because it allows them to have housing and potentially care and not have to go into assisted living because they are able to have care living on site.
Right, then the question is, but is that like city subsidized loan or is that just sort of that family's like?
Well, I'm
Financial
saying that at
obligation.
that point, if they've lived in that unit or that house and they've been in it and they've rented for 10 or 15 or 20 years, I think I'm not going to be on council, but I would hope our policymakers would think about the other value or the other reason that you're providing that, right? So if they've been part of the program and they've followed it.
Oh, you mean have sort of like have rented to a low income?
Yeah, they've rented to a low-income program person, or they've been in the program, they've been renting, they've been good, whatever, and now their own life has, I don't want to ding potentially also a low-income person or a person on a fixed income for building, for getting that type of loan from us. So it's just something to think about. And then did we look at the LA program? Because I think when you think about ADU development, LA is the model that is lifted up as the one that's actually been able to crank it out.
Yes.
Right. I'll just say this is a creative and potentially life-changing use of municipal funds. I look forward to seeing what we learn from the pilot. Thanks for the presentation.
Thank you.
Yeah, really grateful, and I'm glad that we are giving local innovation an opportunity. The slide, why Coram houses, I think it goes even deeper. It was because it was a teacher who got bored during the pandemic and said, I'm going to try something. And he just started experimenting, and next thing you know, he became a professional at it to make a way for his family. And now he's working with his local government to build for other families. So that's a true Durham success story. Yep, local innovation. All right. Which one is this one?
Item 20, Durham to Roxboro Rail Trail.
22?
20?
I'm sorry. 20.
Oh, we did Oh, God.
This is Durham to Roxboro. Got 2 trails for you today.
I was like, no, we're done.
Welcome, Mr. Walcott. So I don't have my glasses on and you don't have yours on either, where it says the amount of minutes for the presentation. I think that's a 1-0.
It's either going to be 6 or 7.
We'll take it.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council. I'm Wade Walcott with your Parks and Recreation Department. And speaking of transformational trail projects, like Mayor Pro Tem Middleton said earlier this evening, I'm here to talk about a very exciting opportunity that we're able to be a part of. And this is a transformational project, and this is an opportunity that doesn't come very often. And like every great transformational project, it takes a lot of people and a lot of coordination. And in your packet, it talks about this is one of those multi-jurisdictional public-private partnerships to make happen. So we, the City of Durham, is a partner in this. There's 3 or 4 financial partners, but there's probably close to 10 other partners and nonprofits from around the region working together to make this happen, to transform approximately 26 miles of unused railroad running from Durham to Person County into a multi-use trail. And like I said, to make something like this happen takes a lot of great partners, takes a lot of great coordination, and that's what we have in front of you. What it also takes is some studies and due diligence. And tonight, the reason you're here, and this is a presentation, we are not going to be requesting any action at the next council meeting, but it's just to for you to receive a presentation on part of that due diligence, which is a feasibility study. So you'll hear the components of that from our vendor, Destination by Design, and they'll talk through that plan and the steps it went through. Now, this plan was funded. I mentioned we have multiple funding partners that included the City of Durham, included Person County, and included Durham County. And then it also had a partnership with a $400,000 grant that came to us thanks to Triangle West Transportation Planning Organization. That was for the feasibility study that you'll learn more about tonight. The next work session, we'll be back and we'll be giving you more information and more details about the ownership of this rail corridor and asking you to authorize the manager to move forward with expending funds that we already have had approved by you in a previous CIP to be put toward the acquisition of the property. And what I mean by putting toward the acquisition of the property, this is property that will be owned by North Carolina Department of Transportation. So this will be our contribution along with Person County and Durham County toward the acquisition. And that will be the next work session. So again, tonight, this will be a presentation from Destination by Design talking about part of the due diligence and acquiring this property. So I'd like to welcome up Mr. Eric Woolbridge to begin the presentation.
Thanks, Wade. Appreciate the introduction. Yeah, that's good. Yes. Hey. Oh my gosh. Holy cow. Are you serious? And we were friends. That is awesome. Wow, we got to catch up. Well, good evening, Mayor, Council. Good to meet you. My name is Eric Orridge, President at Destination by Design. Oh man, this is crazy. It caught me off guard. No, that's awesome. Oh man. Like I said, I'm president with Destination by Design. We're the lead firm that's been leading the consultant team on this particular project. But with no doubt, Tool Design has been a huge partner with us on this project. In fact, they've handled a lot of the granular engagement, if you will. Sarah Johnson, who was here for, I don't know, we probably hung out for about 3 or 4 hours before she had to go take care of her kids. So I'm going to try to handle this solo. We, of course, have a great project team behind us, not only DPR staff, but also county officials and Triangle West representatives, East Coast Greenway as well. So if some of my colleagues want to jump in, especially during Q&A, then that would be great, of course. So as mentioned, we're talking about 18 miles that are within the Durham County, but of course 26 miles total if you connect downtown Durham all the way to Roxboro. Durham to Roxboro plan.com is where the information here resides. But for this agenda, I want to go real quickly through the discovery and phase 1 engagement that we went through. Then we moved into plan development. Then we moved into a second round of engagement. And then I want to jump into some of our trail segment recommendations. I heard the mayor just now, it's like 30 minutes down to 10. Can you do it? I don't know if I can do that, but I'm going to try my best.
You just said real quick, and I nodded my head. So.
I hear you. So we're about a year into this planning process. We are right here at in between 5.2 and 5.3 of this entire timeline as well. Tremendous amount of work. We started out with a whole series of project goals. Of course, went in to identify the assets along this along the corridor, the tremendous partnerships. You know, how do we not only identify those but engage those? Look for connectivity opportunities. Use the planning process to create unity. How do we create a distinctive rail trail experience and try to start identifying properties and interesting areas that can create some real unique spaces along the way, and then of course come up with a great strategy. The first phase of engagement went from January to well into March. We launched a project brand, a project fact sheet, a website, did quite a bit of social media postings, produced a community online survey, a whole series of public workshops, focus group events, and various pop-up events as well. We had close to 3,000 responses on our online survey, looking at general usage, improvements and priorities. We had an online mapping tool, so we collected a lot of geographic information as well, and had 88 zip codes represented. There's a lot of interest in this project across the region, but certainly in the immediate area. I don't want to get into all the details of the first survey. There's tons of data there. It's all on the website, but around 71% strongly supported the project, around another 10% with support, 15% in the original survey strongly opposed the project. I think we probably ran around a 10 to 15% of kind of opposition, if you will, whether that be from the online survey and from some of the other meetings as well, particularly when we started to engage landowners that were along the rail corridor as we moved north. The interactive map, we collected 578 map respondents that are geographically identified. 1,200 plus of those we identified as kind of opportunities related to connections, outdoor recreation, development, education. On the concern side, about 700 of those centered around safety, sustainability, and the provision of amenities. For our public workshops, we had 174 participants across 3 meetings. The North Regional Library, Edison, and the Durham County Library. We had 3 different focus groups during the first round of engagement: North Durham Community, Stagville Descendants Council, Bragtown Community Association, and then we had 425 participants engage us in pop-up events. So a total of 642 of those folks were engaged in one of those events. Transitioning real quick over to plan development. You know, in our analysis, trying to take all the things that we learned from the community, combine that with our discovery, analysis, environmental related conditions, obviously trying to connect to nearby trails, nearby amenities, assess various environmental opportunities. We know that from a natural environment standpoint, we've got 21 public parks, 6 nature preserves, 8 lakes and rivers, 12 bike ped connector trails that are all within this corridor, which we identified. The primary corridors with a mile of either side, but there's certainly some incredible connections that are just beyond that, so we wanted to be sure to capture that. Moving to the built environment section, we've got 26 neighborhoods, 12 public schools, 4 business districts, 2 recreation centers, 11 historic sites, 4 art centers, and 3 what we call trail town type of communities that are in North Durham that were historical communities along the rail corridor that were certainly of interest to us from the built environment standpoint. We did a tremendous amount of field work, leveraged a lot of the relationships that we developed in public meetings to, of course, meet with people on the ground. Someone calls, someone wants to meet, we're there. So a lot of fun meeting various members of the community to drum up ideas, conduct various inspections and so forth. Typical trail section, 12 to 14 feet wide as we kind of get out into the county environment, certainly connecting into the urban core of Durham and to the Durham Rail Trail. Certainly want to tie in there and probably go a little bit wider as well. In regards to road crossings, there's 21 of those. We've laid out from what type of treatment would be most likely recommended once you move it into the engineering stage. We try to lay those out. We heard some of these in the presentation earlier, but some of those could be unsignalized, especially where the trail traverses in some of your neighborhoods, and certainly getting more aggressive and signalized as we get across some of our major crossings. But there's 21 of those in total. After we did the entire round of analysis, we moved into a second round of engagement from May 1st to September 22nd. Again, pushing out all of our recommendations, providing opportunities for online opportunities, and we conducted a second survey that obtained about 453 total responses. We presented conceptual designs, trail crossings, various trail design opportunities as well. And once again, we kept around that 71% of positive, went to 11% negative. Some just didn't provide specific comments at all, but lots of comments and ideas that fed into the plan recommendations. So for the second round of engagement, we had 259 total participants engaged. Once again, 3 workshops, 3 different focus groups, some more intensive engagement with water resources, transportation, housing, and once again, due to an incredible project team, participated in a number of pop-up events throughout the community. Some of the big takeaways from the focus group themes, particularly in phase 2, was a big emphasis on trail amenities, trailheads, waysides, everything from what those would look like, how would they provide connectivity, and also concerned about the loss of privacy, the loss of crime, gentrification, a lot of the same issues that we've heard earlier. Community connections, a lot of interest in connecting to schools, into neighborhoods as well. History, culture, interpretation, Stagville, Bragtown, your indigenous communities. How do we represent those in an honest and uplifting way? And then continuing with implementation and engagement throughout the process. Moving into some of the trail segment recommendations, and now I'll conclude with this. There's 6 of these that will be identified in the final master plan, which is in its second review with the project team. Going to spend most of the time here talking about the project core, but I do want to highlight the significance of this entire corridor. I mean, it just has such an amazing significance to the city. But from Avondale Road to Hamlin, to the underpass to Hamlin Road, we've got about 86% of this in the city, a good portion in the urban growth boundary. We've got at-grade crossings at E-Club, Roanoke, Dearborn, Thompson, 2 incredible underpass and art opportunities at the I-85 underpass and Camden Avenue as well. A whole host of key connections. So I'm not going to list all of those off. I think everyone here is probably quite familiar with those. NCDOT does control some property at Camden Avenue. We wanted to explore a couple of options for trailheads there. One of those centered around great connectivity. One of those with a little bit more of a plaza feel as well. Underneath I-85, incredible opportunity to do public art as mentioned. So we wanted to start to set the stage for some of that. Ellerby Creek Connector, the city owns wetland parcels there, opportunity for education, and of course continuing and connecting with that greenway. at some point in the future as well. E-Club Boulevard, the city does own a track there. We explored that with a trailhead, potential amenities as well. And then, of course, the crossing at E-Club, probably a good opportunity for a mid-block, a refuge there along that particular roadway. Bragtown, tremendous opportunity to explore things from a cultural standpoint. How does the trail interact with not only the community, but the business community? So we had a lot of on-the-ground meetings there in that particular community as well. We did look at the idea of a sort of a roundabout along the rail trail here that would slow down users that are moving across Dearborn, and then of course provide a great place for some public art in the center of that. Moving on up, Hamlin Road to Penny's Bend. Have a number of major connections here, including Penny's Bend itself, the Mountains of Sea Trail, the proposed Cub Creek Greenway, Sandy Ridge Elementary, and East Coast Greenway would be a shared route through this section as well. We've brought a number of options to connect the rail trail to the Mountains of Sea Trail and to Penny's Bend itself, with the trailhead opportunity and even a potential realignment itself for Snow Hill. Moving from Penny's Bend up to Rhododendron Drive, about 60% of this planning section is in the urban growth boundary. Lots of great connections with Little River Elementary, Lucas Middle, Durham Technical College, Catawba Trail Farm, historic location of the Great Trading Path, the East Coast Greenway, once again. So our plan just highlights the opportunities of these various connections. There's no lack of them, that's for sure. Rhododendron Drive, more of a residential style road, potential for crossing there. Rhododendron to Ball Road, we show 6 at-grade crossings through this particular planning section. Key connections, destinations, Stagville Historic Site, Horton Grove Nature Preserve, Lake Mickey, Mangum Elementary, and East Coast Greenway would diverge in this particular planning section. Of course, Triangle Land Conservancy controls a number of properties along the corridor and have been a great partner throughout some of these, throughout the planning process. Lake Mickey, incredible opportunity for connectivity there, along with Mangum Elementary School. And then we've got Ball Road to Red Mountain, which has 3 road crossings. You know, we're fully out of the city's urban growth boundary, but we've got Rougemont Train Depot, which is controlled privately, but we do see a great northern terminus and trailhead that's available there for this community that could become quite a little trail town in northern Durham County. Red Mountain Road to Person County line, pretty small section here, but that gets us to the final, to the county boundary. Key implementation takeaways: corridor, current ownership. You know, this corridor is owned in fee. You know, this is not a rail bank situation, but a fee simple acquisition situation, which is a good thing. The corridor purchase, the Conservation Fund on behalf of NCDOT is leading this. They're currently in phase 1 and 2 environmental analysis. You've got federal funding that would certainly be typical and critical for an implementation of a project like this, as you all well know. Our rough estimate, rough order magnitude, you know, depending on what level of amenities you all would be built over time. We looked, I think, mostly at this as a transportation corridor, but certainly want to activate the trail as well, but around $3 to $3.5 million per mile there. So next steps, as was mentioned earlier, is, you know, establishing roles for Durham County, the city of Durham, for ongoing maintenance, acquisition, and management. That's the fastest I could deliver that presentation.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Questions, colleagues? All right. Oh, okay.
Man,
He's like, don't go.
Javier, I thought we were about to have a beer right there. Mark.
Your middle school connections almost got you. Yeah. So
Go ahead, Carl.
So y'all, I'm on the TPO, but I'm also on the advisory team for the Durham to Roxboro Rail Trail. So it's been good to work with your team. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
It's exciting stuff. Brooke is here and Ellen from the county. So really exciting stuff. I just have a couple questions. I think Andrew's here as well from East Coast Greenway Alliance. So as I understand, there's some sort of, like, we're not being asked for any kind of action now or at the meeting on Monday. But as I understand, there's some important timelines coming up to like acquire the property that relate to like funding from like NCDOT and sort of who has funding when and when it's got to be. So I just want to make sure I understand what the council is being asked to do and to make sure that we're not slowing you down in the process of acquiring the land and moving the project forward.
Yes, Councilmember Riss, this is just the presentation to get a better understanding of the feasibility study and the plan, and no action is being requested at the subsequent council meeting. We will be back at the next council work session.
2 weeks.
Sorry? 2 weeks from today. Yeah, 2 weeks from today.
Okay.
And at that point, we are prepared to provide a draft of the agreement that we would have with NCDOT that would allow the manager to enter into agreement and for us to use the funding that we already have approved and budgeted in CIP to chip in toward the acquisition of the property.
Okay, I want to make sure that's clear. So that's good. But then there's also a question about so will we also be asked to approve the feasibility study at some point soon? Because I know that part of what the feasibility study does is inform us about sort of what we need to know, what's there, what we need to be aware of, but also allows the project team with that feasibility study approved to then move to the next step. And again, I want to make sure we're not slowing down the folks from the work on this. So do we need to approve that soon, or what's the timeline on that?
One of our partners can correct me here tonight. I don't believe we're in a position that we're slowing any of this progress down. I am unclear whether there will be multiple actions requested at the next work session in council. To my knowledge, right now, it is just getting councils to take action on the funding to enter into an agreement to purchase the corridor. I don't.
That's what will come in 2 weeks at the work
Yes,
session.
correct. I haven't been involved in any dialogue about having an action requested to approve a plan.
That said, we'll check back in with the project team and verify it. I don't know, Ellen or Brooke, I don't know if you guys want to comment on that or if you'd prefer to talk offline, but. I mean, you came all this way, waited all this time.
Come on, join us. Join the party.
Night. Ellen Beckman, Durham County. Thank you. So I can share what we're doing at the county, which you may want to follow. So we are, working with the team to finalize the report by the end of the month, October. So after that, we'll have the final document. And for the county, then we intend to bring that back and ask for approval. That'll probably be in like December or so.
You'll bring that back to us.
Well, I'll bring it to the county.
Your body,
it's kind
yeah.
of up to you guys to decide what you want to do.
You guys are doing a formal plan adoption at the
Yes.
county just to have the county's blessing on the feasibility study, and the project team's preference is that the city bring that forward for the council's consideration as well?
Yes.
Okay.
But in terms of timing on that, so you're planning to bring it back to the county by?
I think it'll be December based on our timing of the, finalization of the document. But I think Wade said it clearly that the acquisition is more the immediate step, and that needs to happen before mid-November. So
That's right, yeah.
I think that's the more critical step to make sure this keeps going forward at this point.
Well, if I could just for staff, if I could just sort of like, once we get that funding, that's the first thing. Hope we can move quickly then to get on the agenda if there's additional, if we need to get that feasibility study approved so we can keep the thing going. So I just want to make sure that's on the radar screen. So that would be the next step after, yeah.
Yes, the agenda item is already submitted, and we're going to bring that to you in 2 weeks for the work session.
Awesome. Any other comments? All right.
Good, thank you.
Oh, go ahead.
I just want to say I love the project. I think it's awesome, and it is very much transformative, and maybe hopefully in 10 years, everything will be done and we can just ride our bikes or walk on it. Thank you.
Thank you. And I know you said you were tracking about 11 to 15% dissatisfied or against it. I think they all showed up to one of the county meetings, I heard, and it was on my calendar to go, and I remember I think it was the sheriff, and someone said, don't go. So I guess we can be really sensitive about the communication. I guess some folks think that the city is trying to impede upon their land out in the rural parts, but I think this is good for the entire region, you know? I think it really is, and I'll be very vocal and supportive of it.
So, I think I appreciate you said that. And I appreciate Brooke and the folks in the county being deeply involved in some of the engagement. And you all have done this a bunch of times. It seems like the life cycle of these trail projects. When they first get proposed, existing landowners are like, I'm not so sure. But I think over time, as folks understand how this can be transformational, as you said, so I think people will get on board. And I'm glad that there's not a large chunk of folks who are objecting. But I think that kind of objection is, as you've done many times, this is not unusual, right, to see some resistance. So I think we can overcome that with a great plan. This will be transformational, and I'm really excited about it.
All right, thank you. All right. Yeah. 21? Oh, okay. Wait, is 22 a presentation, or is it just a pulled item? Just pull? We have a resident just waiting. I can just do. Yeah. So I'll just do that real quick. Yeah. Sean, give me one moment. I thought that 22 was a presentation. It's just a pulled item. And I have a resident that's just waiting. I'm so sorry. Because 22 is something we're addressing on the next general body meeting, but I've held you here for hours.
Yeah, and I've got things to say, so I guess I'll say them and get out of y'all's hair. But
This is item number 22.
3 minutes here, right? Well, the reason why I'm here today is actually because I don't just disagree with this item. I actually don't understand why we're even doing this process. I know we're kind of required to do it, I think, under state law, but I really want you all to start thinking about these paper streets and these places where people ask for us to give away city property, because that's what it is right now. It's city property that could be a street, it could be a greenway, it could be green space permanently, and give it to a private landowner, in this case for the purpose of combining 3 different lots into one single family home lot. And so to start off with, this goes against the Vision Zero action plan that we all passed unanimously here. The very first action on that action plan is to update land use and zoning code to reduce VMT, vehicle miles traveled. And so when you think about what this street could be if there was a connection here, the intersection of Cliff and Rosedale is actually only a quarter mile from the bus stop for the number 10 and 10B as the crow flies, right? So pretty short distance. But today you'd have to actually walk over a mile, including large sections of Ward and Kent that have no sidewalks today. And I don't know if you've gone through this area. I bike through it a lot, but I don't walk through it as much. Those streets are absolutely unsafe for folks to walk along. It's unsafe for me to go along with my e-bike. I go the speed limit on these streets, and I get passed by very aggressive drivers. So imagine what it would be like for a pedestrian. This trip from that corner of Cliff and Rosedale would take over 20 minutes. If we were to actually complete Cliff Street, it would be only a third of a mile along the route that a pedestrian would have to take, and it would be almost entirely on sidewalks. This would take less than 10 minutes. So you can see how this impacts the ability for us to improve our street network. One thing that I want to also point out is that if you look at the segment of streets there, they would essentially become a new dead-end street. And if you take a look at the new UDO, one of the things it calls out specifically is that new dead-end streets and cul-de-sacs are forbidden. You can't build those anymore. But here we are, we're locking in existing city-owned streets and turning them into dead-end streets when we could actually make some connectivity here. I also think about how this impacts housing affordability. We've got one single-family home on a single-family home lot with 2 empty, large single-family home lots. That could be more housing just a quarter mile from a bus stop. And maybe the applicant doesn't want to do this today, but a future landowner might. And this is the kind of gentle density we want to see: ADUs, duplexes, that kind of thing. And by sitting there and combining these, we're making it much more difficult to have that additional housing in the future. Somebody would have to go through rezoning, subdivide this, and also we'd lose that access that that street would provide. So I think there's some better things that we can talk about with policies around paper streets, and I think that's something you all should consider and vote this down. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, item number 21.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council. I'm Sean Egan. I'm the Director of Transportation. I am excited to be here with you to share the progress that we have made on the Central Durham Bus Rapid Transit project. You can see from this map that this project represents a critical link in our region's planned BRT Bus Rapid Transit network. Some of the features of BRT that distinguish it from traditional local bus routes are bus-only lanes, priority at traffic signals, high-quality stations, and station access improvements. Within this 5-mile corridor, the BRT will serve Durham residents and workers, connecting them to their daily needs. It connects our top activity and employment centers, the Duke Healthcare System and VA Hospital, Duke University, downtown, our Durham Station, and the eastern terminus of the Village Shopping Center, where we'll have our future transit center and mobility hub. You can see here the excellent team we have working to advance the project. Our feasibility study focused on what we could accomplish quickly in this corridor while including community stakeholders and funding partners such as the Federal Transit Administration. This process helps us to understand project cost and schedule and identifies next steps. Together with our regional and local champions, we developed the goals for the project shown here. Here you can see that we kicked off this work in January, and it has been a sprint to get to the feasibility results we have for you today. Here you can see that the corridor serves our highest ridership routes, our most transit-critical areas, and supports Durham's growing population, employment, and record-breaking ridership. This slide shows the existing transit services in the study corridor, and the next slide shows the average daily ridership by route, and you can see the Route 3 connecting to the Village in East Durham is our single highest ridership route in the Go Durham network. Here you can see the many partners and champions of the project. We'll continue to actively engage them as we advance the project to the next phases. And you can see some of the photos here on the next slide of some of our stakeholder and partner work sessions where we've gathered folks to make sure that this project reflects their vision and their goals for their organizations. The Central Durham BRT aligns with many of the previous and ongoing planning studies and infrastructure investments, both in the city and by our county partners. For example, Durham's adopted comprehensive plan, Policy 68, calls upon us to, quote, plan future transit corridors near existing jobs, education, commercial, and mixed-use centers to support an accessible, convenient, safe, and direct transit network, to prioritize existing public transit and public transit riders over new modes and users. Focusing on this corridor, we conducted a feasibility study to flesh out the various segments and develop corridor alternatives that are made up of the segments that can directly serve key destinations, can allow for the fastest service by avoiding rail crossings and avoiding replication of local services while enjoying stakeholder support. As we move into the federal NEPA environmental process, we have two alternatives for consideration. with changes around 9th Street in Old West Durham, as well as along Holloway and Liberty Streets in East Durham. And you can see that this project will complement many other critical city initiatives, such as the rail trail project that you heard about earlier in this session. Here you can see that there's great enthusiasm in the community for this work. The biggest takeaway, I think, from folks out in the community as we talk about this is how soon can you get this done? And so that sense of urgency is something that we take to heart in this work. As we've moved the project forward, we've asked our partners to provide letters of support for the Federal Transit Administration. We've received letters from the North Carolina Department of Transportation, from the Duke University and Health System, Go Triangle, the RTA Business Alliance, Durham Housing Authority, and others. We've gotten some very positive responses online as well from our partners at Downtown Durham Incorporated, and gotten some good coverage in the Indy, Axios, and on the evening news on ABC 11. Here you can see our schedule to complete preliminary engineering and NEPA environmental reviews, final design, and construction running through 2031. So, how much will all of this cost? Our estimates put the cost around $150 million for all project elements. We'll know much more about the costs once we move into the project development and preliminary engineering phase. Our analysis shows that the project would qualify for the Federal Transit Administration's Small Starts Grant Program that could cover 40 to 50% of the total project costs. Still not advancing. 23. So for our next steps, we're moving forward across an array of items, working with our partners. But the most critical item in front of us is to get the consultant expertise and support we need to take us through 30% design and NEPA. We've developed an aggressive schedule to complete the selection process, finalize the scope and fee, and be back before you in January to request contract approval for those services. Thanks to our Durham County Transit Plan partners, we have $6 million available to award this contract. So this project is a great example of partnership. The support we've gotten from Durham County, from Go Triangle, the Triangle West Transportation Planning Organization, has been critical to reaching this point and securing the resources needed for our next steps. We've been moving at a breakneck pace, compressing a feasibility assessment that can take years into about 8 months. If you'd like us to take a more deliberate approach, we can certainly do that. Otherwise, we're going to keep working to identify every opportunity to accelerate delivery of this project so our riders, residents, workers, and visitors can enjoy these benefits as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. And yes, if you can, do so. And thank you, Durham County, for the partnership. All right, colleagues, yeah, go ahead, Chelsea.
I just have a really quick question, which is, at what point in the process would we apply for that Federal Transit Administrative Grant project? Small program, project program, whatever. You said a lot of words.
So there are a few milestones in the federal process. One of them is the entry into the project development phase. So we're looking at that potentially in the middle of calendar 26, so maybe about a year from now. We'd be officially entering the process, and that's the small starts process.
And that would be, they would potentially backdate some of the payment, or would we be responsible for everything up until that point?
So the local sponsor is responsible for everything up until that point. But once we're in that process, then we can request permission to recover costs after a grant agreement. Our schedule shows that we wouldn't have a grant agreement until the end of 2029. So during that whole time, from 26 through 29, we'd be proceeding at our own risk with local funds, with the hope that we could recover 40 to 50% of those costs with an executed grant agreement in 2029. But we are proceeding at risk during that time.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Sean. Obviously, we've talked about this a lot. This is super exciting stuff, so appreciate your presentation. Appreciate, again, Ellen and the county transit plan helping to fund this. I mean, essentially, that's what's going to fund this until we get to the small starts. Yeah, so exciting stuff. I think, so I have like two things. One is, I understand these big infrastructure projects are expensive. When folks push back and say, how come it costs 31 million per mile? Like, what is our answer?
So the included in that are things that are not infrastructure you'll see in the ground. Included in that, for example, are all the buses that we need to buy to run the service. Many of the improvements are technology improvements that we're doing at traffic signals to give the bus advantage. Much of the infrastructure that we'll be putting in will last us for 30, 40, 50 years. This kind of the station infrastructure that we're putting in will have a long life cycle associated with it. Yes, this is a major investment, but I think I'd say looking back to 2011, 14 years ago, November of 2011, the voters in Durham County approved a sales tax because they wanted to see a big investment, a signature project that shows that transit is a top priority for Durham County. And this project offers that opportunity to have that high visibility signature project that really meets our needs and is a great investment for Durham County.
And I just heard, well, I know, Raleigh's working on their Newbern BRT, as we've talked about, and they broke that project into 3 parts because they had a tough time finding a contractor to do the whole thing. I mean, have we learned from them? Are we going to be able to sort of, now that we're doing ours, are we going to sort of benefit from what they've been going through, or are we going to have the same problems of sort of finding someone who can do the?
So yeah, there definitely are advantages to not being the first one out of the gate like Raleigh has. We've learned a lot. We've had great discussions with them. We've asked them to participate, for example, in the selection process for the upcoming contract. So we want to learn from their lessons, but I think we also want to explore different project delivery approaches. So there's a work group at the North Carolina Department of Transportation that's been formed to work on setting statewide standards and providing technical support to local governments to advance bus rapid transit projects. So I've reached out to that group to see, all right, well, can you help us think through how do we make sure that we take advantage of the best project delivery method for this? What kind of support can the state offer to us to help us make sure that we get things right and that we keep the project moving forward? So that's another really critical partnership for us. Most of the alignment here is on state-maintained roads. So building and strengthening that partnership with NCDOT will really be critical to our success with this.
Along Holloway especially, right? Yeah.
Well, and West Main Street, Irwin Road, they're all state roads.
And do you know what the delivery date is for the Raleigh for New Bern?
So they're saying summer of 2030.
So we could potentially lap them, not that we're competitive.
The schedule has us in construction through 2031. So we would need, so no, is the short answer is no.
We can try, right? We can. You and
We will be seeking every opportunity.
2031.
You and Mayor
Schedule says 2030.
you and Mayor Cal should make like an abundance sort of like bet, she owes us a bunch of, she owes us like acorns or whatever. We owe her, I don't know, something if we beat them. Anyway, thank you.
Sure.
All right. Any other comments? All right. Well, it's been a long day. Thank you, Sean. We are ready to settle the agenda.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Appreciate your patience for a long but productive day. To settle the agenda, I have on consent items 1 through 5, item 7, items 9 through 13, items 15 through 19. On GBA, we have item 8. On GBA public hearing, we have items 22 through 25. You disposed of item 6 with suspending the rules and voting. Item 14 has been referred back to staff.
All right. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if I can also just say, I know, and we're sorry we missed you on Monday at the council meeting. We did have the conversation about contract authority, right? And so to me, these are the kind of things we need to be talking about in these work sessions, right? And so I'm glad that we've given you more contract authority to create space to have these kind of conversations. So I think it's really important.
Staff appreciates the trust you showed in us, and we're excited to put that to work.
Thank you. I'll entertain a motion to, it's been moved.
So move.
And properly seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you all. We are adjourned, starting at 1 o'clock. We are finishing at 7:24.
That's a record.
Oh yeah, we started at 10 a.m. this morning.
10:30.
And we are adjourning at 7:24. Go home.
Coffee chat tomorrow.
Oh yeah, coffee chat tomorrow, 8 o'clock.
8:30.
8:30. Miss Lake.